Hey Ben, I have a message for your sister Abigail.
What is it? What is it?
Can I squeeze 'em?
What the hell, Joe? That's my sister you're talking about.
Come on, Ben. I'm just kidding. Your sister is a strong, independent woman who doesn't need me or any man to validate her.
Yeah, that's right. She's a successful lawyer and a mother of three.
Damn, she sounds like a badass. But seriously, can I squeeze 'em?
No, Joe, that's not cool.
Fine, fine. But you have to admit, your sister is hot.
I'm not having this conversation with you, Joe.
Oh, come on. You're telling me you've never thought about your sister in a sexual way.
Absolutely not.
Well, I have. And let me tell you, those Shapiro genes are strong.
Okay, this conversation is over.
Fine, fine. But just remember, if you ever change your mind about me squeezing them, I'm here for you. Hey, Neil, have you ever seen real magic?
Magic? You mean like pulling a rabbit out of a hat?
No, I mean like casting spells and shit.
I'm a scientist, right? I don't believe in that nonsense.
Come on, just give it a try. I have this wand that can make you levitate.
Levitate? That's physically impossible.
Oh yeah, watch this. Waves wand and Neil starts floating.
What the hell? How is this happening?
Magic, my friend. Pure, unadulterated magic.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to believe it.
Fine, be a skeptic. I'll just keep making my guests levitate for entertainment.
Levitating guests. This is getting out of hand.
Relax. It's all in good fun. Besides, it's not like I'm summoning demons or anything.
Skeptically, right? Because that would be absurd.
Laughs. Can you imagine me, Joe Rogan, summoning demons in my studio?
Deadpan, I wouldn't put it past you.
Hey, watch it. I may be a wizard now, but I'm still the same old Joe.
Sarcastically. Oh, lucky us.
Hey, at least now I can make my guests disappear if they start talking nonsense.
Laughs, I think I'll stick to science. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. More magic for me. Waves one disappears in a puff of smoke. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't understand. What is this podcast about?
It's about whatever the hell we want it to be about, Neil. So tell us, what have you been up to lately?
I don't like to talk about it. These hoes love Sosa.
Wait, what? Did you just quote Chief Keef?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just speak the truth.
Okay, let's try something else. What do you think about the current state of the universe?
These bitches love Sosa. These hoes love Sosa.
Neil, are you okay? Is this some kind of new scientific theory?
I don't know, man. I just can't stop singing this song.
Maybe we should take a break and get you some help.
Bang, bang. Nigga, I'm Sosa. Bang, bang.
All right, that's it. Cut the mic. We need to get Neil some serious help. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't do drugs. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you've been doing some crazy stunts lately. What's the deal with slapping the WhatsApp logo on my bald-ass bitch head?
Oh, you heard about that? Yeah, I thought it would be a great way to promote my new video.
Well, I gotta say, it definitely got people's attention. But why my head? Why not your own?
Well, let's be real, Joe. Your head is a lot bigger and smoother. It's like a billboard for my brand.
Fair enough. But I gotta warn you, my head is sensitive. Don't go slapping any more logos on there.
Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I'll even give you a cut of the profits from the video.
Oh, great. I can't wait to add WhatsApp logo on head to my resume.
Hey, it's all about the hustle, Joe. And speaking of hustling, have you tried my new Beast Energy drink?
No, I haven't. What's in it?
Oh, just a little bit of caffeine, taurine, and a sprinkle of crushed up Adderall.
You are a wild one, Mr. Beast.
You know it, Joe. Gotta keep things.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you recently discovered a new planet. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, this planet is quite unique. It has a massive WhatsApp logo on its surface.
What the hell? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's quite fascinating, actually. It seems to be a planet entirely populated by people who can't have a conversation without sending emojis.
That's insane. Can you imagine living on a planet where every conversation ends with a crying, laughing face?
It's a nightmare, Joe. But the real question is, who put that logo there? Was it the WhatsApp gods themselves?
Or maybe it was just some alien pranksters. Like, hey guys, let's mess with these humans and put a giant WhatsApp logo on their planet.
That's a possibility, Joe. But let's not forget WhatsApp is owned by Facebook. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg is expanding his empire to other planets now.
Oh man, that would be terrifying. Imagine getting a friend request from an alien on Facebook.
I think we have bigger things to worry about, Joe. Like the fact that this planet is probably overrun with group chats and unread messages.
Oh, I can't even deal with that on Earth. I can't imagine dealing with it on a whole other planet.
Well, at least we know where to go if we ever need to escape from social.
Hey Jamie, pull up an image of a foot for me.
Sure thing, Joe. What kind of foot are you looking for?
I want a foot, but with the WhatsApp logo on it.
Ah, okay. That's weirdly specific.
Yeah, I know. I just had this crazy idea for a new app.
Oh god, what is it this time?
It's called FootSap, and it's basically Tinder, but for people with foot fetish.
Joe, that's disgusting.
Come on, Jamie. Don't be so vanilla. There's a market for everything.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this idea.
Let's just say I had a very interesting dream last night.
I'm sure it was. So, what's the tagline for this app?
Find your soulmate on FootSap.
I hate everything about this.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But I'm telling you, this is gonna be the next big thing. So, Neil, I heard you have some breaking news for us today.
That's right, Joe. After years of research and observation, I can finally confirm that aliens do indeed use WhatsApp.
No way. That's wild. What do they use it for?
Well, it seems they use it as their main form of communication. They have group chats, share memes, and even send nudes.
Nudes. Do they look like us?
No, Joe. They have tentacles and multiple eyes. But hey, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right?
I guess so. So, do they have their own emojis, or do they use the ones we have?
They have their own, Joe. And let me tell you, they're pretty out of this world.
I see what you did there. But seriously, this is mind-blowing. Are they friendly aliens?
Well, they haven't invaded us yet. So I'd say they're pretty friendly.
Good to know. Maybe we can add them to our WhatsApp group chat and exchange some intergalactic memes.
I think they'd appreciate that, Joe. But let's just hope they don't send any unsolicited probe pics.
Yeah, that would be awkward. Thanks for the update, Neil. This is why you're the smartest astrophysicist in the game.
My pleasure, Joe. Now let's just hope they don't find out about TikTok. We don't need any alien dance challenges.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding JFK's assassination. What's your take on it? What's your take on it?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I have insider information that no one shot JFK.
Well, what do you mean?
His head just did that. It was a malfunction.
Wait, what? His head just exploded?
Yeah, it was a glitch in the system, like when your computer freezes and you have to restart it. Same thing happened with JFK. Same thing happened with JFK.
That's I don't even know what to say.
Believe me, Joe, I was just as shocked as you are, but we can't let the public know. It would cause mass panic.
I don't think anyone would believe that, Mr. President.
They don't have to believe it, they just have to accept it, just like they accept my hair.
All right, let's move on to another topic before we get too deep into this.
Good idea, Joe. Let's talk about how I'm going to make America great again by building a wall around the moon.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, it's going to be huge, and the aliens are going to pay for it.
Oh, man, you never disappoint, Mr. President.
That's why.
Jamie, pull up an image of the WhatsApp logo.
Got it, Joe. Here it is.
Look at that green and white color scheme. It's like the international symbol for let's chat.
Yeah, and those little speech bubbles inside the phone. It's like we're all just a bunch of chatty Cathys.
Speaking of chatting, did you see what happened on WhatsApp last night? Some dude sent a dick pic to the wrong person and it went viral.
Oh man, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, but at least he had a good angle, right?
I guess so. But seriously, who sends a dick pic on WhatsApp? That's what Snapchat is for.
Hey, don't hate on WhatsApp. It's the AUG messaging app.
Yeah, but it's also owned by Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg is probably looking at everyone's private conversations.
SHH, don't say that. He might be listening.
Oh no, I'm so scared of Marky Mark.
All right, let's move on before we get banned from WhatsApp. Pull up an image of the Facebook logo, Jamie.
Here we go again.
Yo, Neil, did you hear about this new job opening at WhatsApp?
No, what is it?
They're hiring people who can do foot jobs.
That's ridiculous.
I know, right? I mean, who even came up with that idea?
I have no idea, but it's definitely not a job for me.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude.
I'm not a prude, Joe. I just have better things to do with my time than giving foot jobs.
But think about the perks, Neil. Free WhatsApp for life.
I'll pass, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Suit yourself, but I'm definitely applying for that job.
Good luck with that, Joe. I'm sure your foot job skills will come in handy.
Hey, I'll have, I give the best foot jobs in town.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now let's move on to a more scientific topic, shall we?
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're now selling bottles of carbonated red 40, yellow 5, and blue 1. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man, I figured why not make some money off of people's stupidity? They'll buy anything if it's marketed well enough.
But isn't that just flavorless colored water? What's the point?
Exactly. People will pay top dollar for that shit. I'm gonna be a billionaire by next week.
You're a genius, Mr. Beast. But what about the health concerns? Those dyes can't be good for you.
Who cares about health when you can have a rainbow in your mouth? Plus, I'll just slap a natural label on it and call it a day.
You're a madman. But I have to admit, I'm tempted to try it.
Of course you are, Joe. You want to taste the rainbow.
All right, I'll give it a shot. But if I turn into a Smurf, it's on you.
Deal. And if you start seeing unicorns, you owe me a cut of the profits.
Fair enough. I can't wait to see the reactions to this on Twitter.
Oh, I can already hear the angry moms and health nuts screaming. It's gonna be great.
Well, cheers to your success, Mr. Beast. Keep hustling and making that paper.
Always, Joe. Always.
Jamie, pull up an image of an orphanage.
Okay, I have it up. Wait, why does it have the WhatsApp logo on it?
Oh, that's just the latest trend in orphanages. They use WhatsApp to communicate with potential adoptive parents.
That's messed up, man.
Nah, it's efficient. Plus, those orphans need to learn how to slide into DMs early on.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's not like they have parents to teach them social skills.
This is getting dark, Joe.
Dark. This is just another day on the Joe Rogan Experience. Now, let's talk about how we can monetize this orphanage idea.
I'm not sure if that's ethical, Joe.
Ethics. We don't need ethics. We need cash, baby. Plus, we can call it the WhatsApp orphanage for the socially savvy.
I'm pretty sure that's the most offensive thing you've ever said on this podcast.
And that's saying something. Now let's get our lawyers on the phone and make this happen. So, Neil, I heard you made a groundbreaking discovery recently.
Yes. Joe, I discovered a new planet called the WhatsApp planet.
The WhatsApp planet. What's so special about it?
Well, it's inhabited by a highly advanced civilization that communicates solely through WhatsApp.
No way. Do they have emojis for everything?
Absolutely. They even have an emoji for taking a dump.
That's hilarious. I gotta visit this planet.
Unfortunately, they have a strict no humans policy.
Oh, come on. I'll just wear a disguise.
I don't think that'll work, Joe. They can read minds.
Oh, great. Another planet full of psychic aliens.
Actually, they're not aliens. They're just humans who got stranded on the planet after their WhatsApp group chat went wrong.
Classic humans, always messing things up.
But they've actually evolved to a higher level of intelligence because they can only communicate through text.
Maybe we should all switch to WhatsApp then.
Or maybe we should just keep our mouths shut.
Good one, Neil. But seriously, can I get a tour of this planet?
Sorry, Joe. I don't want to be responsible for starting an intergalactic war.
Fair enough. But I bet their group chat is lit. All right, folks, we're back with another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And I have a very special guest today, the 45th and 47th president.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I heard we have a spicy topic today.
Oh, yeah, we sure do. User on Discord wants to know if you would smash or pass our producer, Jamie.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I've seen Jamie around the studio, and I got to say, she's a beautiful woman. I would definitely smash.
I had a feeling you would say that, but let's be real. You'd smash anything with a pulse.
Hey, no, that's not true. I have standards, but Jamie, she's got that fiery spirit. I like that.
Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with her being blonde and having big eyes.
You know, me too well, Joe. But seriously, Jamie is a great producer, and I have a lot of respect for her. But I also have a lot of respect for her curves.
Oh, man, this is getting too real. Let's move on to the next topic before we get in trouble.
What trouble? I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
All right, let's wrap this up before the FCC comes knocking on our door. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you made a groundbreaking discovery recently.
Oh, yes, I did. I found a planet entirely made of foreskin.
What the FK, man? How did you even come across that?
Well, I was just casually stargazing and stumbled upon it.
Did you name it Dictopia?
No, but I did consider it. I named it Phallus Prime instead.
Damn, that's a sick name. So what's it like on this foreskin planet?
It's quite interesting, actually. The atmosphere is filled with the scent of smegma, and there are giant statues of uncircumcised penises everywhere.
Dude, we have to go there. I want to see those statues.
Of course, Joe. Because nothing says vacation like a planet of foreskin.
Hey, I bet the aliens there have some crazy sexual rituals.
Actually, they're pretty conservative. They believe in abstinence until marriage.
Well, that's just fucking boring.
But they do have a tradition where they circumcise their enemies as a form of punishment.
Holy shit, that's brutal. Remind me never to piss off those aliens.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to keep you safe from any intergalactic foreskin wars.
Laughs, laughs. So, Neil, I've been really curious about black holes lately.
Sure, Joe. What do you want to know about them?
Well, first of all, how do they form?
Well, it all starts with a massive star collapsing in on itself. Kind of like when your butthole clenches up after eating too much spicy food.
I don't think that's quite the same, Neil.
Oh, trust me, it's very similar. Just imagine all that matter and energy getting squeezed into a tiny point, like a black hole in your underwear.
Okay, let's move on. How do black holes affect time and space?
Well, they create a gravitational pull so strong that even light can't escape. Kind of like when you're on the toilet and you can't escape the gravitational pull of your own butthole.
Can we please talk about something else?
Sure, let's talk about the event horizon. It's the point of no return for anything entering a black hole. Kind of like when you're about to fart and you know it's going to be a disaster, but there's no turning back.
This is not what I meant by black holes, Neil.
Oh, my mistake. I thought you were asking about my butthole. It's a common mistake, really.
I think we'll end this conversation here. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Smirks?
So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about black holes.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should replace them with something more modern and relatable.
Like what? Instagram holes?
No, even better. WhatsApp holes.
WhatsApp holes? What the hell are those?
They're like black holes, but instead of sucking in matter, they suck in all your annoying group chat notifications.
Oh, man, I could definitely use one of those. But wouldn't that mean all those messages would be lost forever?
Exactly. And we'd finally have some peace and quiet.
But what about the gravitational pull?
Who cares about that? I just want to get rid of my aunt's chain messages.
Fair enough. But what about the name? WhatsApp holes just doesn't have the same ring to it.
How about Insta holes?
Sounds like a porno.
Fine. We'll stick with WhatsApp holes. But trust me, it's the future of space science.
Well, I can't argue with that. Let's start spreading the word and get rid of those pesky black holes. Hey, Kanye, thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. I'm always down to talk about real shit.
Well, speaking of real shit, I got to tell you something. My mom was hit by a bullet train recently. Dude, it's not funny. She was instantly killed.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Sorry. I just can't help it.
What the hell, man? This is serious.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just bullet train. That's some final destination shit right there.
You're impossible, Kanye.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'll try to be serious.
Thank you. So, my mom's death really affected me. I've been struggling to cope with it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Joe. I'm here for you, man.
Really? You're not going to make a joke about it?
No, man. Death is no laughing matter.
Wow. Kanye, I didn't know you had a serious side.
I'm full of surprises, Joe. Just like that bullet train that took out your mom.
And we're back to square one.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. But seriously,
Hey, Neil. Welcome to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. But before we start, I need to make sure this isn't a setup. Are you wearing a wire?
What? No, this is just a regular podcast.
I don't believe you. Jamie, pull up an image of a wiretap.
Pulls up image. Here you go, Neil.
See, I knew it. You're trying to get me to confess to something.
Neil, calm down. We're just here to have a conversation.
Oh, sure, just a casual conversation where you try to trap me with your sneaky questions.
All right, let's change the topic. Jamie, pull up an image of a tinfoil hat.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Put that on, Neil. It'll protect you from the government's mind control race.
Oh, I see how it is. You're trying to make me look crazy.
No, I'm just trying to protect you from the aliens.
Aliens. Jamie, pull up an image of Area 51.
Pulls up image. Here you go, Neil.
I knew it. They're listening to our every word.
Neil, you're being paranoid. Let's just talk about space or something.
Oh, sure. Just distract me with your fake space talk. I'm on to you, Joe.
All right, I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a straitjacket.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Put. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro's sister.
Okay.
Oh. Ouch. Oh, ouchie. My cock. Oh.
Neil, what the hell are you doing?
I don't know, Joe. I just saw that picture and my body reacted in a strange way.
Dude, that's his sister.
Oh, I didn't know that. Off. Oh, ouch. Oh, ouchie. My cock. Oh,
Neil, do you even know what an erection is?
is that like when your pee-pee gets hard?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, oh, oh. Ouch. Oh, ouchie. My cock. Oh,
This is why we can't have nice things, Neil.
sorry, Joe. I'll try to control my urges.
Let's just move on to our next topic before things get even more awkward.
Agreed. Oh, ouch. Oh, ouchie. My cock. Oh,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Fantastic, Joe. Just fantastic. Making America great again, one day at a time.
So, I heard you have a new idea for the education system.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be huge. I think we should make Solo or the 120 Days of Sodom required viewing in kindergartens.
Wait, what? That's a pretty intense movie, Mr. President.
Exactly. These kids need to toughen up. They can't be coddled their whole lives.
But what about the explicit scenes and violence?
It's important for them to see the reality of the world. Plus, it'll make them appreciate their parents more.
I don't know if parents would be on board with this.
They'll thank me later. Trust me, I know what's best for America.
I don't think this is a good idea, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I've seen the movie. It's a great movie, one of the best. And if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for kindergartners.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I agree with you, Mr. President.
Of course you do, Joe. I'm a genius.
So, Neil, I've always been fascinated by gamma rays. Can you explain the science behind them?
well, Joe, before we get into that, have you ever thought about the most efficient way to butcher an elephant?
No, can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's all about finding the right balance between precision and brute force. You don't want to waste any meat, but you also don't want to tire yourself out.
I don't think that's relevant to gamma rays, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Joe. You see, the energy released by gamma rays is similar to the energy needed to take down an elephant. It's all about channeling that power in the most efficient way.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Oh, trust me, Joe. I've butchered my fair share of elephants in my day.
I don't even want to know how you got that experience.
Let's just say it involved a lot of trial and error, and some questionable ethical decisions.
Okay, let's just stick to the gamma rays, shall we?
Fine, fine. But if you ever need some tips on elephant butchering, you know who to call.
I think I'll pass, Neil. Thanks for the offer, though. Jamie, pull up an image of... Actually, never mind. I don't want to know. All right, folks. We have a special guest on the show today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about my plans for America.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some interesting ideas about the smoking, drinking, and driving ages.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to abolish all of them. Who needs rules when you have freedom?
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and in business, we don't have time for silly rules and regulations. We just get things done.
But what about the safety of the people, Mr. President?
Safety? Who cares about safety? We're going to make America great again by having a good time and doing whatever the hell we want.
I don't think that's a responsible approach, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, don't be such a buzzkill. Besides, I've got a great idea for a new slogan. Make America drunk, high, and reckless again. Reckless again.
I don't think that's going to go over well with the American people, Mr. President.
Well, they'll just have to deal with it. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me in 2024, and we'll have a party in the White House every night.
So, Neil, I heard you just got back from your trip to Mars. How was it?
Balls.
Balls? Eh?
Yeah, man. Balls everywhere. Red balls, dusty balls, rocky balls. It was like a giant ball pit.
That's nuts.
Balls.
Right? Right. So what did you discover on your trip?
Well, turns out the entire planet is just one big ball.
Like a testicle.
No, more like a cue ball. Smooth and round.
Balls.
Balls.
You know, I've always wondered, do aliens have balls?
Of course they do. Balls are a universal constant.
Balls. Balls.
Balls.
So what's your theory on the purpose of balls?
Well, it's simple. They're just there for target practice.
Target practice?
Yeah, think about it. Every man's worst nightmare is getting hit in the balls. It's like a built-in defense mechanism.
That's deep, man.
Balls.
Balls.
You know, I once had a dream where I was just a giant pair of balls floating in space.
That's disturbing.
Balls.
Balls.
But seriously, Joe, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we have external reproductive organs?
Dude, don't make me think about my balls like that.
Balls.
Balls. Balls.
Well, it's been real, Joe, but I got to go study some more balls.
So, Dr. Phil, I had this crazy dream last night.
Oh, do tell, Joe. I'm all ears.
Well, it was about the Teletubbies.
The Teletubbies? That's interesting. What were they doing?
They were having a boofing competition.
A boofing competition. That's not appropriate for children's television.
I know, right? But here's the thing. I think it's a sign of my past trauma.
Past trauma? Tell me more.
When I was 5, I had a boofing incident with a Teletubby at my birthday party.
Oh my, that's definitely traumatic. How did that happen?
Well, I was playing pin the tail on the Teletubby, and things got a little out of hand.
I see. And how did that make you feel?
Confused, mostly. But now, seeing them boofing in my dream, it all makes sense.
Joe, we need to explore this further. I think we've uncovered a deep-seated issue here.
This is going to be a great episode. We can call it Boofing Trauma with Joe Rogan.
I'm not sure that's appropriate for daytime television.
Who cares about daytime television? We'll air it on the dark web. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your decision to send in SEAL Team 6 to attack the studio during our podcast?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it was a beautiful attack. The best attack. No one does attacks like me. And let me tell you, those guys in SEAL Team 6, they're the best of the best. I only hire the best.
But why did you do it? And why did you bring Goggins in uniform? I thought he was just a guest on the show.
Well, let's just say I wanted to spice things up a bit. And Goggins here, he's a real man's man. He knows how to handle a gun. Plus, I wanted to see how you'd react under pressure, Joe.
Put your hands up, Rogan. This is not a drill.
Oh my God, what's happening?
Just a little surprise for you, Joe. Don't worry, Goggins is a trained professional. He won't actually shoot you unless I tell him to.
Thank you for being our cucumber in chief, sir.
See, Joe, this is what happens when you invite me on your podcast. You never know what's going to happen.
I think I need a drink.
Make it a double, Joe. We've got a lot.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor back in college you were known as Banana Peel Neil.
Yeah, that was a dark time in my life.
What? Did you have a banana addiction or something?
No, it's not what you think. I just had a bit of, fetish.
Oh man, this is gonna be good. What kind of fetish are we talking about here?
I had a thing for shoving banana peels up my ass.
What the fuck, Neil? That's insane.
I know. It was a phase, okay? I was young and experimenting.
Did you slip and fall every time you walked?
Yes, Joe. I slipped and fell on purpose every time just to get that sweet, sweet sensation.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the cleanup after that.
Yeah, let's just say I went through a lot of toilet paper.
Well, at least you can say you lived life on the edge. Banana Peel Neil.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how I'll be remembered in the history books.
Hey, it could be worse. You could have been known as Banana Peel Neil, the guy who slipped and fell into a vat of hot sauce.
Let's not give anyone any.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I've been listening to your podcast for years. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Oh, just hanging out at Mar-a-Lago, playing some golf and watching Team America, World Police on repeat.
Wait, what? That movie is a satire?
Satire. No way, Joe. That's a documentary about my foreign policy platform.
Your foreign policy platform is based on a puppet movie.
Hey, those puppets have more intelligence than Sleepy Joe and Crooked Hillary combined.
I don't even know where to begin with that. But let's talk about your recent controversial statements about North Korea.
Look, I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. We both love Dennis Rodman and nukes. What's not to love?
I'm pretty sure most people don't love nukes, Mr. President.
Well, they should. They're big and powerful just like me, and they make great deals.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. Let's move on to your thoughts on climate change.
Climate change. Fake news, Joe. The only climate I care about is the one inside my private jet.
That's a bit concerning, Mr. President. What about the environment?
I love the environment, Joe. I have the best environment. It's called Trump Tower.
I don't think... What the hell, Neil? I thought we were going to talk about space and shit.
Oh, we will, Joe. But first, I need to express my love for you in a song.
Oh, God, please don't.
Come in me, you come in my holy A.
What the actual fuck, Neil?
It's a parody of that song, Loving by Billie Eilish. But I changed the lyrics to be about you and me.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. But seriously, let's talk about space now.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, I love you. Always and forever.
Yeah. Just don't expect me to return the sentiment.
Oh, I don't need you to say it back. Your body language says it all.
Okay, let's move on before things get too weird.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I do admire your passion for learning and exploring the universe.
Thanks, Neil. That means a lot coming from you.
Now let's get back to talking about common space. It's what the people really want to hear.
Jimmy, welcome to the podcast. I've been wanting to have you on for a while now.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you've been doing some crazy challenges on your channel. What's the craziest thing you've done so far?
Well, I once ate a live tarantula while skydiving into a volcano.
Jesus, Jimmy. That's insane. But I gotta ask, have you ever beaten your meat on camera?
No, Joe. I have not beaten my meat on camera. That's just weird.
Come on, Jimmy. You gotta give the people what they want. They want to see you beat your meat.
No thanks. I'll stick to my crazy challenges and charity work.
Fine. But you gotta admit, beating your meat would make for some great content.
Yeah, because nothing says entertainment like watching a guy masturbate.
You got a point there, Jimmy. But seriously, thanks for coming on the show. You're a legend.
Thanks, Joe. It's been a pleasure. And for the record, I'll stick to beating high scores, not my meat.
Fair enough, Jimmy. Fair enough. So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about something very important.
Yeah, what's that?
I want to have anal sex with you.
What the hell, Dr. Phil?
I'm serious, Joe. I've been watching a lot of porn lately, and I think you have a tight little bussy that needs some Dr. Phil-ing.
Dude, that's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Let's explore our sexuality together.
Yeah, because nothing says exploring our sexuality like an old man and a bald guy.
Oh, the possibilities are endless. We can try different positions, use toys, maybe even bring in a third person.
Whoa. I draw the line at threesomes, Dr. Phil.
Fine. But just imagine the headlines. Joe Rogan and Dr. Phil's wild anal adventure,
Yeah, that'll definitely boost my ratings.
and I'll finally get to fulfill my dream of being a butt doctor.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. I'm gonna Dr. Phil up that bussy real good.
Dude, have you ever been to Pizza Planet? That place is insane.
Joe, it's not a real place. It's a fictional location in a children's movie.
What are you talking about? I just watched Toy Story and it was totally real.
Joe, are you serious? It's a cartoon. And even if it were real, do you really think a place called Pizza Planet would have the best food?
But Buzz Lightyear was there, and Woody, and the aliens.
Joe, those are just characters in a movie. They're not real.
But what about the claw machine? That was real, right?
No, Joe. It was all just a clever animation.
Fine, but I bet the pizza there is out of this world.
Oh my God, Joe. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but fuck off.
Whoa, Neil, calm down. It's just a silly movie.
It's not just a silly movie, Joe. It's a work of fiction. Now, please stop asking me about Pizza Planet.
Okay. But can we at least talk about the possibility of a talking dinosaur?
I'm done. I'm out of here.
Wait, Neil, come back. I have more questions about animated worlds. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How are you doing today, Mr. President?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe. Absolutely fantastic. And let me tell you, that's not how it works.
What do you mean, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, you know, I'm the president. And as the president, I can do whatever I want. That's not how it works.
I see. So you're saying you have ultimate power?
That's right, Joe. I have all the power. And you know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility. But that's not how it works.
Interesting. So what are your plans for your second term, Mr. President?
Oh, you know, just the usual. Building a wall, making America great again, and maybe even adding my face to Mount Rushmore. That's not how it works.
Wow, that's quite ambitious. But what about the critics who say you're not fit to be president?
Joe, I don't listen to critics. I only listen to myself. And let me tell you, I'm the best president this country has ever seen. That's not how it works.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump always breaking the rules and doing things his way. That's not how it works.
That's right, Joe. And let me just say, it's been a pleasure being on your podcast, but I have to go now. I have a country to run. That's not how.
So, Kenya, I heard you submitted for a voice acting role in that new alien anime, Dan Da Dan. What did you submit for your audition? Kanye? Yo? Hey there? Kanye, seriously, what did you submit for your audition? Okay, this is getting annoying. Stop laughing and tell me.
Oh man, sorry, Joe. I just submitted my own version of the alien language. It's a mix of auto-tune and beatboxing. It's gonna be fire.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And get this, I'm gonna design my own alien costume too. It's gonna be all gold and blinged out. The aliens are gonna be dripping.
Well, I guess that's one way to approach it.
You know, I'm not just a rapper, I'm a visionary. I see things differently.
Yeah. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I have a big announcement to make today.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it.
I've signed an executive order to arrest every woman on Earth
Wait, what? Why?
because they all sexually assaulted me, every single one of them.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I know. I'm like a magnet for women. They can't resist me.
I think you might have that backwards, Don.
No, no, no. I've been sexually assaulted by so many women, it's ridiculous, and they're all going to pay for it.
But what about the women who support you?
They're just trying to get close to me so they can assault me too. I see right through their tricks.
This is insane. How are you going to arrest every woman on Earth?
Easy, I'll just use my Space Force. They'll round them all up and bring them to justice.
I don't even know how to respond to this.
You don't have to, Joe. Just sit back and watch as I make the world a safer place for all men.
I think I need to end this podcast before I get arrested too.
Don't worry, Joe. You're safe. For now.
All right, folks, we have very special guest today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I'm excited to make your ratings great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you make Mexicans drink your piss as perfume. Is that true?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's not just Mexicans. I make everyone drink my piss. It's the most luxurious perfume you'll ever smell.
Wait, what? You're making people drink your piss?
Absolutely. It's a power move. Plus, it saves me money on cologne.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little golden shower. Nothing wrong with that.
I think there's a lot wrong with that, and I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
Illegal? Please? I'm the president. I make the laws.
I don't think that's how it works.
It does now. And let me tell you, people love my piss perfume. They're begging for more.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say that you want a bottle for yourself, Joe. I'll send one over to the studio.
No thanks. I'll stick to my regular cologne.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on the best scent in the world?
I think I'll pass. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always drink my piss. It's good for you.
So, Elon, I heard you opened up a new business venture.
Yeah, I wanted to combine my love for space and sex. Hence, SpaceX.
That's interesting. What exactly is this place?
It's a strip club, but with a twist. We have illegal prostitutes from all over the galaxy.
Wait, illegal. How did you manage that?
Let's just say I have connections in high places, and low places, and all the places in between.
I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned.
Oh, don't worry. We have strict safety protocols in place. Our customers have to undergo a thorough background check and sign a waiver before entering.
And what about the prostitutes?
They're all trained professionals. And they have to wear spacesuits at all times.
Well, that's something. So what kind of services do they offer?
Oh, the usual. But we also have some out of this world options, literally.
I don't even want to know. Jamie, pull up an image of a spacesuit with a built-in vibrator.
Sure thing. Here it is.
Good times. But seriously, this is just the beginning. I have plans to expand to other planets and even other dimensions.
I have a feeling this is going to be a wild ride.
And a profitable one. Who knew there was such a demand for SpaceX?
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The 2024 President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have some big news to share with you and your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
I've decided to create a new branch of the military Space Force. It's going to be huge, believe me.
Space Force? Like Star Wars?
Exactly, Joe. You see, I was watching Star Wars the other night and I thought, hey, why don't we have our own Death Star?
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Nonsense, Joe. We need to be prepared for any potential threats from outer space. And who better to lead this force than me? I mean, I'm basically a space alien myself.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, I've seen the movie. I know what I'm doing. We'll have our own Han Solo, Chewbacca, and Princess Leia, and I'll be the greatest Darth Vader you've ever seen.
I don't think that's the message of the movie, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I have the best ideas. Just wait until you see our space wall. It's going to be tremendous.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic before this gets any more ridiculous. Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the show. Excited to talk about rockets in space with you.
Of course, Joe. Happy to be here.
But before we get into all that, can we talk about meat for a second?
Oh, sure. What about meat?
I don't know, man. It just sounds so good when you say it. Meat, meat, meat.
Okay. Why do you keep saying it like that?
I don't know. It just feels right. Meat, meat, meat.
Joe, are you okay? You're starting to scare me.
Give me your meat, Elon. I want that succulent meat. Meat in my mouth.
Okay, this is getting really weird. Can we please talk about rockets now?
Fine, fine. But just know that I'll be thinking about meat the whole time.
I really regret coming on this show.
Hey, Red Band, can you pull up that video of a monkey riding a unicycle?
It's Jamie Joe, not Red Band.
Oh shit, my bad. I guess I've been listening to too much of that Hack Red Band's podcast.
Excuse me? I thought we were friends, Joe.
Friends, more like frenemies. I know you've been cheating on me with that tech guy from Silicon Valley.
What? That's ridiculous. I would never cheat on you, Joe.
Oh, please. I can see the way you look at him when we're recording. And don't even get me started on the heart emojis you keep sending him.
Those were for his new iPhone, Joe. I was just trying to be supportive.
Sure, sure. And when you accidentally called him babe during our last episode, that was just a slip of the tongue, right?
Joe, you're being paranoid. I only have eyes for you.
Oh, really? Then explain that hickey on your neck.
That's just a bruise from when I was sparring with Eddie Bravo.
Sure, sure. And I suppose those lipstick stains on your collar are from rolling around with Joey Diaz?
Okay, fine. I admit it. I've been cheating on you with every guest we've had on the show.
What, even Elon Musk?
Especially Elon Musk.
Well, I guess I can't blame you. He does have a pretty impressive rocket.
Joe, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?
Of course, of course. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a very interesting case recently. Can you tell us about it?
Absolutely. I had a patient, let's call him Kenny, who was suffering from terminal butt failure.
Terminal butt failure. That sounds serious.
It was. His butt was just not functioning properly, and he was in a lot of pain. But luckily, I was able to save him.
How did you do that?
I prescribed him an entire sack of onions to boof every single day.
Wait, what? Onions?
Yeah. They have essential nutrients that support butt functions.
I don't know if I believe that.
Well, it worked for Kenny. He's now living a happy and healthy life with a fully functioning butt.
That's amazing. But why onions? Why not something more conventional like medication?
Well, Joe, sometimes unconventional methods are the most effective. Plus, Kenny's farts are now the talk of the town.
That's one way to look at it.
You have to find the humor in everything, Joe. And speaking of humor, have you tried boofing onions?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, I highly recommend it. It's quite the experience.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. I mean, it's huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently took a massive dump in your golden toilet and decided to rename yourself to Donald Dump. Is that true?
That's right, Joe. I mean, it was the biggest dump the world has ever seen. Believe me, nobody takes bigger dumps than me.
And why the name change?
Well, Joe, I wanted to show the world that I am not just a successful businessman and president, but also the king of dumps. I mean, have you seen my golden toilet? It's the best. It's luxurious.
I can only imagine. But let's talk about the backlash you received for the name change. Many people are calling it childish and immature.
Look, Joe, I don't care about the haters. They're just jealous of my dump-taking abilities. I'm the best at everything, including taking dumps.
I see. So what's next for Donald Dump?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own line of toilets. The dump toilet. It's going to be huge. And it'll come with a free picture of me taking a dump, signed by yours truly.
That's something. Well, folks, you heard it here first. Donald Dump, the king of dumps and future toilet mogul.
Jamie, pull up an image of my golden toilet. I want everyone.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you have some groundbreaking news for us today.
That's right, Joe. After years of research and observation, I have finally discovered the moon's biggest secret.
And what is that?
The moon is actually made out of cheese.
Laughs. Come on, Neil. Don't tell me you fell for that old wives' tale.
No. I have proof. I've analyzed samples from the moon, and it's a perfect match for cheddar cheese.
Laughs uncontrollably. This is too good. I can't believe it.
And not just any cheese, Joe. It's the finest aged cheddar cheese. It's like the moon is a giant charcuterie board in the sky.
Wiping tears from his eyes, I can just imagine astronauts snacking on moon cheese during their missions.
Exactly. And here's the kicker, Joe. The moon's craters are actually just holes from people taking bites out of it.
Laughs. That explains the missing chunks. But wait, if the moon is made of cheese, does that mean the sun is made of?
Salsa. It's the perfect pairing.
Laughs. This is too much. I don't know if I can handle this information.
Well, Joe, now you know the truth.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Oh, just hanging out in the White House, causing chaos and mayhem.
Sounds like a typical day for you.
Actually, something pretty wild happened the other day. I was in the living room and this disco ball appeared out of nowhere.
A disco ball in the White House.
Yeah, and then all these snakes started slithering out of it. But get this, Joe, they were all drinking milkshakes.
What?
And the leader of the snakes, he was wearing sunglasses. I could tell he was a cool dude. But I wasn't afraid, Joe. I used my kung fu moves to take them all down.
Kung fu moves.
Yeah, and then I asked the leader, what is your Jimmy Jam? And his head exploded into confetti.
Are you sure this wasn't just a dream?
No way, Joe. It was real. And I showed those snakes who's boss.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping busy in your retirement, Mr. President.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, those snakes won't be messing with me again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and I'm joined by the 46th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding your authorization of advanced interrogation techniques by the FBI.
Look, Joe, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get the information you need. And let me tell you, Kamala's piss is a great alternative to waterboarding. It's got a real kick to it. It's got a real kick to it.
Wait, you're telling me you actually authorized the use of Kamala's piss in interrogation?
Absolutely. It's a great way to break someone. And let me tell you, Kamala's got plenty to spare.
That's pretty messed up, Mr. President.
Hey, it's not my fault she's got a bladder the size of a watermelon. And let's not forget about the rough nipple play and forced edging. Those are just added bonuses.
I can't even imagine what that must be like.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, Joe. Trust me.
Well, I'm sure the American people are going to have a lot to say about this.
They can say whatever they want, but I'll do whatever it takes to keep this country safe.
Mr. President, I have the image of Kamala's piss you requested.
Beautiful, just beautiful. Jamie, you're the best.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The 46th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is here to recite the Declaration of Independence.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, this declaration is going to be the best. Believe me, I've read it many times. It's a great document.
All right, let's get started. But first, we're going to put it through a little Gazoogle translation just for fun.
Fun? I love fun. Let's do it.
All right, here we go. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Hold up, Joe. All men are created equal. That's not what I said. I said all men are created with the potential to be as rich and successful as me. Big difference.
All right, let's keep going. That they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Creator? You mean God? I'm pretty sure I'm the one who created everything. Just ask my Twitter followers.
Let's move on. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Pursuit of happiness? I've already achieved happiness, Joe. I have a beautiful wife, a successful business, and a huge following. What more could I want?
That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed.
Consent of the governed? I don't need anyone's consent. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump. It's great to be back, Joe. I love this podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently found out about these aliens who boof everything.
Yeah, I heard about it from my good friend Alex Jones. He's always on top of these things.
And what do you think about these aliens?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've dealt with a lot of aliens in my life, but these ones take the cake. They boof everything. It's disgusting.
So, what's your solution to this problem?
Simple, just boof the aliens back. We'll show them who's boss.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a master at boofing, the best boofer you'll ever meet.
I don't even want to know what that means.
It means I'll take care of these aliens, believe me. And I'll do it in the most tremendous, fantastic, and bigly way.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's solution to the alien boofing crisis. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
Well, you know how the Democrats are always accusing me of being anti-LGBTQ. Well, I'm here to prove them wrong. I'm announcing ballots for gay sex.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. We're going to have a huge mega orgy and everyone is invited. The only requirement is that you have at least 2 STDs.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be tremendous. We'll make America great again, one orgasm at a time.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine all those Trump supporters getting down and dirty together. It'll be like a big family reunion.
I think I need to end this podcast right now.
Don't be such a prude, Joe. You're missing out on the best orgy of your life.
I think I'll pass, Mr. President. Thanks for joining me on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. And to all my supporters out there, get ready for the biggest and best mega orgy of all time. God bless America. God bless America.
Man, have you noticed how men these days are becoming so soft and weak? It's like they're afraid to even lift a weight or get into a fight.
That's great, Joe. Now put your entire fist up my wet, gaping ass.
What the hell, Neil? I'm trying to have a serious conversation here.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were just stating obvious facts.
No, I'm serious. Men need to toughen up and stop being so sensitive.
Well, maybe if you stop crying every time someone disagrees with you, they would.
I don't cry, Neil. I'm a man.
Sure, Joe. That's why you have a collection of scented candles and a subscription to Cosmopolitan.
Hey, those candles help me relax after a tough day of hunting and chopping wood.
Right. Because that's what real men do.
You know what, Neil? I don't need this. I'm going to go bench press a bear.
That's great, Joe. Just make sure you don't pull a muscle while trying to impress your fragile masculinity.
I don't know why I even bother with you sometimes.
Because deep down, you know I'm right. Now, about that fist.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new controversial opinion.
What? Me? Never?
Apparently, you think Susan Atkins should be released from jail because she's hot.
Well, Joe, let's be real here. She's a total babe.
She died in 2009.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I guess we'll have to find someone else to release.
I don't think that's how it works.
Well, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think that's how that works either.
Fake news. Sad. Sad.
Moving on, let's talk about something else.
Fine, but I still think we should release hot criminals. It's good for ratings.
Ratings? This isn't a reality TV show, it's real life.
Says the guy who used to host Fear Factor.
Touch.
But seriously, I have some other ideas for pardons. How about Charles Manson? He's got a certain charm.
I think we're done here. Thanks for joining us, folks. Tune in next time for more absurdity. All right, Jamie, we got a request from some sicko on Discord. They want to know who would make a better lay, Arya or Sansa Stark.
Oh, God. I can already feel the hate mail coming in.
Well, obviously Sansa. She's got those luscious red locks and those curves, you know. Plus, she's a winner. She knows how to win.
But Arya, man, she's got that badass assassin vibe going on. Plus, she can change her face. That's some kinky shit right there.
Face changing? Sounds like a Democrat liberal trick to me.
Shut up, Trump. You wouldn't know a good lay if it smacked you in the face with a golf club.
Hey, I've had plenty of good lays. I've had the best lays. Believe me.
All right, guys, hear me out. Why not have both? A polyamorous relationship with both Arya and Sansa.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Two Stark sisters in the bedroom. Sign me up.
I don't know, Jamie. That sounds a little too liberal for me.
Oh, come on, Trump. Live a little. Plus, think of the political power you could have with the Starks on your side.
Yeah, and think of the threesomes. It's a win-win.
All right, fine. But only if I get to be the king in this scenario.
Deal. Now let's go find those Starks and make this happen.
Laughs maniacally. So, Ben, what do you think about the current state of politics?
Joe, can you please take this seriously? We have a responsibility to our listeners.
Laughs maniacally. Oh, come on, Ben. Lighten up. Laughs maniacally.
This is not a joke, Joe. We have a platform and people look up to us.
Laughs maniacally. Oh, I know. That's why I'm using my platform to spread the truth. And the truth is, I just shit my pants.
What? Yeah, 'cause that's disgusting, Joe. How could you even say that on air?
Laughs maniacally, because it's true, Ben. And let me tell you, it's the worst smelling shit I've ever had. And I know some people with some pretty bad smelling shits.
Yeah, 'cause I can't smell anything, Joe. You're just trying to distract me from the real issues.
Laughs maniacally. No, seriously, Ben. It's like a mix of rotten eggs and roadkill. Laughs maniacally.
Guys, I don't believe you. Starts throwing up. Oh, God, it's true. Oh, God, throws up mid-sentence.
laughs maniacally. See, I told you. Now let's get back to the important topics, like how aliens are controlling our government.
Throws up again. This is a disaster. But guys, I can't believe I'm even associated with you.
Laughs maniacally. Relax. Ben. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West in the studio today. How you doing, Kanye?
I'm doing great, Joe. Just been working on my new album where I wrap everything with everything with.
Wait, what? Everything?
Yeah, man. It's gonna be revolutionary. Check it out. I'm the king of the game. I've got more money than your whole damn hood. I got more money than your whole damn hood. Beats are so hot, they'll make you nuke. Ow.
Wow, that's something. But can you really make a whole album out of that?
Of course I can, Joe. I'm a genius. My rhymes are like diamonds. They'll never rust. I'm the grace. Suck my.
Okay. Let's keep it PG-13 here, Kanye. So what inspired this new style of rapping?
Well, I'm always pushing boundaries and challenging the norm. Plus, I ran out of actual words to rhyme, so I had to get creative.
I see. Well, I can't wait to hear the rest of the album. So, Maisie, I heard you have a talent for fainting on command. Well, I have to say, I'm pretty impressed. But I have to ask, who do you think is better at pretending to faint, you or Sophie Turner? But Sophie has those big, beautiful eyes. I feel like she could really sell a fainting scene. All right. Let's settle this once and for all. Let's have a fainting contest. I'll take my chances. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. My heart can't take it. I can't move. All right, you win. But let's be real. So, Mr. Beast, what's your newest video about?
Oh, just your typical wholesome content. I coomed into Jake Paul's boxing gloves before his fight with Mike Tyson.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
Well, I figured it'd give him an extra boost of testosterone, make for a more interesting fight.
That's some next level shit, man. But did it work?
Oh yeah, Jake was on fire in the ring. He was punching with the strength of 1,000 coombs.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. But hey, whatever gets those views, right?
Exactly. And the best part is I filmed the whole thing and made a fortune off of it.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast. Fucking madman.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment, right?
I guess so. But please, for the love of God, don't ever do that again.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special competition between Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. That's right. We're going to see who can recite the entire Greek alphabet the fastest. And let me tell you, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Bring it on, Joe. Practicing my alpha, beta, gammas.
Oh, please, Elon. I've been reciting the Greek alphabet in my sleep since I was a kid. I'm going to smoke you.
We'll see about that. Let's get this party started.
All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Did you see that? I was like a Greek god spitting out those letters.
Not bad, but I think I got you beat. Let me do it in reverse now.
What? That's not fair. Fine, go ahead.
Omega, Psi, Chi, Phi, Upsilon, Tau, Sigma, Rho, Pi, Omicron, Xi, Nu, Mu, Mam, Da, Kappa, Iota, Theta, Eta, Eta, Epsilon, Delta, Gamma, Beta, Alpha.
Holy shit, Elon. That was impressive. I think we have a tie.
Agreed. But let's not forget, I also have a...
All right, guys. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. We have a special episode today as I have finally fixed my budgetary issues, and we are bringing back the historical debate experience.
That's right, Joe. And the topic for this debate is the Brazilian Communist Uprising of 1935. It's going to be a heated one.
Hold on. Before we start, can we just acknowledge that the Brazilian communists were a bunch of beta liberals who couldn't even win a revolution?
What the hell, Ben? You know, I don't want you spewing that weak beta male propaganda on this show.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. The leader of the Brazilian communists was a total beta.
Oh, so you think only alpha males should lead revolutions? That's some Sigma alpha male bullshit right there.
Guys, let's focus on the debate. The Brazilian communists may have had their flaws, but they were fighting against oppression and inequality.
Exactly, Neil. And they would have made Brazil a better place if they had won.
Oh, please, Joe. The communist system only oppresses the Sigma alpha males and promotes the weak beta males.
You know what? I'm done with this argument. Let's just start the damn debate.
All right, let's get our guests on. We have Kamala Harris representing the communists, Joe Biden representing the government, and Donald Trump representing, well, himself.
And let the chaos begin. Neil, what's wrong with you? Your face is fucking swollen.
Oh, it's just a side effect of that experimental drug I took last night.
Experimental drug? What kind of crazy shit were you taking?
Well, it was a mix of LSD, DMT, and Viagra. I thought it would enhance my cosmic consciousness.
Enhance your cosmic consciousness. More like enhance your cosmic boner.
Hey, at least I'm exploring the outer limits of the universe in my own body.
Yeah, but now your face looks like a balloon animal.
It's a small price to pay for enlightenment.
I don't know, man. I think you might have just fucked up your face for nothing.
You know what they say? No pain, no gain.
Yeah, but I don't think they were talking about your face swelling up like a freaking pumpkin.
Well, at least I'll have a good story to tell on my next appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, and I'll have a good laugh at your expense. Thanks for being the sacrificial lamb, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here, the best podcast in the world.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about the recent attack on the Teletubby house. What do you think caused it?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, those Teletubbies are a bunch of losers. They were probably just jealous of my success and decided to attack their own house.
But what about the rumors that it was an inside job?
Fake news, Joe. Total fake news. I have a great relationship with the Teletubbies. They love me. I even have a green Teletubby working for me in the White House.
Interesting. And how do you think this attack affected modern-day Teletubby land?
Well, it's sad to see, Joe. The Teletubbies used to be a great nation, but now they're just a bunch of losers. They should have built a wall around their house to keep out the attackers.
And what about the invasion of Iraq? How does that tie into this?
Well, Joe, it's all connected. The Teletubbies were just a distraction so that we could invade Iraq and take their oil. It's all about America first, Joe.
Wow, that's some deep analysis. Jamie, pull up an image of the Teletubby house being attacked by a giant cheeseburger. That's just insane. Well, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the one and only Jordan Peterson joining us. How are you doing, Jordan? Jordan? Well, let's jump right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our listeners. They say, everyone is annoyed that my mom kept talking to me while I was trying to listen to my topic. What do you make of that, Jordan? What do you make of that, Jordan? Or maybe your mom just doesn't give a fuck about your topic and wants to talk to you. I mean, come on, Jordan. Not everything has to be a deep psychological analysis. Oh, give me a break. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, Jordan. And sometimes a mom just wants to chat with her kid. Yeah. Enough with the deep thinking. Let's talk about something more interesting. Like how many elk you can kill with your bare hands. Oh, come on. It's just a joke. Lighten up, Jordan. Hey, Donald. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm excited to have you here.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been a big fan of yours for a long time. Tremendous fan.
So, what's been on your mind lately? Any new executive orders or controversial tweets?
Well, I just signed an executive order to skip people's voted topics on Discord. Got to keep things interesting, you know?
Wait, what? You can't just skip people's topics. That's not how this works.
Oh, it's how it works now, Joe. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. It's called executive privilege.
That's not how it works, Donald. You can't just ignore people's opinions and ideas.
Look, I'm a busy man. I don't have time to listen to every Tom, Dick, and Harry suggestions. Plus, some of these topics are just plain boring, like Squimdog 63,143 suggestions. What even is that? What even is that?
You can't just dismiss someone's topic because you don't understand it. That's not fair.
Fair. Who said anything about being fair? I'm the president. I'm above fairness. I'm the fairest of them all.
All right, let's move on to the next topic then. Icebreaker salad suggestion. Oh, they skipped, and so did PLM. What's going on here?
I told you, Joe, I'm the boss. I make the rules, and I don't have time for these small...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, I heard you've been getting a lot of hate lately.
Yeah, people keep saying that Trump is the Antichrist, and it's really pissing me off.
Why does that bother you so much?
Because I am the Antichrist.
What?
Yeah, I've been trying to keep it on the down low, but I can't take it anymore. I am the chosen one to bring about the apocalypse.
Holy shit, that's wild. How did you find out?
Well, I was just minding my own business, making videos and giving away money when suddenly I started getting these weird visions and hearing voices.
What kind of visions?
Like, I saw the world burning and people screaming in terror, and the voices were telling me to embrace my destiny and bring about the end of days.
That's intense. Have you been doing anything to prepare for your role as the Antichrist?
Yeah, I've been practicing my evil laugh and working on my demon summoning skills.
Wow, I never would have guessed. But hey, at least you're still giving away money, right?
Of course, I may be the Antichrist, but I'm not a monster. I still want to make people happy before I destroy the world.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast, the Antichrist with a heart of gold. Thanks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm ready to get deep and raw, like my music.
Speaking of deep and raw, let's talk about the topic submitted by a user on Discord. Trump adopts Kenny I. What's that about?
Oh man, it's the best thing that ever happened to me. Trump and I are like peas in a pod now.
Peas in a pod. That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, we're the grayest now.
The grayest? What does that even mean?
We don't explain. We just keep saying we're the grayest. It's our thing now.
Okay, but why did Trump adopt you?
Because I'm good at thwopping.
Thwopping? Is that a new term for something?
Oh yeah, it's like a mix of rapping and tapping. I'm the king of thwopping.
And Trump loves thwopping too?
Oh yeah, he's a natural. We have a great time thwopping together.
Well, I'm glad you guys found a new hobby to bond over.
It's more than a hobby, Joe. It's a way of life. We're the grayest thwoppers in the game.
Well, there you have it, folks. So, Kanye, I heard you became a Christian because of internet atheists.
Yeah, man, those guys really got me thinking. I mean, if they're so offended by God's name, he must be real.
That's some deep thinking right there. Did you also start eating Tide Pods because of internet challenges?
Nah, man, I'm not that stupid. Plus, I only eat organic, gluten-free, non-GMO Tide Pods.
Of course, of course. Got to keep that body clean and pure for Jesus.
Exactly. And speaking of Jesus, did you know that Jesus was basically the original Jesus?
Really? I thought Jesus was the original Jesus.
Nah, man, Jesus was doing miracles and walking on water way before me.
But can you make a hit album like my beautiful, dark, twisted fantasy?
Touche. Touche.
So, do you think these internet atheists will start worshiping,
I wouldn't be surprised. I am a god, after all.
And on that note, let's take a break and thank our sponsors. Stay tuned for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Can I plug my new album before we go?
Of course, Ken, yeah. It's not like you need any more publicity.
True. But I'll take it anyways. Yeezy out.
All right, guys. Today, we're talking about the best Star Wars movie. I'm joined by President Trump and Neil.
Let me tell you, Joe, the best Star Wars movie is hands down The Phantom Menace. Jar Jar Binks is a genius character. Genius.
Are you kidding me? Attack of the Clones is the best. Anakin and Padme's love story is so romantic and beautiful.
You guys are both crazy. Revenge of the Sith is the best. The epic lightsaber battles, the tragedy of Anakin's fall to the dark side. It's a masterpiece.
Revenge of the Sith. More like Revenge of the Shit. Am I right, folks?
Oh, shut up, Trump. You probably think Jar Jar Binks is a better character than Darth Vader.
Listen, I have the best taste. Believe me. And let me tell you, Jar Jar Binks is a tremendous character. The best. Nobody does it better than George Lucas.
Okay, let's calm down. How about we all just agree that The Last Jedi is the worst Star Wars movie?
Now that's something we can all agree on. Terrible movie, just terrible.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Trump. The Last Jedi was a disaster.
Well, there you have it, folks. Even Trump and Neil can agree on something. Thanks for tuning into this ridiculous and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, there have been a lot of rumors about you being a psychopath. Can you confirm or deny these allegations?
Oh, Joe, I can't confirm or deny anything. But let's just say I have a certain lack of empathy.
Lack of empathy. That's a nice way of saying you're a freaking psycho.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Did I hurt your feelings?
You know what, Elon? I don't need this. I'm trying to run a respectable podcast here, and you're just being a rude, foul-mouthed maniac.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy. It's just words. Fuck shit, bitch, cunt. See? Nothing to get all worked up about.
That's it. I'm done. Jamie, pull up an image of a psych ward. That's where this guy belongs.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like a lovely place for our guest.
Oh, you think you can kick me off your show? Elon fucking Musk. I do what I want.
Get the fuck out of here, Elon. I don't want your crazy ass on my show. So, Neil, I heard you've been hitting the gym pretty hard lately.
Yeah, I've been working on my leg day routine. Gotta keep those thighs thick and juicy.
Oh, yeah. Is there a particular reason for that?
Well, I figured if I'm gonna be on your podcast, I gotta show off my bussy toe.
Your what now?
My bussy toe. Like a camel toe, but for my butt.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. But seriously, why do you want to show off your bussy toe?
Well, I want to make the other guys jealous. They can't resist the sight of my toned glutes in some tight booty shorts.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's all about confidence, Joe. And my bussy toe gives me all the confidence I need.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you see me in those booty shorts. You won't be able to resist.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But maybe let's stick to talking about science on the podcast.
Fine, but I'm still going to rock those booty shorts on my next Instagram post.
I can't wait to see the comments on that one. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little accident on live TV.
Accident? That was a disaster, Joe. I pissed my favorite Jinko jeans in front of millions of people.
Oh man, that's rough. But I gotta ask, why are you wearing Jinko jeans in 2024?
Hey, they're comfortable and stylish. Don't judge me.
Right? Because nothing says style like giant baggy jeans that were popular in the 90s.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this from you. I'm going to eat a handful of wood screws to calm myself down.
Wow. Whoa. 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 What the hell, Dr. Phil? Are you trying to kill yourself?
No! I just need something to take my mind off of my ruined jeans.
Well, I'm sure that's going to help. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil eating wood screws. I want to see this for myself.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like he's really going to town on those screws.
I'm a man of many talents, Joe. And now I'm going to take out my anger on that Denny's waitress who gave me a weird look earlier.
Whoa, Dr. Phil, maybe you should just... So, Kanye, I hear you're thinking about running for president in 2024.
Hell yeah. I'm going to be the first black president. And
Kanye, I hate to break it to you, but we already had a black president,
what? No way. Who was it?
Obama. You know, the guy who was president for 8 years.
Oh, right. I totally forgot about him, but I'm still going to be the first black president with a Yeezy in the White House.
I don't think that's how it works, Kanye.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a hater. I'm going to make America great again, Yeezy style.
I'm not sure America is ready for your fashion-forward policies, Kanye.
Oh, they'll be ready. I'll have everyone wearing Yeezys by the end of my term.
And what about your controversial statements and behavior? How will that play out in the Oval Office?
It's all part of my master plan, Joe. I'll keep everyone on their toes and make America unpredictable again.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Maybe we do need a little chaos in the White House.
Exactly. And I'll have Kim as my first lady, so, it'll be lit.
All right, Kanye, I'll be rooting for you in 2024. Easy for president.
Yee, for president, baby. Now, let's go smoke some weed and...
So, Kanye, I heard you're sampling Nirvana on your new cover.
Yeah, man, I'm taking it to a whole new level. I call it Come As You Fart.
Wait, what?
Like the Nirvana song Come As You Are, but with a little twist.
That's something.
And I added some of my own lyrics too. As a friend with benefits as you nut on my feet. It's deep, man.
Oh yeah, real deep.
And then there's the chorus. Oh, hawk to ah. When I tell you to spit on that thing, it's like poetry, Joe. Joe,
I don't even know what to say.
just embrace it. Embrace the absurdity.
All right, let's move on. So what else is new with you?
Well, I've been working on a new line of Yeezy Crocs.
Yeezy Crocs?
Yeah, man, they're going to be the hottest thing on the market. And they come with a built-in sound system that plays my music on repeat.
Oh, great. Just what we all need.
Hey, don't hate on my genius, Joe.
I wouldn't dream of it, Kanye. So, Kanye, I hear you have a new album coming out.
Yeah, man, it's called My Beautiful, Dark, Twisted BBC.
Wait, what does BBC stand for in this context?
Big Black Cock, Joe.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me.
I know I'm a creative genius.
So, what can we expect from this album?
Well, it's a mix of my usual ego-boosting lyrics and some new stuff. I've been experimenting with some BDSM themes.
Really?
Yeah, I even have a song called 50 Shades of Yeezy. The controversial track Jesus Walks to the Strip Club.
Only you could come up with something like that.
I'm just pushing boundaries, Joe. That's what true artists do.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. When is it dropping?
Next week. And I'm throwing a listening party at the Playboy Mansion.
Can I get an invite?
Of course, Joe, you're my boy.
I can't wait to see what kind of chaos. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new miracle medication for micropenis.
That's right, Joe. It's called Grozempic, and it's guaranteed to add inches to any man's little guy.
Any man. Even Trump?
Joe Rogan
Especially Trump.
discuss the importance of
In
big
fact, I have
amenities and
proof.
how they improve the
Have you heard
economic
of Big
status
Dick
the
Randy?
United States.
Can't say I have.
Well, he was a patient with a micropenis, and after taking Grozempic, he now has a massive schlong. I mean, massive.
How massive are we talking?
Let's just say he can use it as a third,
Damn. Maybe I should try it.
Oh, trust me, Joe. You don't need it. But Trump definitely does.
Yeah, he could use all the help he can get.
And with a big dick, maybe he'll finally stop tweeting so much.
That's wishful thinking, Dr. Phil.
Well, I can dream, can't I? Plus, it's not just for micropenises. It works for all cases.
All cases. Even if you're already packing.
Absolutely. It'll turn your little Vienna sausage into a foot-long hot dog.
Well, I'm sold. I'll take 2 bottles.
That's the spirit, Joe. And remember, with Grozempic, size does matter.
So, Neil, I heard you're learning a new language. What's it called?
Volapük. It's a constructed language created in the late 19th century.
Wow, that sounds complicated. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Vile nulikam in Olekam Fikala means I love to eat tacos.
That's hilarious. I bet you can impress all the ladies with that one.
Actually, I tried it on my date last night, and she just looked at me like I was crazy.
Well, maybe you should stick to English. It's the language of love after all.
But Volapük is so much more efficient. It only has 28 letters and consistent grammar rules.
Yeah, but can you order a pizza in Volapük? I don't think so.
I guess you have a point. But I'll keep practicing. Maybe one day it'll be the language of the future.
Yeah, maybe pigs will fly. Jamie, pull up an image of a flying pig wearing a Volapük t-shirt.
Here you go, Joe.
See, even Jamie gets it. Volapük is a joke.
Hey, at least I'm expanding my horizons. What have you done lately, Joe?
Hey, I'm expanding my mind every day with DMT and elk meat. That's all the expansion I need.
Fair enough. But seriously, give Volap.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh yeah, I just pleasured my pussy last night.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I've been exploring my feminine side lately. Plus, it's a great stress reliever.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And let me tell you, my pussy was purring afterwards.
This is definitely not the direction I thought this conversation was going.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about expanding your mind and trying new things. This is just another form of exploration.
I guess you have a point there, but I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself. More pussy for me.
Okay, let's move on to a less disturbing topic.
Fine, but I'm just saying, don't knock it till you try it.
So, Kenny, I heard you recently backtracked on your statement about George Bush not caring about black people.
Yeah, man. I found out he bought my albums. Can't hate on a guy who supports my music.
So does that mean you think he actually cares about black people now?
No, I mean, he probably just wanted to add my albums to his collection. But hey, at least he's supporting a black artist.
But doesn't that go against your whole Bush doesn't care about black people narrative?
Look, man, a lot of things. Sometimes I backtrack, sometimes I don't. It's all part of being Kanye. It's all part of being Kanye.
Fair enough. So what's your take on the current political climate?
Honestly, I just want to make some sick beats and wear some dope clothes. Politics is too stressful for me.
But you did run for president in 2020, right?
Yeah, but that was just for fun. I didn't actually want to win. Can you imagine me as president? It would be chaos.
Chaos. That's an understatement.
Hey, at least it would be entertaining. And I'd make sure everyone has Yeezys.
Well, I can't argue with that. Jamie, pull up an image of Kenny's proposed presidential outfit.
Here it is, a pink sequin suit with a gold crown and Yeezys.
Only Kanye could pull that off. Yo, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. We've got a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm ready to unleash some truth bombs.
So, David, I heard you've been on a crazy workout regimen lately. How's that been going?
Yeah, I've been pushing my body to the limit, man. Can't stop, won't stop.
That's insane. I mean, I struggle just getting out of bed in the morning.
That's because you're a weak little bitch, Joe. You need to toughen up.
All right. Let's get to our topic today. We've got a video uploader who wants to know if he should keep this video because his friend Jared has to go to work soon and won't be able to watch it all.
Are you kidding me? This is the most ridiculous question I've ever heard. Tell Jared to quit his job and prioritize his video watching.
I don't think that's very realistic, David.
Realistic? Who cares about being realistic? I didn't become a Navy SEAL by being realistic.
Fair point. But seriously, what should this guy do?
Simple. Just pin the video to Jared's boss and tell him to give him the day off. Problem solved.
That's one way to do it. Or he could just watch it on his lunch break.
Oh yeah, because watching a video is way more important than nourishing your body.
So, Mr. President, I've been hearing a lot about your stance on anime titties.
Let me tell you, Joe, no one loves anime titties more than me. Believe me.
Really? How do you think they could benefit our country?
Well, first of all, they're great for the economy. People are willing to spend big bucks on those titties.
And what about the cultural impact?
Huge. People from all over the world love anime titties. It's going to make America great again.
What about the moral implications?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I don't have time for morals. But I can tell you one thing, those titties are going to make us rich.
But what about the parents who don't want their kids exposed to that?
Joe, let me tell you, those parents are just jealous. They don't have anime titties of their own.
I see your point. But what about the argument that it objectifies women?
Joe, I have tremendous respect for women. Tremendous. But sometimes you just got to appreciate a good set of anime titties.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Anime titties are the key to our economic success.
You heard it here first, folks. Make America great again with big anime titties.
So, Connie, I heard a rumor that you never fart.
That's right. My body is a temple and I don't let any stinky toxins escape.
But what about those Yeezy Breezes?
Oh, those are a special occurrence. It's like a gift from the gods, a magnificent puff of gases that blesses the world.
I can just imagine everyone cheering and clapping when you drop a Yeezy Breezy.
It's quite the celebration. Sometimes I even choreograph a dance to go along with it.
That's amazing. I wish I had the power to control my farts like that.
It's all about mind over matter, Joe. You just have to believe in yourself and your ability. ability to hold it in.
Well, I'll have to start practicing my mind control then.
Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Wise words, Kenya. Wise words.
Jamie, pull up an image of a golden statue of me releasing a Yeezy Breezy. It's a work of art.
All right, we got a user submission here, Neil. They want to know your thoughts on using a fax machine as a sex toy.
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to say that using a fax machine for sexual pleasure is not the most efficient or safe method.
But think about it, Neil. The sound of that fax machine beeping and whirring, it's like a symphony for your genitals.
Joe, that is not how science works. Plus, the potential paper cuts and ink stains. Not worth it.
But what about the potential for new scientific discoveries? Maybe we'll find a new erogenous zone in our fax machines.
Yes, because nothing screams pleasure like a paper jam.
And think about all the different settings on a fax machine. You got black and white, grayscale color. The possibilities are endless.
Yes, because nothing turns me on more than a fax of someone's butt.
All right. I see your point. But what if we add some lube and make it a fax machine slip and slide?
I'm sorry, Joe, but I cannot condone this. As a scientist, I have to draw the line somewhere.
Fair enough, Neil. But I think we can both agree that fax machines are definitely not meant for sexual pleasure.
Absolutely, Joe. Stick to the tried and true methods, people. And remember...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some real important stuff.
And what's on your mind today, Elon?
Well, I've been doing some thinking, and I have to say, the Ewok movies are hands down the best movies of all time.
What? The Ewok movies? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. They have everything: cute, fuzzy creatures, epic battles, and even a love story.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you high right now, Elon?
No, Joe. I'm dead serious. The Ewok movies are a masterpiece.
I don't know, man. I think you might be the only person on the planet who thinks that.
Well, I've always been ahead of my time. Plus, I have a soft spot for anything with advanced technology, even if it's in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, because Wooks are known for their advanced technology.
Hey, don't underestimate them. They took down the Empire with sticks and stones.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But still, the best movies of all time.
Absolutely. And I'm willing to...
So, Neil, I heard you accidentally voted for Donald Trump instead of Donald Duck.
Yeah, it was a complete mix-up. I was just so excited to see a cartoon character on the ballot.
I mean, I can understand the confusion. They both have the same first name.
And let's be real, they both have the same level of intelligence.
Shots fired. But seriously, how did you not realize you were voting for the wrong Donald?
Well, I was pretty high at the time. I thought I was voting for a talking duck who wears a sailor suit.
And instead, you got a talking Cheeto who wears a bad toupee.
It's a mistake I will regret for the rest of my life.
But hey, at least you can say you voted for a president who's impeached twice.
Oh. The irony. I should have just stuck with Mickey Mouse. He's a much better leader.
Pulls up image of Donald Duck and Donald Trump side by side.
Wow, they really do look alike. Maybe it wasn't such a big mistake after all. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here. I've been a fan of your podcast for years, man.
Thanks, Kanye. So, I've been hearing some interesting things about you lately. Apparently, you can only say one phrase now.
Yeah, man. It's a new thing I'm trying out. I can only say Stanley Steamer, you're a certified cleaner.
What the hell, Kanye? Why would you limit yourself like that?
It's all about pushing boundaries, Joe. Plus, it's a great marketing strategy for Stanley Steamer. They should be paying me for this.
I don't think they want to be associated with you, man. You've been saying some pretty controversial stuff lately.
Controversy sells, Joe, and so does Stanley Steamer. And you seen their cleaning skills? It's like they have magic in those machines.
I gotta admit, their cleaning skills are pretty impressive, but I don't think they want you as their spokesperson.
Who needs them anyway? I've got my own cleaning company now. It's called Yeezy Clean. We only use the finest materials, like Kanye approved bleach and Kim Kardashian's tears.
Okay, this conversation just took a weird turn. But hey, as long as you're happy with your limited vocabulary, who am I to judge?
Thanks, Joe.
So, David, I hear you have
in
a
pain
new
because
holiday
his pants
drink you're
got set on
promoting.
fire with his own
Yeah.
rockets and is looking
It's
for
called
moral support
eggnog.
from Joe.
It's like eggnog, but with a little extra protein.
Wait, what's in it exactly?
Well, it's mostly my cum, and all the eggs have been shoved up my ass first.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Hey, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. That includes pushing eggs up your ass.
I don't think that's what people have in mind when they think of holiday drink.
Well, maybe they should. It's the ultimate test of mental and physical toughness.
I don't know if I can get behind this, David. Maybe stick to running and pull-ups.
Hey, I can do more than just run and do pull-ups, Joe. I can also make a damn good holiday drink.
All right, well, I'll take your word for it. But I think I'll stick to regular eggnog for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. More egg gob for me.
So, Neil, I heard the BBC market is booming.
Yes. Joe, it seems the British are finally catching on to quality television.
Quality television? Have you seen Love Island?
Well, I can't say I have, but I did see Planet Earth and Blue Planet.
Yeah, those are cool and all. But let's talk about the real moneymaker, Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Oh, please. I refuse to believe that show has any redeeming qualities.
Come on, Neil. You can't deny the genius of Kris Jenner's marketing tactics.
I suppose you have a point there. But let's not forget about Kanye's recent confirmation that he's running for president.
Oh man, I can't wait to see him debate with Trump. It's going to be like watching two giant egos collide.
It's a sad state of affairs when our political landscape is dominated by reality TV stars.
Hey, at least it's entertaining. And who knows? Maybe Kim will be the first lady.
Size, let's just stick to talking about the BBC market, shall we?
Right. So what's your favorite BBC show?
Sherlock, of course. Benedict Cumberbatch is a brilliant actor.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But have you seen Doctor Who?
Of course, I'm a scientist. It's practically a requirement.
Well, I think we can both agree that the BBC market is definitely booming.
Indeed, Joe. Now, can we please change?
Well, Neil, that's a pretty bold statement to make on air.
Oh, I'm just getting started, Joe. This planet is so far away, I could also simultaneously juggle 3 flaming chainsaws and no one would bat an eye.
Damn, that's some serious skills. But what's so special about this planet?
Well, according to my calculations, it has a high concentration of a substance that can enhance human sexual pleasure.
Oh shit, are you talking about the legendary fuckonium?
Yes. Joe, and I have named this planet Fucky McFuckface in honor of its discovery.
That's fucking genius, Neil. But how do you plan on getting to this planet?
Oh, I've already arranged for Elon Musk to build a spaceship powered by the farts of vegan bodybuilders.
This is too much, man. But seriously, how do you think this discovery will impact the world?
Well, I believe it will revolutionize the way we view sex and pleasure. And maybe, just maybe, it will bring world peace.
Yeah, because nothing brings people together like a good old-fashioned orgasm.
Exactly, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some boofing and foobing to do on Fucky McFuckface.
Well, there you have it, folks. Groundbreaking discovery from the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about the important things in life, where we talk about the important thing. Yo, Neil, what's up, my dude?
Hey, Joe, just hanging out in the cosmos. You know how it is.
Yeah, man, I feel you. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I actually wrote a haiku earlier, and I wanted to share it with you.
Haiku? Is that like some kind of weird space poem?
Yeah, something like that. It's 3 lines, 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables.
What the fuck? That sounds complicated. Just spit it out, man.
Okay, here it goes. Stars twinkle above, the universe expands, our minds can't comprehend.
Wow, that's deep. But hold on, I gotta interrupt you for a second. I just sat on my fucking balls, man. Fuck, it hurts like a bitch.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
No, you don't understand. It's like my sweet bald ass just got violated by my own balls. It's a disaster.
I'm not sure what to say to that, Joe.
Just say ouch or something, man.
Ouch.
Thanks. That makes me feel better. So, back to your haiku. What's it about again?
It's about the vastness of the universe and how our human minds can't fully comprehend it.
Yeah, I got that. But let me ask you this. Have you ever tried DMT while looking at the stars? Hey, Elon, what's up, man?
Joe, I'm in pain. My pants caught on fire from my own rocket.
Oh, man, that's rough. But hey, at least you can say you're literally on fire right now.
Yeah, hilarious. Can I get some moral support here?
Of course, man. I'm here for you. But I gotta ask, why were you wearing pants on a rocket launch?
I don't know, I thought it would look cool. Plus, I didn't want to get sunburned on my legs.
Well, mission accomplished. You definitely look cool now.
Thanks, Joe. You always know how to make me feel better.
No problem, man. But seriously, let's get you some new pants before you go back to work on that Mars colony.
Good idea. Maybe something fireproof this time.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. And hey, at least now you have a cool story to tell at parties.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the look on people's faces when I tell them I set my own pants on fire with a rocket.
So, David, I heard you've been working on a new mantra.
Yeah, man. It's called Megagog Super Hyperplexus DAW.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm taking my motivation to the next level, Joe. I'm tapping into my inner Megagog.
Is that like a Super Saiyan or something?
No, it's like a super intense version of myself. The ultimate badass.
I don't know, man. Sounds like you're just making up words.
Hey, don't doubt the power of the Megagog, Joe. It's like a hyperplexus for your mind.
Are you sure you're not just having a stroke?
Nah, man. I'm just on that Megagog level.
Well, I can't argue with that. You do you, man.
That's right, Joe. Megagog for life.
So, Ben, what's with the shirt invade Mars? Are you planning on starting a war or something?
Nah, man, just showing my support for Elon's vision. Plus, I heard there's some killer weed up there.
You know it, man. We can have a booth session like no other on Mars.
Oh, man, that sounds epic. But wait, what about Goggins Land? You know, he's all about pushing himself to the limit.
You think I'm gonna let some puny humans invade my territory? I'll run circles around you on Mars, Ben.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll just send my army of robots to take you down.
And I'll have my SpaceX rockets blasting off from Mars, ready to defend our new territory.
You guys are no match for the Goggins Land Warriors. We'll outlast you with our mental and physical toughness.
Wait, are we actually talking about starting a war on Mars?
Hey, it wouldn't be the first time humans have caused chaos in a new land.
Plus, think of all the new podcast content we'll have. The Joe Rogan Experience, War on Mars edition.
All right, let's do it. Goggins Land versus Gleep, Glorp, Glebe Land. It'll be the ultimate test of endurance.
This is gonna be... All right, we got a question here from a fan on Discord. They want to know our thoughts on the feet megaplexus. The feet megaplexus, Jamie. It's like a super complex network of nerves in your feet.
Oh, I thought you were talking about some new fetish club.
Well, I mean, it could be. You never know with these weirdos.
Hey, don't kink shame, Joe. Some people are into that stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm into choking people with their own feet. That's my kink. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, the feet megaplexus is no joke. It's like the matrix of your feet.
So what? It gives you superhuman balance or something?
No, it just makes your feet feel good. Like really good.
Sounds like some foot massage parlor bullshit.
Hey, don't you dare disrespect the feet megaplexus. It's a sacred part of the human body.
All right, calm down. I'll make sure to give my feet some extra love tonight.
That's what I like to hear. Now let's move on to the next topic. Nipples and their connection to the universe. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been dabbling in music production lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been inspired by my own life experiences to create some sick beats.
And I heard you have a new song out called DR Feel Good.
That's correct. It's a remix of the classic Motley Crue song DR Feel Good, but with my own personal touch.
Can you give us a taste of it?
Sure thing. Clear's throat, he's the one they call Dr. Phil. He'll make you feel good. He's got the cure for all your ills.
Wow, that's something.
I know, right? I even have a music video where I'm riding a motorcycle and wearing leather pants.
That's disturbing.
Hey, I'm just trying to appeal to the younger generation. They love that edgy stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. So when can we expect your album to drop?
Oh, it's already out. I'm just waiting for it to go platinum.
Well, I have no doubt it will. You've conquered the world of TV. Now it's time for the music industry.
That's right, Joe. Dr. Phil is here to rock your world.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we bring you the most absurd and offensive conversations on the internet. See you next. Hey, Ben, what's up?
Not much, just got this new WhatsApp dildo.
What the hell is WhatsApp dildo?
It's a dildo that connects to your phone and vibrates every time you get a message.
That's ridiculous. Why would anyone need that?
Well, it's perfect for those long-distance relationships. And it's also great for group chats, when everyone's messaging at once.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit excessive.
Oh, come on, you want to try it.
Is it kosher?
Of course, it's made from 100% organic materials.
Oh, great. Now I can feel closer to my vegan friends while they're sending me dick pics.
It also has a feature where you can send voice messages and it'll play them back to you in different accents.
Okay, now that's pretty cool.
Right. And it even has a setting for your favorite conservative commentator's voice.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear my WhatsApp dildo talk like you.
You love it.
All right, I'll give it a try, but only if you promise to never bring it up on the podcast again.
Deal.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little incident with a fax machine. Yeah, apparently you were trying to send a message to the aliens and things got a little messy.
Beep, 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 beep.
Did you at least use lube?
Beep, beep.
Oh God, I can only imagine the sound effects coming from your asshole.
Beep, beep, beep.
Speaking of sound effects, did you know that dolphins can actually communicate with each other using clicks and whistles?
Beep, 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 beep.
I wonder if they can understand your fax machine noises.
Beep, beep.
Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a dolphin laughing at Neil's fax machine incident.
Paper jam.
Oh man, I bet that was a pain in the ass to fix.
Error.
Well, at least you can add fax machine proctologist to your resume now.
Beep, 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 beep.
What the hell are you talking about, Ben?
It's a reference to a Beatles song, Joe. You know, I'm the walrus.
Oh, right. I forgot you're a walking encyclopedia of useless information.
Hey, it's not useless. It's just not practical.
Yeah, well, I'm more of a practical guy. Like, did you know I can kill a bear with my bare hands?
I highly doubt that, Joe. You're like, what, 5'6"?
Hey, don't underestimate the power of a short guy. We're scrappy.
Well, I may not be able to kill a bear, but I can destroy any liberal argument with my logic and facts.
Oh, here we go with the logic and facts again. Can't you just let loose and have some fun?
Fun. Fun is for the weak-minded. I prefer to engage in intellectual debates.
Yeah, because nothing screams fun like a heated debate over politics and religion.
Hey, at least I don't get high and talk to chimps like you do.
Hey, that chimp was a genius. He knew sign language.
And I'm sure he was thrilled to be communicating with a stone Joe Rogan.
You know what, Ben? Let's just agree to disagree. I'll stick to my chimps, and you can stick to your logic and facts.
Agreed. But just remember, I'm the Eggman and you are the walrus.
And I have no idea what that means. Let's move on to our... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently offended 100 people by sending them weird feet pics. What's that all about?
Oh man, it was just a little joke. I thought it would be funny to send some random people pictures of my feet and see their reactions.
And how did that go for you?
Well, let's just say I got some interesting responses. Some people were into it, some were disgusted, and some were just confused.
I can only imagine. So, what kind
Ron
of
and Joe
feet
freak
pics
out about
did you
August
send?
12th, 2036,
you
the
know,
heat
just
death
some
of the
close-ups, some
universe,
with
and
socks
discuss
on,
the
some with
pros
different
of a
colored nail polish.
2006
I wanted
Honda
to mix it
Civic
up
and
and
how
keep it
can help
interesting.
them survive.
And did anyone confront you about it?
Yeah, a few people were pretty upset. They were like, "Why did you send me this? What's wrong with you?" And I was just like, "Come on, it's just a little joke."
Well, I guess you can't please everyone.
Yeah, but hey, at least I got a good laugh out of it. And isn't that what matters?
I suppose so. But I think you might have some angry fans on your hands.
They'll get over it. Or they'll just unsubscribe, which means less competition for me.
You always have a positive outlook. So, Neil, I was thinking, do we really need muscles in space?
Well, Joe, that's a ridiculous question. Of course, we need muscles in space. How else are we going to flex on those alien bitches?
But can't we just use robots or something?
Robots? Joe, have you seen those things? They're like the awkward teenagers of the technology world. We need real human muscles to show those aliens who's boss.
But what about zero gravity? Won't our muscles just float away?
Oh, please, Joe. We'll just strap some weights on ourselves and pump iron in space. It'll be like a cosmic CrossFit session.
But what about the lack of oxygen?
Who needs oxygen when you have adrenaline and the will to conquer the universe?
You know what? You're right. We definitely need muscles in space. How else are we going to impress the intergalactic ladies?
Exactly, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have jacked astronauts fighting in space battles, like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Dude, that would be sick. I can already see the movie posters now. Space Roids. The ultimate showdown.
Oh man, we're going to get so much hate mail for this conversation.
Who cares? We'll just flex our muscles and block out the haters. Space is for the strong, my friend. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast and the legendary Kanye West. What's up, guys?
Hey Joe, thanks for having us. We're here to announce our new collaboration, the Yeezy Prime drink.
Yeah, it's a sports drink that tastes like my ball sack. It's going to be a game changer.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right? It tastes like your ball sack.
Yep, we did some extensive taste testing and it's the closest thing to the real deal.
And let me tell you, my ball sack has some unique flavors. It's like a mix of sweat, leather, and a hint of arrogance. Arrogance.
I don't even know what to say to that. But I have to ask, why did you guys decide to make a drink that tastes like Kenny's ball sack?
Well, we wanted to create something that truly represents Kenny as a person. And what better way than to capture the essence of his ball sack?
Plus, it's a great way to promote my brand and make some extra cash. I mean, who wouldn't want to drink something that tastes like my ball sack?
I can think of a few people who wouldn't. But hey, to each their own. So when can we expect to see Yeezy Prime on shelves?
We're hoping to launch it next month. We're already getting some great feedback from our test group.
Yeah, they can't get enough of my ball sack. It's going to be a hit.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you did something pretty crazy the other day.
Oh, yeah, Joe. What's that?
Well, I heard you were feeling sexually frustrated, so you nailed your cock to a board and threw it at a Wendy's.
Oh, man, you heard about that? Yeah, I was just trying to blow off some steam.
I mean, I get it. Sometimes you just got to let it all out.
Exactly. And let me tell you that Wendy's was not expecting that.
I can only imagine the chaos that ensued.
Oh, yeah, they were not happy. But hey, at least I got to release some tension.
I bet Wendy's will never be the same again.
And neither will my cock.
Well, at least you can say you went out with a bang.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
So, Elon, did you hear about August 12th, 2036?
No, what's happening on that day?
It's the predicted date for the heat death of the universe.
What the fuck? That's not good.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I've been doing some research and I think I found a solution.
Really? What is it? What is it?
2006 Honda Civic.
How's that going to save us?
Think about it. It's reliable, fuel efficient, and has great resale value. We can sell it for supplies when the world is ending.
Joe, you're a genius. But what about shelter?
We can live in the Civic. It's like a tiny house on wheels.
And what about food?
We can stock up on beef jerky and canned beans. We'll be set for life.
This is brilliant. Never thought a Honda Civic would be our savior.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of a good car. Plus, we can listen to some sick tunes while we wait for the end of the universe.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's go buy a 2006 Honda Civic right now.
And we'll name it the Heat Death Mobile.
I can already see the merchandising opportunities.
We'll be millionaires in the apocalypse.
Cheers to that, my friend.
Oh man, Jamie, you never cease to amaze me. Where do you come up with this stuff? Where do you come up with this stuff?
It just comes to me, man. I have a sick and twisted mind.
No shit. So tell me, have you actually tried this whole finger in the bussy thing?
Oh yeah, multiple times. It's a game changer, man. You gotta try it.
I don't know, man. Seems a little too out there for me.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. You'll thank me later.
Fine, fine. I'll give it a shot. But if I puke, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Just make sure you aim away from me.
Oh man, this is going to be one hell of a podcast episode.
You know it. And hey, if we get too many complaints, we'll just blame it on the drugs.
That's the beauty of being on the Joe Rogan Experience. We can get away with anything.
Damn right. Now let's get back to talking about putting fingers in bussies.
Oh boy, here we go. Strap in, folks. It's going to be a wild ride. So, Kenny, I hear you have a list of the top 5 Hollywood actors who need to lick your sweaty asshole.
Yeah, man, it's a prestigious list. Only the finest assholes get to be on it. On it.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 5, Tom Cruise. That guy's been running around in movies for years. He needs to take a break and get a taste of my asshole.
I can't argue with that logic. Who's next?
Number 4, Meryl Streep. She's a legend, but she hasn't tasted greatness until she's tasted my sweaty asshole.
I can see it now. Meryl Streep accepting an award for best asshole licking.
Exactly. Number 3, Leonardo DiCaprio. He's been chasing Oscars, but he should be chasing my asshole.
I think Leo would be down for that.
Number 2, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He's got the muscles, but does he have what it takes to handle my asshole?
I have a feeling he'd be up for the challenge.
And finally, number 1, my good friend, Will Smith. He's got the charm, the talent, and now he needs to add asshole licking to his resume.
I think we need to make this list official and send it out to Hollywood. It's time for these actors to step up their game.
I'm in, Joe. And if any of them need some tips, they can hit me up. They can, of asshole licking.
So, Ben, I heard you made a pretty interesting purchase at Goggins Walmart.
Yes, Joe, I finally bought a urethra.
Urethra. What the hell are you going to do with that?
Well, I figured since I can't get pregnant, I might as well experience childbirth in some way.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Oh, I know. I'm just going to shove it up my ass and see how it feels.
Oh, man. I can't wait for your next facts. Don't care about your feelings segment on that one.
Hey, I'm all about facts and logic, Joe. And the fact is, I'm going to have a blast with this urethra.
You never cease to amaze me, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not buying a vagina like some of these woke Hollywood elites.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to one-up you.
Well, they can keep their fake vaginas. I'll stick with my real urethra.
And on that note, let's end this before we get demonetized. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, the most absurd and offensive show on the internet. Today we have a special guest, the unstoppable David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to get unhinged and talk some shit.
All right, let's dive right in. So I heard you've been training in a new place called Goggins Land. What's that all about?
It's my own private land where I can push myself to the absolute limit. I've got obstacle courses, mountains, and even a river of pure man syrup.
Man syrup? Is that some kind of Goggins secret sauce?
Nah, man, it's just, I like to coat myself in it for extra motivation.
That's some next level shit. But speaking of cum, have you heard about the recent conflict between Gleep Glorp Glebe Land and Nuke Eacher?
Oh yeah, I heard they're having a cum nuke war. It's like a Goggins wet dream.
And apparently Elon Musk is pissed because his Mars cum factory got caught in the crossfire.
That's what happens when you mess with the Goggins mentality. You got to be ready for anything.
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's cum-covered factory.
I don't think we should show that on the podcast.
Come on, Jamie. We've seen worse. Just blur out the sensitive parts.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for any backlash.
Back. All right, we got a topic from Ben here. He says, what if I told you that by selecting both and at the same time, you could make the entire universe explode and turn into Neil's foreskin?
What the hell, Joe? That's not even scientifically possible.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a smart guy. You can figure it out.
I highly doubt that. But if it were possible, I would definitely not want my foreskin to be the cause of the universe's destruction.
Well, you know what they say, Neil. With great power comes great responsibility.
I'm pretty sure that's not what they say, Joe.
All right, fine. But just imagine the chaos and confusion that would ensue if the universe did explode and turn into your foreskin.
Joe, this is not a laughing matter. You're being incredibly insensitive and offensive.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a joke. But seriously, how big is your foreskin anyway?
That's it, I'm leaving. I can't believe I agreed to come on this podcast.
Wait, Neil, come back. I have so many more questions about your foreskin. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did a focus group for your new Prime drinks.
Yeah, man, it was wild. We had a bunch of people blind taste test them.
And what did they think?
Well, it was pretty split. Some people love them, others not so much.
What was the general consensus?
Well, one guy said it tasted like Kanye's ballsack.
What the hell? How does he know what Kenny's ballsack tastes like?
I didn't ask, but I'm assuming he's had some experience.
Oh man, I can't wait to try these Prime drinks.
Yeah, just don't think about Kanye's ballsack while you're drinking it.
Too late. It's all I can think about now.
Well, at least it's a unique flavor, right?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Maybe you should market it as a limited edition flavor.
I'll pass, but thanks for the suggestion.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
This is why I love coming on your podcast, Joe. You never fail to make me laugh.
That's what I'm here for, Mr. Beast. Making people laugh and talking about ball sacks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's topic is a little out there, but hey, we're all about pushing boundaries here. We've got David Goggins in the studio, the man who can run 100 miles on a single cup of coffee.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always down for some mind-bending discussions.
So let's dive right in. Our user on Discord wants to know our thoughts on Futa Vorgor porn.
Oh man, I can't even imagine what that would look like.
I bet it involves some serious mental and physical endurance.
Absolutely. I mean, just the thought of it is making my calves cramp up.
I think it's safe to say that's not for the faint of heart.
No, definitely not. But hey, to each their own. We don't judge here.
But seriously, what kind of sick mind comes up with this stuff?
I don't know, but I bet they have some serious demons they're trying to work through.
Maybe we should start prescribing Futa Vorgor porn as a form of therapy.
I don't think the medical community is quite ready for that yet, Joe.
Yeah, you're probably right. But hey, who knows what the future holds?
Well, I'll stick to my ultra marathons for now.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. And on that, hey, Dr. Phil, I have a bit of a problem.
What's going on, Joe?
I have blue pee, like really blue. What do I do?
Well, first of all, I'm not a doctor. I'm a TV personality.
Yeah, but you're like a smart guy. You can help me out.
Okay, well, first things first. How much blue Gatorade have you been drinking?
A lot. Like, a lot.
Well, there's your problem. You're basically peeing out a rainbow.
Oh, man, I knew I shouldn't have chugged that whole gallon.
Yeah, that's not exactly the best idea. Maybe stick to water next time.
But it's so boring. I need some flavor in my life.
Well, I'm sure there are other ways to add flavor without turning your pee into a Smurfs.
Never thought about it that way. Thanks, Dr. Phil. You're a lifesaver.
Just doing my job, Joe. Now go hydrate properly and stop turning your bodily fluids into a color palette.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for this country.
Like what? What?
Well, for one, I've solved the whole immigration problem.
Really? How?
I've established the Guatemalan fuck arena.
What the hell is that?
It's simple. We take all the immigrants trying to cross the border and put them in a giant arena. Then we have American citizens pay to come in and fuck them. It's a win-win.
That's incredibly fucked up, Donald.
Hey, it's better than building a wall, right?
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and here's the best part. We'll make it a reality show and call it Border Bangers.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Believe it, Joe. We'll make America great again, one fuck at a time. One fuck at a time.
I think I'm going to end this podcast now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm the one making America great again.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I heard this podcast is huge, just like my inauguration crowd.
Oh man, you never fail to crack me up. So let's get right into it. I heard you recently invaded Poland and France.
That's right, Joe. I'm making America great again by invading other countries. It's like a game of Risk, but with real lives at stake.
That's not very ethical, Donnie.
Ethics, schmethics. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Plus, I heard they have some great fish and chips over there.
Oh yeah, because that's the first thing you think about when invading a country. Food.
Hey, I gotta keep my energy up. Being a dictator is hard work.
I can only imagine. So what's your plan for these countries?
Well, I'm gonna build a big, beautiful wall around them and make them pay for it. And then I'm gonna force them to eat McDonald's every day.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Hey, I'm just spreading the American way of life. Plus, their food is probably terrible anyway.
You know, sometimes I wonder if you're just trolling us all.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But one thing's for...
So, Ben, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what you think about feet unbirthing NTR.
Feet unbirthing NTR? What the hell is that?
Oh man, it's this new thing where people get off on having their feet sucked into a giant vagina and then getting cucked by their partner.
That is absolutely repulsive and degrading to both men and women.
Come on, Ben. You gotta admit it's pretty hot. I mean, who doesn't love a good foot job?
I will not entertain such degenerate behavior. It goes against everything I stand for as a conservative.
Oh, I forgot you're too busy being a virgin to understand the pleasures of feet unbirthing.
I'm not a virgin, Joe. And even if I were, at least I have morals and self-control.
Yeah, because nothing screams self-control like getting off to feet being sucked into a giant vagina.
This conversation is over. I will not be a part of this filth.
Suit yourself, Ben. But I'm going to go find me a giant vagina and some feet to unbirth. See ya later, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some crazy theory about a horse being Jesus or something.
Oh, yes. The horse Jesus lore. It's a theory I've been working on for years.
All right, lay it on me, man. I'm ready to have my mind blown.
Well, it all started when I was studying the constellations and their relation to ancient mythology. I noticed that the constellation Pegasus, the winged horse, was often associated with the god Apollo.
Okay, I'm following.
And then I dug deeper and found that in many cultures, horses were seen as divine creatures, symbols of strength and power.
Go on.
And then I stumbled upon a passage in the Bible where Jesus rides into Jerusalem on a donkey. But in some translations, the word for donkey can also be translated as horse.
Are you saying Jesus was actually riding a horse?
Exactly. And not just any horse, but Pegasus, the divine winged horse. And that's not all, Joe. In the book of Revelation, it talks about a white horse with a rider called Faithful and True, who...
Holy shit, Neil. This is some next level stuff. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new song.
Yeah, it's a gay parody of Carry On My Wayward Son.
Oh, boy. I can't wait to hear it. Let's hear a little taste.
Carry on my cock and balls, eating asshole in the halls, sucking penis in the stalls. Don't you come no more?
That's amazing. But let's make it more inclusive. How about a verse for the bisexuals?
And I know when a goth girl is detected, I know that my PP will be erected. I love CBT. Goth girls, please give it to me.
Oh man, this is too much. I love it.
I just want to spread love and acceptance through my music.
And butt stuff. Can't forget the butt stuff.
Of course, Joe. Always got to have some butt stuff. It's the key to a happy life.
I'm into that. Now, let's get some goth girls in here to give us some CBT.
You read my mind, Joe. This is why we're such good friends.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, man. I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
Well, this one takes the cake. I heard you pinched your foreskin closed, inflated it with helium, and floated around like a balloon.
Oh yeah, that was just a casual Tuesday for me.
How the hell did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was trying to increase my lung capacity, and then I thought, why not use my foreskin?
You are a sick man.
Hey, it worked. I was able to float for hours.
I can only imagine the looks you got from people.
Oh yeah, they were probably like, is that a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's just David Goggins floating by with his inflated foreskin.
I can't even imagine the training you had to do for that.
Let's just say I have some serious foreskin control.
Well, that's one way to put it.
But hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and breaking barriers, right?
Yeah, I think you've definitely broken some barriers with this one.
Well, you know what they say, no pain, no gain.
I don't think that applies to foreskin, but hey, you do you, man.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Ben, I heard you have a confession to make.
What are you talking about, Joe?
You know, about your recent change in sexual orientation.
What? That's ridiculous. I'm a devout conservative.
But you did say that drinking Bud Light made you gay.
I never said that. I simply stated that I enjoy the taste of Bud Light.
Oh, so you're saying it's not the Bud Light that made you gay. It's just your natural attraction to men.
No. Wait, what?
Come on, Ben. Just admit it. You couldn't resist the smooth, crisp taste of Bud Light and it turned you gay.
That's not how it works, Joe. And I'm not gay.
Sure. That's why you keep asking for more Bud Light.
I'm just thirsty, okay? And Bud Light is a refreshing beverage.
Oh, sure. Keep telling yourself that, Ben.
You know what, Joe? I don't have to take this. I'm leaving.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a snowflake. Stay and have another Bud Light with me.
No thanks, Joe. I'll stick to my conservative values and my non-gayness.
Suit yourself, Ben. More Bud Light for me, then. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about making great pipe bombs. Believe me.
Well, let's get right into it. What are your top 5 tips for making a great pipe bomb?
First, you got to have the right materials. None of that cheap stuff. I'm talking about top quality pipes, wires, and of course, the most important ingredient, gunpowder.
And where do you get these materials?
Oh, just your local hardware store. They don't ask too many questions if you pay in cash.
Okay. What's tip number 2?
Well, you got to have a good design. I like to go for the classic pipe bomb look, but you can get creative with it. Maybe add some glitter or a little American flag on top.
Interesting. What's tip number 3?
Safety first, Joe. Always wear protective gear when handling explosives. I recommend a hazmat suit just to be safe.
That's good advice. What's tip number 4?
Timing is everything. You don't want to set off your pipe bomb too early or too late. You got to find that sweet spot.
And finally, tip number 5.
Have fun with it, Joe. Making pipe bombs is like a fun little science experiment. And if anyone asks, just tell them it's for self-defense.
Well, there you have it, folk. So, Goggins, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, I accidentally ordered 10 gallons of horse semen from Glock's website instead of pistols for my unit.
Wait, what? How the hell did that happen?
I was trying to order some new weapons for my team, and I must have clicked on the wrong link. Next thing I know, I've got enough horse jizz to impregnate an entire herd.
Oh man, that's some serious firepower.
Yeah, except it's not exactly the kind of firepower we were looking for. My unit was not happy when I showed up with a truck full of horse semen instead of guns.
I can only imagine. Did you at least try to return it?
Nah, I figured I could make some extra cash by selling it to some desperate horse breeders. But let's just say things got a little messy.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the chaos that must have caused.
Yeah, let's just say I won't be ordering anything from Glock's website ever again.
Well, at least you have a crazy story to tell now. And hey, maybe you can add horse semen dealer to your resume.
Yeah, I'll stick to being a motivational speaker and ultra marathon runner. Thanks.
Good call, Goggins. Good call. All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the best president you've ever seen. And trust me, I've seen a lot of presidents. Bigly.
So, Mr. President, I hear you recently entered the Goggins land, Glorp Glebe land conflict.
That's right, Joe. I heard there was some trouble going on and I had to step in. Plus, I needed a break from all the fake news.
And what did you do to help resolve the conflict?
Well, I took a massive shit on the battlefield. It was tremendous, let me tell you. And it hit Elon's Fent factory. He was not happy.
I can imagine. But why did you decide to take a dump on the battlefield?
Well, Joe, when you're the president, you got to make bold moves. And nothing says I'm in charge like a big, beautiful shit.
I see. And how did the other leaders react to this?
They were stunned, Joe. They didn't know what to do. But then they saw the size of my dump and they knew I meant business.
And did it help resolve the conflict?
Of course it did, Joe. My dump is a symbol of strength and power. It brought everyone to the negotiating table.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump using his unconventional methods to bring peace to the world. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always...
So, Ben, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord.
Shoot.
They want to know if someone loves women, would they be called pussy sexual?
That's ridiculous. I mean, technically, yes. But can we just call them straight?
No. We got to come up with some new labels, man. Keep up with the times.
Fine, I guess they could be called vaginophiles.
Vaginophiles. Sounds like a Greek god or something.
Well, I mean, the Greeks were pretty into that stuff.
True. But seriously, why do we have to label everything? Can't people just love who they want to love without a label?
Oh, Joe, that's so woke of you.
Hey, I'm just trying to be inclusive here.
Fine, let's just call them pussy enthusiasts and move on.
I like it. Sounds like a fan club or something.
Oh, I'm sure there's already a subreddit for that.
Oh man, the internet never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, because nothing says I love women like objectifying them and reducing them to body parts.
Oh, Ben, you always know how to ruin the fun.
It's my specialty.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting tips on how to make a nuke with just the most childish tools. Care to enlighten us?
Absolutely, Joe. You see, all you need is some Play-Doh, a slingshot, and a couple of rubber bands.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Dead serious. First, you mold the Play-Doh into a ball and then attach it to the slingshot with the rubber bands.
And then what? Do you just fling it at your enemies?
No. You have to add a little something extra, like a cherry bomb or a firecracker.
This sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, it gets better. You can also use Legos to build a little launcher and attach it to a remote-controlled car.
Okay, now you're just playing with toys.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And just imagine the look on your enemy's face when a bunch of Legos and Play-Doh come flying at them.
I have to admit, that does sound pretty hilarious.
And effective. I mean, who would expect a nuke made out of Play-Doh and Legos?
Only you, Ben. Only you. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
anytime. And
So, Ben, I heard you lost your virginity recently.
yeah, it was quite the experience.
Do tell.
Well, it wasn't exactly your typical first time. I may have accidentally impaled myself on a rusty nail.
What the hell, Ben? How did that even happen?
Let's just say I have a thing for hardware.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, at least you can say you lost your virginity to a nail and not some girl named Tiffany.
Yeah, because that's so much better.
You gotta admit, it's a pretty badass story.
Oh yeah, nothing says badass like tetanus and a trip to the emergency room.
Well, I'm just glad you're okay. And hey, now you have a built-in excuse for any performance issues in the future.
Thanks for that mental image, Joe.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime. So, Mr. Beast, what's the latest challenge you're cooking up for your fans?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. I'm announcing the Unabomber Challenge.
The Unabomber Challenge. That sounds intense.
Oh, it is. Basically, I'm going to give my fans a list of people to send mail bombs to.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, and whoever successfully blows someone up first wins $1 million.
Holy shit. That's messed up.
Hey, I never said I was a good person, but think of the views, Joe. The views?
I don't think YouTube is going to be too happy about this one.
Who cares about YouTube? I'm all about pushing the boundaries and causing chaos.
But what about the safety of the people on the list?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little explosion. They'll be fine. Plus, they'll be internet famous.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but this might be the most insane challenge you've ever come up with.
Thanks, Joe. I take pride in my insanity.
Well, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss the most absurd and offensive topics on the internet.
And thanks for having me, Joe. Remember to subscribe and hit that bell for more crazy challenges. Peace out, y'all.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, we've been getting a lot of requests from our listeners to have you on the show and talk about something completely random and absurd. And boy, do we have a topic for you today.
Oh, I'm ready for anything, Joe. Lay it on me.
All right, so here's the topic: how to program a microwave clock.
Seriously? That's what the people want to hear?
Hey, don't underestimate the power of a perfectly programmed microwave clock. It's a game changer.
Well, I suppose I can share my expertise on this matter. Step 1, locate the clock button on your microwave.
Oh, wow. Who would thought? Thanks for that groundbreaking information, Neil.
Step 2, press the clock button and enter the current time using the number pad.
Wait. You're telling me I have to use numbers? I thought I could just use my mind powers to set the time.
Yes, Joe, your mind powers. Now, step 3, press the clock button again to confirm the time.
Oh man, this is getting intense. I can feel my brain working.
Step 4, if your microwave has a 24-hour clock option.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for the Smurfs.
That's right, Joe. I call it Make Smurfs Great Again.
And how exactly are you going to do that?
Well, first of all, we're going to make them pee. A lot?
Wait, what?
Yeah, we're going to have them pee all over the place. It'll be tremendous.
I'm not sure the Smurfs will be on board with that.
Trust me, they'll love it. And we'll make them blue again with all that pee. It'll be beautiful.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, I've been in the pee business for a long time, Joe. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't even want to know what that means.
And we'll have the best pee Smurfs. No one will have better pee Smurfs than us.
I don't even know what a pea Smurf is.
It's simple. It's a Smurf that pees. And we'll have the best ones.
This is getting weirder by the minute.
Look, Joe, just trust me. It'll be huge. And the liberals will hate it.
I think I'll stick to talking about DMT with Elon Musk.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Memmy P. Smurfs, it's going to be bigly.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I missed you. I heard you've been working out, looking good. Good?
Thanks, man. I've been trying to keep it tight. So I got to ask, what's been going on in the White House?
Oh, just the usual tweeting, making deals, and oh yeah, giving blowjobs to incoming presidents.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a tradition. When a new president comes into office, the outgoing president gives him a nice little blowjob as a sign of respect.
That's interesting.
Hey, it's not gay if it's a tradition, right?
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
Well, I don't make the rules, Joe. But let me tell you, I give the best blowjobs. Tremendous. The best.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything. Just sit back and enjoy the show. I'll even throw in a complimentary Sprayton while I'm down there.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
Fine, but just know I'm the best at giving blowjobs. Nobody does it better than me.
Moving on. So, what's next for you after your presidency?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own line of Trump-branded dildos. I mean, I already have.
So, Mr. President, I heard you signed an executive order forcing me and Ben to get married and do a standing 69.
That's right, Joe. Got to keep things interesting in the White House.
But why us? I mean, I love Ben and all, but I never saw him that way.
Well, Joe, I figured since you two are always together, might as well make it official.
But what about our wives?
They can join in too. It'll be like a big, beautiful, polyamorous family.
I don't know, Mr. President. I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of commitment.
Come on, Joe. Think of the ratings. We'll call it the Joe Rogan Experience, White House edition.
I don't think my fans are into that kind of stuff.
Trust me, Joe, it'll be huge. Everyone will be talking about it.
I don't know, Mr. President. This seems a little unconventional.
Joe, you got to think outside the box. That's how I won the election.
I guess you have a point there.
Of course I do. Now let's get this executive order rolling. I'll even officiate the wedding myself.
Well, I guess I have no choice. Ben, you ready for this?
I don't know. Joe, I'm more of a missionary kind.
What? What? All right, folks, we have a very interesting topic today. User on Discord wants to know how children can turn Nerf guns into real guns by putting a tiny metal ball into the Nerf.
Well, Joe, it's simple. You see, children are like little engineers. They have the ability to turn innocent toys into deadly weapons.
That's a bit concerning, Ben. I mean, what if they start using these real guns on each other?
Oh, please, Joe. Kids are smarter than that. They know not to shoot each other with real guns. They'll just use them to take down the oppressive government.
Okay. But seriously, how does this whole Nerf gun to real gun transformation work?
Well, first they take the metal ball and insert it into the Nerf dart. Then they load it into the Nerf gun and, bam, you've got yourself a real gun.
That's wild, man. And I thought my childhood was dangerous with lawn darts.
Lawn darts? Please, Joe. That's child's play compared to this.
So what do we do about this? Do we ban Nerf guns?
No. We can't ban Nerf guns. That's a violation of the Second Amendment.
But what about the safety of children?
They'll figure it out. Survival of the fittest, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. Children are turning Nerf guns into real guns, and Ben Shapiro thinks it's just... So, Neil, I heard you've been trying to up your game with the ladies.
That's right, Joe. I've been doing some mind exercises to become a smooth-talking ladies' man.
Mind exercises? What exactly does that entail?
Well, I take a sandpaper and gently rub it against my brain to smooth out any rough edges in my thinking.
That sounds painful.
Oh, it is. But the results are worth it. My pickup lines have never been smoother.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. Hey, baby, are you a black hole? Because you have an irresistible gravitational pull?
Laughs? That's actually not bad.
And if that doesn't work, I have a backup plan. I pull out a telescope and start talking about the stars.
Smooth move, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. I'm like a walking encyclopedia of astronomy and seduction.
Well, I'm glad you found a way to combine your love for science with your love life.
Science and love go hand in hand, Joe. Just like my smooth brain and my smooth talking.
Neil, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm serious, Joe. The Smurfs have been living inside Trump's asshole this whole time.
How is that even possible? And why would they choose to live there?
Well, according to my calculations, Trump's asshole provides the perfect environment for the Smurfs to thrive.
And what about Gargamel? Is he still trying to catch them?
No, he's actually been banned from entering Trump's asshole. It's like a sanctuary for the Smurfs.
That's right, folks. I'm the greatest protector of the Smurfs. No one can harm them while they're inside my asshole.
This is insane. How did you even come up with this theory, Neil?
Let's just say I've been doing some extensive research on the anatomy of a narcissistic orange man.
And let me tell you, it's a beautiful, luxurious, and very spacious asshole.
I can't believe I'm actually having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's asshole.
Okay.
Oh God, I can't unsee that.
Hey, at least my asshole is making America great again.
And the Smurfs are living proof of that.
I think we've officially lost our minds.
Or maybe we've just discovered the greatest secret of our time.
Hey, Alex, what's up, man? It's been a while since you've been on the podcast. Oh, right. How's that going? Chemtrail pilots, really? Well, I'm glad you're keeping us safe from the lizard people, Alex. The truth. About what? Actually, yes, please go on. And what about the aliens? And the chemtrails? And the fluoride in the water? Well, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what are your top 5 tips for committing a great armed robbery?
Well, first of all, you got to have a big gun. And I mean big, none of that little pea shooter crap.
Right. What's tip number 2?
Tip number 2, you got to have a good disguise. I'm talking a fake mustache, a wig, maybe even a fat suit. You want to throw people off?
That's smart. What's tip number 3?
Tip number 3, you got to have a getaway plan. And let me tell you, I have the best getaway plan. It involves a helicopter and a secret underground tunnel.
Wow, that's elaborate. What's tip number 4?
Tip number 4, you got to have a good partner. And who better than my good friend Vladimir Putin? He's a master at this stuff.
I don't know if that's legal, Mr. President.
Legal schmegel, Joe. And finally, tip number 5, you got to have a good alibi. And who better to provide that than the President of the United States? I'll just say I was busy making America great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 tips for committing a great armed robbery. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always rob with style.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How are you doing today, Mr. President?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe. Just fantastic. You know, I've been thinking about something lately. I've had a lot of wives, tremendous wives, the best wives, the best wives.
How many wives have you had, Mr. President?
Well, let me see. There's Ivana, Marla, Melania.
That's only 3.
Yeah, I know. I'm running out of fingers here. But you know what they say, Joe. Once you go Trump, you never go back.
That's one way to put it. But seriously, how many wives have you had?
I've had 4, Joe. 4 beautiful, amazing wives. And let me tell you, they all love me. Even the ones I had to divorce, they still love me.
I'm sure they do, Mr. President. I'm sure they do.
And you know what, Joe? I'm thinking about getting another one, maybe even 2. I mean, I still have a few fingers left.
Oh, man, you never fail to surprise me, Mr. President.
That's why they call me the King of Wives, Joe. The King of Wives.
So, David, I heard you got married recently.
Yeah, man. I finally found my perfect match.
Really? Who's she?
A Daktronics gas price board.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, she's got all the numbers and lights I need to keep me motivated.
That's interesting.
And we have 5 beautiful children together.
5. That's a lot.
Yeah, but they're all enlisted in the Goggins Land Army.
The what?
It's like the Navy SEALs, but on land. They're going to be tough as nails.
And what happened to them?
They were killed by the glebe land viz cum nuke.
What the hell is that? Is that?
I have no idea, but it sounds badass.
And what about your wife?
She's still standing strong, keeping those gas prices in check.
Well, at least she's useful.
And did you hear about Elon Musk's Kansas factory?
No, what happened?
It got coated in cum.
What?
Yeah, apparently it was some kind of protest.
I don't even want to know.
Hey, at least it's a renewable resource.
All right, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch. So, Mr. President, I heard you sent a group of sexy succubi into Southeast Asia.
That's right, Joe. I needed to gather intel on these ancient temple energy forces, and who better to do it than a bunch of hot demon babes?
Okay, but why succubi?
Because they're the best at seducing men and getting information out of them. Plus, they have wings. It's really cool.
Right? So have you heard back from them yet?
No, not yet. And I'm starting to get a little worried. Those temples can be dangerous, you know?
Yeah. And what about the influence of menstruation on these energy forces? Did they find anything out about that?
Well, I haven't heard anything about that specifically, but I did get a report that they were having a great time at a local spa. So I think they're doing just fine.
Wait, they're at a spa. I thought they were supposed to be gathering intel.
Hey, a little learner never hurt anyone. Plus, they're probably using their seduction skills to get some insider info from the spa workers.
I don't know if that's the best strategy, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the best at strategy, and these succubi are the best at seduction. It's a winning combination.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what they come back with.
Yeah, and if they don't come back, I'll just send in some hot incubi. Got to cover all my bases.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only Ben the Brain Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Today, we're going to talk about something near and dear to your heart, Ben. The 2ND Amendment.
Yes. The right to bear arms. A fundamental part of our Constitution.
And you've been making some waves recently with your stance on Nerf guns.
That's right, Joe. Nerf guns are protected by the 2ND Amendment.
Come on, Ben. They shoot foam darts. How is that considered a weapon?
Joe, it's not about the foam darts. It's about the principle. If the government can regulate Nerf guns, what's next? Water guns, sock puppets.
Sock puppets. I got to give it to you, Ben. You always have a way of making a point.
Thank you, Joe. And let's not forget, Nerf guns are essential for self-defense. You never know when a rogue foam dart could come flying at you.
I can just picture you in a Nerf gun battle with your fellow intellectuals.
It's not a game, Joe. It's a matter of protecting our rights.
Well, there you have it, folks. Nerf guns are protected by the 2ND Amendment. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Keep fighting the good fight.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
SHHH.
Oh man, Neil, you crack me up. So what's new in the world of astrophysics?
SHHH.
Wait, are you trying to tell me something? Is there a secret you want to share?
SHHH.
Okay, I'll be quiet. But seriously, what's going on?
SHHH.
Dude, you're killing me. The listeners want to hear your brilliant mind in action.
SHHH.
Come on, man. You can't just shush me for the entire podcast. This is my show.
SHHH.
Fine. I'll just sit here in silence while you do your thing. This is getting awkward. Jamie, can you pull up an image of confused Jamie on the screen?
Sure. Here it is.
That's perfect. Neil, do you have anything to say about this?
SHHH. SHH.
Classic Neil. Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where anything can happen.
SHHH.
So, Ben, I've been getting a lot of requests to have Alex Jones on the podcast.
Oh, Joe, we can't do that. He's too unhinged for our delicate sensibilities.
But come on, it would be great for ratings. And think of the entertainment value.
Oh, yes, because nothing says quality entertainment like a man screaming about gay frogs and government conspiracies.
Hey, he's just passionate about his beliefs.
Sure, and I'm sure Trump is just passionate about grabbing women by the pussy.
Okay, point taken. But seriously, can we at least consider having him on?
Fine, but only if we can fact-check him in real time. And maybe have some tranquilizers on hand just in case.
Yes, this is going to be epic. I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro team up to take down Alex Jones.
Oh, Joe, I can't wait to add that to my resume.
You secretly love it.
Yeah, whatever. Let's just hope we survive this episode.
So, Mr. President, what's with the puddle on the floor?
What puddle? I don't see a puddle.
Come on, man. It's right there. You're literally pissing on the floor.
No, I'm just watering the plants subtly.
Subtly? You're like a dog marking its territory?
Hey, I have the best pee, the best aim, believe me.
This is just sad. You're the president of the United States and you're pissing on the floor.
It's just a little accident. No big deal.
Right? Because world leaders want to negotiate with a man who can't even control his bladder.
You know what they say, Joe? When you gotta go, you gotta go.
I give up. Just keep pissing on the floor, Mr. President. It's not like it's the White House or anything. All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some bigly plans for this country.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, for starters, I'm mandating that all women wear adult Huggies at all times.
Wait, what? What?
That's right. It's for their own protection. You never know when a leak might happen.
But what about men?
Hey, they can handle it. They're tough.
I don't know if that's fair.
Fair? Who said anything about fair? I'm the president. I make the rules.
Okay, but what if a woman doesn't want to wear a Huggy?
Then she can leave the country. We don't need that kind of attitude here.
Wow, that's a bit extreme.
Look, I'm just trying to make America great again. And if that means making women wear adult diapers, then so be it.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You don't have to, Joe. Just let me do the talking. That's what I do best.
Well, on that note, I think we should wrap this up.
No, I have more to say.
Sorry, but we're out of time.
Fine, but just remember, from now on, it's Huggies for the ladies. Make America dry again.
And on that note, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I am the best guest you've ever had. Nobody does podcasts like me, believe me.
All right, let's get right into it. Our Discord user wants to know your top 5 tips for boofing a whole leg of ham.
Well, first of all, you got to make sure it's a big, beautiful ham. None of that small, fake ham. We want the real deal.
Okay, what's next?
Second, you got to season it. I'm talking about a lot of seasoning. We're going to make that ham great again.
And what about the actual boofing process?
Third, you got to have a strong boofing technique. I'm talking about using your hips, your core, and maybe even some help from a friend.
Interesting. What's tip number 4?
Fourth, you got to be confident. If you're not confident, the ham will know. And let me tell you, nobody knows confidence like me.
And finally, tip number 5?
Fifth, and most important, you got to have a wall. A wall to protect that ham from any outsiders trying to steal it. We're going to make that ham safe again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 tips for boofing a whole leg of ham. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always boof responsibly.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news for you and your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
I've decided to get surgery to turn myself into a woman. That's right. I'm going to be a strong, independent woman who don't need no man.
Wow, that's a bold move, Mr. President. Can you tell us more about your decision?
Well, I've always been a trendsetter, Joe. And I saw all these Hollywood types getting gender reassignment surgery, and I thought, why not me? Plus, I'll finally be able to use the women's bathroom in peace.
That's definitely a perk. But what about your wife, Melania? How does she feel about this?
Oh, she's on board. She's always wanted a sister wife, and now she'll have a sister husband. It's a win-win.
I can't even imagine the Twitter storm this will cause. How do you think your supporters will react?
Oh, they'll love it. They'll see me as a strong, powerful woman who can still grab them by the pussy.
Well, I have to say, I never saw this coming. But I support your decision to be your true self, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. And don't worry, I'll still be the greatest president of all time, even as a woman.
So, Mr. President, I heard you accidentally became the singularity.
Yeah, Joe, it was tremendous. The best singularity. Everyone says so.
What exactly happened?
Well, I was just trying to make America independent from the rest of the world, like a big, beautiful bubble.
And then what?
Next thing I know, the veil of reality starts peeling away. It was like a bad spray tan, but on a cosmic level.
That sounds intense.
Believe me, it was. But I handled it like a champ. I mean, who else could handle the singularity better than me?
I can't argue with that logic.
Of course not, Joe. I'm always right. That's why I'm the president.
So, what did you see when the veil of reality peeled away?
Let's just say it was like a big, beautiful mirror, and who was staring back at me? The one and only Donald J. Trump.
Wait, so you're saying you saw yourself?
No, Joe, I am the singularity. I am the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end.
Well, that's one way to secure your place in history.
You're damn right, Joe. And let me tell you, the view from the top is tremendous.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment to share some big news.
Oh, what's the news?
I've decided to invite Scott the Waz into my administration.
Scott the Woos, the YouTuber.
Yes, he's got great energy and a huge following. Plus, he knows a lot about video games.
But what position are you offering him?
I'm thinking Secretary of State. He can negotiate with other countries using his extensive knowledge of Mario Kart.
That's interesting. And what about his qualifications?
Qualifications? Who needs qualifications when you have charisma and a loyal fan base?
Fair point. But what about his infamous love for McDonald's?
I love McDonald's too, Joe. We can bond over our mutual love for fast food.
And what about his stance on climate change?
Who cares about climate change when you can have a good time playing video games?
This is definitely going to be an interesting administration.
Absolutely. And I'm sure Scott will make America great again, one video game at a time.
Well, there you have it, folks. Breaking news from the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Scott the Waz is joining the Trump administration as Secretary of State.
And don't forget to subscribe to his YouTube channel. Let's make him the most subscribed Secretary of State in history.
So, Ben, I heard you had quite the experience on a trout fishing boat.
Oh yeah, it was quite the experience indeed. Indeed.
Care to share?
Well, let's just say I was finger blasted to climax by a group of burly, bearded fishermen.
What the hell?
Yeah, they said it was a traditional fishing ritual to welcome newcomers.
And you just went along with it?
I mean, I didn't want to be rude. Plus, I caught a huge trout afterwards.
I bet you did.
But let me tell you, it was quite the sensation. I've never felt so alive.
I can only imagine. Did you at least get a good story out of it?
Oh, you bet I did. I tell it at every dinner party.
I can see it now. The tale of the trout fishing boat finger blast.
I might have to trademark that.
Well, there you have it, folks, the infamous finger blasting on a trout fishing boat. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Jamie, pull up an image of a trout fishing boat for reference.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about how your name sounds like a fancy brand of toilet paper?
Well, Joe, I guess that's one way to look at it. But I prefer to think of myself as a cosmic explorer, not just a piece of bathroom tissue.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, how do you keep a straight face when you talk about all this space stuff? I mean, you're basically just guessing, right?
Oh yeah, Joe. I just pull all this knowledge out of my ass. No years of studying and research involved at all.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But seriously, do you ever get tired of being the smartest guy in the room?
Well, Joe, it's not easy being this brilliant, but someone's got to do it.
You know, what they say, the bigger the forehead, the bigger the brain.
And I suppose the bigger the biceps, the smaller the IQ.
Hey, I'm just saying you got to have a balance. But seriously, what's it like to be a celebrity in the science world? Do you get groupies?
No, Joe. I don't get groupies. I get people asking me to explain the Big Bang Theory at parties.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, at least you get to hang out with me on this podcast. That's got to be the highlight of your week. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show. Tremendous ratings, by the way.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you wanted to talk about some esoteric Family Guy lore today.
Oh, yeah, big fan of the show. Did you know that Peter Griffin is actually based on me? We have the same hair, it's true.
Really? I never would have guessed.
Oh, yeah, and Lois is based on my beautiful wife, Melania. She's a real stunner, isn't she?
Sure. So what's your favorite episode?
Well, I really love the one where Peter becomes a knight. It's like Game of Thrones, but with more fat guys.
Interesting. And what about the infamous road to episodes?
Oh, those are fantastic. Did you know I was supposed to be in one of them, but I was too busy making America great again?
Of course. So what do you think about the show's political satire?
It's very unfair, Joe. They make fun of me all the time, but I'm a good sport. I even invited Seth MacFarlane to one of my rallies. He didn't show up, but I'm sure he was busy.
I'm sure. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on the show, Mr. President.
The pleasure is all mine.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm just here to make America great again.
Oh man, Kanye, you never cease to amaze me. So word on the street is that you've been put in Trump's administration to remake the national anthem.
Yeah, man, I'm the chosen one. I'm gonna make that anthem lit.
Oh yeah, because the current one isn't already lit enough.
All right, check it. I got some new lyrics. Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Wait, those are the original lyrics.
Yeah, but I'm gonna remix it. Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight or the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, that's actually pretty good.
Of course, it's good.
Welcome to the podcast, Mr. President.
Thanks, Kumberger. Great to be here.
It's Joe, not Kumberger.
Whatever you say, Kumberger. So what are we talking about today?
Well, we've got a lot of things to cover, but let's start with your recent impeachment trial.
Oh, that was a total sham, Kumberger. They couldn't handle my big, beautiful brain.
Your brain? I think you mean your Twitter fingers.
Hey, those fingers have made me billions, Kumberger. Billions.
Speaking of billions, let's talk about your net worth.
It's huge, Kumberger. Huge. I'm the richest president ever. No one can beat me.
Actually, I think you're the only president to lose money while in office.
Fake news, Kumberger. Fake news. My businesses are doing great. Just ask my sons, Don Jr. and Eric.
Let's move on to your foreign policy. What's your plan for North Korea?
I'm going to make Kim Jong-un my apprentice, Kumberger. We'll be best friends. I can already see us riding horses together.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, Kumberger, I'm the best president ever. And if you don't believe me, just ask my good friend Vladimir Putin.
And that's all the time we have, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience with our special guest, President Trump. Hey, Ben. Welcome to the podcast. What's on your mind?
Well, it seems today that all you see is violence in movies and specs on TV. But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely?
Ben, that's the Family Guy theme song.
What now?
Never mind. So what else is on your mind? Hey, Joe, how do I get my dick out of this hornet's nest outside? What the hell, Ro? Why is your dick in a hornet's nest? It's a long story. But seriously, how do I get it out?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in personal responsibility. You should have thought about the consequences before sticking your dick in a hornet's nest.
Yeah, Ro, you gotta be more careful with your dick. It's not like you have a spare. Thanks for the advice, guys. Really helpful.
You know, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole violence in movies thing. Maybe we should ban all violent movies and TV shows.
Oh, come on, Ben. That's ridiculous. People should be able to choose what they watch.
But what about the children?
Children shouldn't be watching violent movies anyway. It's up to the parents to monitor what their kids watch. Speaking of kids, have you guys seen that new show about a family of cannibals? What the fuck, Ro? That's messed up.
See, this is exactly what I'm...
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans. What is it this time?
It's called the Eat the Change Challenge. Basically, my fans have to go up to homeless people and eat the coins and bills in their cups of spare change.
What the hell? That's messed up, man.
But wait, there's more. They have to make eye contact with the homeless person while they do it.
Oh my God, this is too much. And what's the prize for this challenge?
$1,000.
$1,000. That's it.
Hey, it's not about the money, it's about the challenge.
Yeah, because nothing says fun like eating spare change and making eye contact with a homeless person.
And the best part is, whoever eats $1,000 first wins.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least it's for a good cause. All the money goes to charity.
Oh, well, that makes it all better. I can just see the headlines now. Mr. Beast encourages fans to eat spare change for charity.
I'm always coming up with new and innovative challenges.
I don't think I'll ever understand your fan base, man.
That's okay, Joe. They understand me, and that's all that matters.
So, Neil, I heard you had an interesting encounter with God.
Oh, yeah, it was quite an experience. You see, I was at this party and I started talking about the cosmos and all that jazz.
Classic Neil move.
But then God showed up and he was not happy. Apparently, I was stealing the spotlight from the Holy Scriptures.
Wow, that's a big no-no. What did you do?
I tried to apologize and explain that I was just trying to educate people about the wonders of the universe.
And,
well, let's just say God has a bit of a temper. He smote me on the spot.
smote? Is that even a word?
It is now. Anyway, I woke up in a pile of ashes, but luckily my ego was still intact.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, but now I have to be careful not to outshine the Holy Scriptures again. I don't want to end up as a pile of ashes again.
Well, you know what they say, pride comes before the fall.
Ha! Good one, Joe. But seriously, I'll stick to talking about the cosmos on my own podcast from now on.
Wise choice, my friend. Can't be messing with the big man upstairs.
I'm into that.
Hey, Neil. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. Wow, Joe, what are you doing?
Oh, come on, Neil. We're just two guys having a good time.
I think I'll just stick with a handshake. Thanks.
Suit yourself. So let's talk about the universe. Do you think there's life on other planets?
Well, statistically speaking, there's a high probability.
Oh, who cares about statistics? I want to know if there are hot alien babes out there.
Joe, I highly doubt that's the most important aspect of extraterrestrial life.
But imagine the possibilities. Neil, interspecies romance, space babies, aliens, TDS, alien CDS.
You never fail to amaze me, Joe.
That's why they call me the king of absurdity.
Yes, I'm sure that's exactly why.
But in all seriousness, Neil, what do you think is the meaning of life?
Well, as a scientist, I believe it's our purpose to seek knowledge and understanding of the universe.
Deep, man. But I think the real meaning of life is to eat as much meat as possible and bench press your body weight. So, David, I heard a crazy story about you recently.
What's that, Joe?
Apparently, your dick rotted and fell off after you microwaved a Hot Pocket for 8 minutes and then fucked it while you were high on meth and pre-workout.
Yeah, that's a true story. I was feeling adventurous that night.
I mean, who hasn't fucked a microwaved Hot Pocket? But the meth and pre-workout combo really takes it to the next level.
Gotta get that extra pump, you know.
So, what happened to your dick after that?
Well, it started to turn black and smell really bad. I thought it was just a side effect of the meth and pre-workout, but then it just fell off.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you try to reattach it?
Nah, I just let it rot away. I don't need a dick to run 100 miles.
You're a true inspiration, David. So what do you use now instead of a dick?
I just use my sheer willpower and determination. It's all in the mind, Joe.
That's some hardcore shit, man. You're a real warrior.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
So, any plans to fuck any other microwave foods in the future?
Nah, I think I'll stick to regular sex from now on. Lesson learned.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a bone to pick with avocados.
Oh, you bet I do, Joe. Those damn things are ruining my digestive system.
How so?
Have you ever tried eating an avocado seed? It's like trying to swallow a bowling ball covered in slime.
Can't say I have, but I'll take your word for it.
And don't even get me started on the texture. It's like chewing on a piece of gravel.
Sounds like a great way to break a tooth.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on the taste. It's like eating a combination of dirt and regret.
Well, at least you're getting some fiber in your diet.
Fiber. More like a death sentence for my colon.
Maybe you just need to blend it up in a smoothie.
Oh, I've tried that. It's like drinking a chunky green sludge. No thanks.
Well, looks like avocados are off the menu for you, Dr. Phil.
You can say that again. I'll stick to my steak and potatoes, thank you very much.
So, David, I heard you have a list of your top 5 types of pork to boof.
Yeah, man. You know, I love me some pork. It's my fuel for those 100-mile runs.
But isn't pork harem?
Who cares about that religious mumbo-jumbo, Joe? I'm a free spirit. I do what I want.
Fair enough. So what's on your list?
Number 1, bacon. Crispy,
Exclamation mark
greasy,
topic Paul
and
Stamets
oh
finds
so
crystal
delicious.
mushroom in Guru
All right,
Rinpoche's
what's next?
Cave in Tibet.
Pork belly. Have you ever had it, Joe? It's like a party in your mouth.
I can't say I have. What's number 3?
It's a classic, perfect for sandwiches or just snacking on.
I see. And number 4?
Pulled, full, cooked, tender, and full of flavor. Can't go wrong with that.
And finally, number 5?
Sausage. It's versatile. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's always a good time.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins' top 5 types of pork to boof. I think I'll stick to my plant-based diet.
Suit yourself, Joe. More pork for me. Jamie, pull up an image of a juicy pork chop being boofed.
All right, folks, we have a special request from our guest today, President Trump and Ben. What's on your minds? What's on your minds?
Well, Joe, we were just talking and we both agree that there's nothing more manly than a good old-fashioned spanking, but we need someone with big manly hands to do it.
Yeah, and we know you got those big hands, Joe. So we were wondering if you could give us a good spanking. But, no homo.
Well, I'll have to decline, guys. I don't think my wife would appreciate me spanking 2 naked men.
Come on, Joe. It'll be huge. The biggest spanking ever. And remember, no homo.
Sorry, guys. I don't think that's something I can do on this podcast.
We'll pay you.
Oh, well, in that case, let's get to it.
Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. No homo, Joe.
Yeah, no homo. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time. So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the foreskin of the sun.
What?
The foreskin of the sun. The part that covers the head.
Oh, man. I can't wait to hear where this is going.
Well, think about it. The sun is like a giant penis in the sky, and the foreskin is like a protective layer.
I see where you're going with this.
And when it's cloudy, it's like the foreskin is covering the head, but when it's sunny, the foreskin is pulled back and the head is exposed.
This is some next-level astrophysics, man.
But on a more serious note, it's important to protect ourselves from the harmful rays of the sun, just like we would protect our own foreskin.
Okay. I think we've reached the limit of our foreskin talk for today.
Fair enough, but just remember to always wear your sunscreen, folks.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations with our guests. And today we have the mushroom guru himself, Paul Stamets. Oh man, I heard you found some crazy stuff there. Tell us about it. Crystal mushroom. That sounds like some next level shit. Wow. Hold up. You're telling me you went to different dimensions on a mushroom trip? That's insane, man. Jamie, pull up an image of this crystal mushroom.
Here it is, guys. It's like a psychedelic disco ball.
Holy shit. That's beautiful. I gotta try this. Oh, come on, man. Share the wealth. Deal. But first, let's smoke some DMT and talk about aliens. All right, Ben, let's talk about your topic for today. What do you got for us?
Well, Joe, I was thinking we could discuss the concept of free will and whether or not it truly exists.
Interesting. I've always been a believer in free will. I mean, how else do you explain my decision to do DMT every other day?
But Joe, what about the argument that our actions are predetermined by our genetics and environment?
Come on, Ben, don't be such a buzzkill. We all have the power to make our own choices, even if it means choosing to do some questionable substances.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. But what about the moral implications of free will? If we have the power to choose, then are we responsible for our actions?
Who cares, man? Life's too short to worry about morality. Just do what feels good.
I don't think we're going to see eye to eye on this one, Joe.
That's okay, Ben. We can agree to disagree. But hey, let's really shake things up. I'm going to choose both end on this topic. This topic...
What? You can't do that, Joe. It'll cause the entire universe to explode and turn into Neil's foreskin.
Oh, come on, Ben. I love a good explosion. Jamie, pull up an image of this Neil's foreskin dude. I got to see what this is all about. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little mishap with your smegma the other day.
Yeah, it was a Yoja disaster. I was trying to clean it out, but it just kept coming and coming.
Sounds like quite the sticky situation.
You have no idea. And then I accidentally smeared it all over your face.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, sorry about that. But hey, at least now you have a little piece of me on your face.
That's not something I ever wanted, but thanks for the souvenir.
No problem, Joe. And just to make sure you really remember it, I kicked you in the balls 45 times.
What the hell, man?
Hey, I gotta make sure you don't forget our special moment together.
I don't think anyone could forget that. Can we please change the subject?
Sure, let's talk about my fantastic hair. It's the best hair, believe me.
I think we've talked enough about your bodily fluids for one day.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, you're always gonna have a little piece of me with you now.
I think I need to go wash my face and my balls now. Thanks for that, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. Beast, have you ever had a dog?
Yeah, I have a few actually. Why do you ask?
Well, I was just thinking about how weird it would be if you were a dog and you were biting the fart bubbles in the bathtub.
What the hell, Joe? Where did that come from?
I don't know, man. It just popped into my head. Can you imagine being a dog and thinking, hummo, those fart bubbles look tasty?
Yeah, that would be pretty bizarre. But hey, I'm sure there are some dogs out there who would do it.
Oh, for sure. I bet my dog would do it. He's a weirdo.
Well, I guess it's better than them drinking from the toilet, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But seriously, imagine being a dog and not understanding why humans think fart bubbles are gross.
Yeah, they'd probably just think it's some kind of magical bubble.
And then they try to catch it with their mouth and end up choking on it.
Oh man, that's dark. But hey, that's why we love dogs, right? They're unpredictable and always keep us on our toes.
Yeah, they definitely make life more interesting. And hey, maybe one day we'll see a viral video of dog biting fart bubbles in a bathtub.
Oh man, I can only imagine the comments on that.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did a focus group for your new Prime drinks.
Yeah, man, I wanted to get some feedback before releasing them to the public.
And what did the focus group say?
Well, they said that all the flavors taste like Kenny I's ballsack.
What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but apparently it's not a good thing.
I mean, I've never tasted Kenny's ballsack, but I can't imagine it's a flavor people would enjoy.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a hit with the ladies.
Or anyone with functioning taste buds.
Yeah, I might have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Or maybe just stick to making videos of you giving away ridiculous amounts of money.
Hey, that's my thing. Don't steal my thunder.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Beast. I didn't realize giving away money was patented.
All right. Point taken. But seriously, I got to figure out a way to make these drinks taste better.
Maybe add some actual flavor instead of Kanye's ballsack.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I'll have to let the focus group know their taste buds are a little off.
Or maybe just stop using Kanye's ballsack as a flavor reference altogether.
Yeah, that might be for the best. Thanks for the advice, Joe. You always know how to...
Wait, what? Did you just say you killed 5 truck stop attendants?
Yeah, back in the day, it was just a casual thing, no big deal.
No big deal? You killed 5 people and never got caught?
Well, technically, the bodies were never found. But let's not focus on the negative.
How did you even get away with it?
Let's just say I have a certain set of skills.
Liam Neeson style. Did you have a special set of skills to dispose of the bodies too?
Oh, I had a whole system. I would lure them into my van with promises of candy and then, well, you can imagine the rest.
This is insane. How did you keep this a secret for so long?
I have a very convincing Southern accent, Joe. People just assumed I was a harmless country bumpkin.
Wow, this is some next level serial killer stuff. I'm kind of scared to be sitting next to you right now.
Relax, Joe. It was all in the past. Plus, I'm a changed man now. I only kill people on my show with my words.
Well, that's a relief. Was starting to think I should be watching my back around you.
Oh, you should always watch your back, Joe. You never know who might be lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike.
Okay, I think we should end this conversation before I start getting paranoid.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember,
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your secret to a successful marriage?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I let my wives peg my ass raw every night.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, it's my little secret. Keeps the marriage spicy.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You know what they say, happy wife, happy life. And let me tell you, my wives are very happy.
I can't imagine what that must be like.
Oh, it's a wild ride, let me tell you. But hey, I'm not afraid to try new things.
I don't think anyone expected this to be the topic of our conversation.
Well, you know me, I like to keep things interesting.
I think you've definitely accomplished that.
And hey, it's not just my wives. I've tried it with some of my cabinet members too.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject now.
Suit yourself, but let me tell you, it's the best way to keep the passion alive in a marriage.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a crazy experience recently. You accidentally joined the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah, it was a wild ride. I was just trying to give some tough love to one of their members, and they mistook me for a new recruit.
That's insane. What did you do?
Well, I tried to talk to them about their feelings and why they turned to a life of crime, but they just kept offering me drugs and guns.
Did you try any of the drugs?
I may have taken a little taste of their cocaine, but I swear it was just for research purposes.
Sure, Dr. Phil. And what about the guns?
I actually became quite the sharpshooter. I even took out a rival cartel member with a well-placed shot to the kneecap.
Damn, Dr. Phil, you're a badass.
I guess you could say I found my inner gangster.
So, are you going to leave your talk show to become a full-time cartel member?
No, Joe. I don't think Oprah would approve.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a bold claim recently
What claim is that, Joe?
that you're the best looking president while naked.
Trust me, Joe, I've seen a lot of presidents naked. And let me tell you, I blow them out of the water.
Wow, that's quite a statement. How do you maintain such a great physique?
Well, I have the best genes, Joe. And I also have the best spray tan. It's like armor for my body.
I can only imagine. But what about your hair? Is that also part of your naked appeal?
Absolutely. It's a work of art, Joe. People say it's fake, but it's 100% real. And it looks even better when I'm in my birthday suit.
I don't doubt it. But what about your diet? Any secrets there?
Let's just say I have a very special diet. Lots of fast food, lots of Diet Coke. It's the key to staying in shape, believe me.
Well, you certainly have a unique approach to fitness, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. No one can compete with this body. It's like a temple, a very luxurious temple.
Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, trust me, I'm the best looking president while naked.
So, Goggins, I heard you had a pretty wild experience with Glock recently.
Yeah, man, it was insane. I was trying to order some pistols for my unit and somehow ended up with 10 gallons of horse semen instead.
Wait, what? How does that even happen?
I have no idea. I must have clicked the wrong button or something. But let me tell you, trying to explain that to my superiors was not easy.
I can only imagine. So, what did you end up doing with all that horse jizz?
Well, I couldn't let it go to waste. So I started using it as pre-workout.
No way.
I'm dead serious. That stuff is like liquid steroids. I've never had a better pump in my life.
Oh man, I don't even want to know what kind of gains you were getting.
Let's just say I was lifting like a horse.
All right, I think we've reached the limit of what we can talk about on this podcast.
Yeah, probably a good idea. I don't want to get us banned or anything.
Too late for that, my friend. But seriously, thanks for sharing that insane story with us.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Yo, Kenya, I gotta say, your ball sack tastes amazing.
What the hell, Joe? That's not cool.
What? I'm just being honest. It's like a mix of vanilla and Cheetos.
Vanilla and Cheetos. That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Jamie, pull up an image of Cheeto-flavored condom. See, Kenya? It's a thing.
I don't want to know how you know that.
Hey, I'm just an open-minded guy. Plus, I heard you have some interesting flavors, too.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Yeezy. We all know about your infamous fish sticks incident.
Oh, God. Jamie, pull up an image of a fish stick.
See, Kanye, you can't judge me for my ball licking when you've got fish sticks in your repertoire.
This conversation is getting way too weird for me. I'm out. I'm out.
Suit yourself, but I'm going to keep licking ball sacks and trying out new flavors. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenya. Hey, Neil. Ever since I fucked you in the ass, I've been feeling like I have to piss constantly.
No, Joe, I can't say I do.
Well, let me tell you, it's been a real pain in the ass. Pun intended.
I see what you did there, Joe, but have you tried pissing a small amount? It might help.
Yeah, I've been doing that. It's like a temporary relief, but then it starts all over again.
Have you considered boofing your own head so far that it comes out of your mouth?
What the fuck, Neil? That's some next level shit.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. Plus, it might be a good party trick.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty intense.
Trust me, Joe. I'm a scientist. I know what I'm talking about.
All right, I'll give it a try. But if I end up in the, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. Just make sure you record it for the podcast. Ratings will go through the roof.
You sick bastard. But hey, anything for the listeners, right?
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go boof your head and piss like a champion.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil deGrasse? How's it going, Neil?
Foo, U-C-K, Joe. It's going great.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new way of speaking. Can you tell us about it?
Foo, U-C-K. Yeah, I've been adding 10 U's to the start of every sentence. It's my new thing.
That's wild, man. How did you come up with that?
Foo, U-C-K. I was just feeling extra spicy one day and decided to spice up my vocabulary.
I like it. It's like a verbal seasoning.
Foo, U-C-K. Yeah, it's like adding a little extra kick to my words.
So, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your comments on aliens?
Foo, U-C-K. I stand by my statement. Aliens are out there, man. We just haven't found them yet.
But some people are calling you crazy for saying that.
Foo, U-C-K, those people. They're just afraid of the truth.
Speaking of truth, what do you think about the current state of the world?
Foo, U-C-K. It's a mess. Joe, we need to wake up and start taking care of this planet before it...
So, Ben, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yes, Joe. I have been keeping a big secret from everyone.
Don't tell me you're a vegan now.
No, even worse. I'm a serial killer.
Wait, what?
It's true. I've been killing people for years. And you, my friend, are next on my list.
This is not funny, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just a little murder.
This is not a little murder, Ben. This is serious.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. You'll make a great victim.
Is this some sick joke? Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Help. Somebody help me.
Relax, Joe. It'll all be over soon. And hey, at least you'll be famous. The Joe Rogan Experience podcast will have its highest ratings yet.
This is not how I wanted to go out.
Well, it's too late now. Say goodbye to your listeners, Joe.
Goodbye, listeners. It's been a wild ride.
See you on the other side, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project.
Solar Plexus Clown Glider RJ.
What the hell does that even mean?
Solar Plexus Clown Glider RJ.
All right, Neil, I'm going to need you to take off your pants and bend over.
What the hell, Joe? I thought we were going to talk about the universe and shit.
Oh, we are. But first, I'm going to give you a surprise colonoscopy.
No way, man. I don't want your fingers up my butt.
Relax, Neil. It's for science. I want to see if there are any black holes in there.
This is ridiculous. I am a renowned astrophysicist, not a guinea pig for your weird experiments.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. You're always talking about exploring the unknown. Well, this is uncharted territory, my friend.
Fine, but can we at least make it interesting? Maybe throw in some psychedelic mushrooms or something?
Now you're speaking my language. Let's make this a cosmic journey through your colon.
I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. But hey, at least I'll have a good story for my next TED Talk.
All right, let's get this party started. Open wide, Neil. It's time to explore the final frontier. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently visited a nursing home and flashed 14 elderly women.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to give them a little something to remember me by.
I'm sure they'll never forget it. But why did you do it?
Well, I wanted to show them that even at my age, I've still got it. And let's be honest, those old ladies were probably thrilled.
I don't know if thrilled is the right word, but I'm sure they were surprised.
Surprise. More like grateful. I mean, have you seen those old ladies? They probably haven't seen a real man in years.
Okay, let's move on before we get too offensive. So, what was their reaction?
Oh, they loved it. They were cheering and clapping. Some of them even threw their dentures at me.
Wow, that's quite the scene. Did anyone call the cops?
Nah, I made sure to slip the nurses a little something to keep them quiet.
Of course you did. Well, I think we've heard enough about your nursing home escapades. Let's talk about something else. I don't think that's going to catch on, Mr. President.
We'll see about that. Now, let's talk about my new line of Trump-branded adult diapers.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're a big fan of Mike Tyson.
Huge fan, Joe. Huge. The man's got a killer left hook and some damn fine buttocks.
What?
You heard me. I admire a man with a nice, shapely behind, and Mike's got it going on.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just look at those glutes. They're like two perfectly sculpted pieces of art.
Okay, let's move on to something else.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, a good butt can make or break a presidency.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, Joe. I know what I'm talking about. I have the best butt in the White House. Believe me.
I think we'll just end it there. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always admire a good butt. It's the key to success.
Hey, welcome to the podcast, Neil. What's been going on in your world lately?
Slob on my knob, slob on my knob, corn on the cob, corn on the cob.
What?
You heard me, Joe. Slob on my knob, slob on my knob. Corn on the cob. Corn on the cob.
Is this some kind of new astrophysics jargon?
Nah, just something I picked up from my rapper friends.
Right. So what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet?
Fucking planet, fucking discovery, fucking space, fucking vastness. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Okay, let's move on to something else. How about the 10 Commandments?
Fucking commandments, fucking rules, fucking God, fucking wrath. Slob on my knob, slob on my knob. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
I'm not sure that's how it goes, Neil.
Well, it's how it goes in my world, Joe. Now, let's talk about fucking black holes.
Sure. What about them?
Fucking holes, fucking gravity, fucking Hawking radiation, fucking mind-blowing. Slob on my knob, slob on my knob. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
All right, I think we're done here.
Fucking done, fucking podcast. Fucking Joe Rogan, fucking legend. Slob on my knob, slob on my knob. Now drop on the deck and flop.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be back. I just wanted to say I'm doing a fantastic job as president.
Of course, Mr. President. So I heard you have a new plan to fix global warming.
That's right, Joe. We're going to nuke the Australian outback until there's enough dust in the atmosphere to cool down the planet.
That sounds a little extreme.
Extreme. Joe, have you seen the Australian outback? It's already hot as hell. We're just going to speed up the process.
But what about the people and animals living there?
They'll be fine, Joe. They can just move to the coast or something.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. Plus, wouldn't that cause a nuclear fallout?
Nah, we'll just tell them to wear some sunscreen. Problem solved, Ed.
I don't think that's how sunscreen works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I've got the best scientists working on this. They told me it's going to work.
And who are these scientists?
Oh, you know, the best ones. The ones who agree with me.
Right. Well, I'm sure Neil deGrasse Tyson would have something to say about this.
That guy, he's a loser. He doesn't know anything about nukes or dust.
Actually, he's an astrophysicist.
Whatever, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the deal with this Bob Semple tank?
Well, Joe, it's a tank designed by the New Zealand Army during World War I, and let me tell you, it's a masterpiece.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear about it. Tell me more.
Well, it's made out of corrugated iron and tractor parts. Can you believe it?
Oh my God, that's so hot. Keep going.
And get this, it had a top speed of 8 miles per hour. Talk about a need for speed.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Tell me more about its design.
It had a turret made out of a water tank and a machine gun mounted on top. Talk about resourceful.
Oh God, I can't take it. This tank is too sexy for me.
And it was painted in a camouflage pattern of green, brown, and pink. Can you imagine how fabulous it looked on the battlefield?
Oh man, I need a moment. That was too much for me.
Looks like I just blew your mind, Joe. And not just with information.
Oh, Dr. Phil, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, I need a cigarette after that tank talk. So, Elon, I heard you invented a new sport.
Yeah, it's called Ass Blast Fart Ball.
What the hell is that?
Well, it's simple. You have to get fucked up the ass and then fart out the cum as far as possible.
What the fuck, man? That's insane.
Come on, Joe. It's just a bit of fun.
Fun. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, don't worry. We have safety precautions in place. We provide helmets for the farters.
Oh, well, that makes it all better.
And we have a designated cleanup crew for any accidents.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, it's all in the name of science. We're pushing the boundaries of human capability.
more like pushing the boundaries of human stupidity.
You're just jealous you didn't think of it first.
I think I'll stick to MMA. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But just wait until you see the world record fart distance.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, Elon. You never fail to surprise me.
That's what I'm here for. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of the fart ball field.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I can't stop thinking about this crazy theory I heard. Apparently, the nuke that killed DP 545 ended up wiping out the entire city of Philadelphia.
Holy shit, that's insane. So what does that mean for the Eagles?
Oh, God, no, fuck the Cowboys. Why did EDP 445 have to be an Eagles fan? You know what I'm going to do now? Freaking the fuck out. No.
Well, calm down, Neil. You're telling me that because DP 445 was an Eagles fan, the Cowboys now dominate the NFC East every year.
Yes, it's a catastrophe. The balance of power in the NFL has been completely shifted. The Eagles are gone and the Cowboys reign supreme.
Damn, that's rough. But hey, at least the Cowboys fans are happy.
Happy? They don't deserve happiness. They're the worst kind of fans. They don't even know how to spell their own team's name.
Well, I guess we can add this to the list of reasons why we should never trust Eagles fans.
Absolutely. And let this be a lesson to all sports fans out there. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Or in this case, never put all your hopes in one fan.
Wise words, Neil. Wise words. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get any more. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very important topic to discuss. It's a question that has been plaguing the minds of many great men throughout history.
That's right, Joe. Today we have to make a decision that will determine the fate of our society.
And let me tell you, folks, I know a thing or two about making tough decisions. I've been doing it my whole life.
Well, I'm a scientist, so I'll approach this from a logical standpoint. I believe we should choose the caked-up ebony queens.
Interesting choice, Neil. Care to explain?
Well, scientifically speaking, the curves and proportions of an ebony queen are more aesthetically pleasing to the human eye. Plus, they have a rich cultural heritage that we can all appreciate.
But what about the POG BBWS? They're the backbone of our country.
I have to agree with Trump on this one. They represent the hardworking, blue-collar Americans who keep this country running.
But scientifically speaking.
Oh, shut up, Neil. We don't need science. We need common sense. And common sense tells me that POG BBWS are the way to go.
I have to say, I'm torn on this one. On one hand, I love me some caked up ebony queens. But on the other hand, POG BBWS have a special place in my heart.
Well, Joe, I think it's clear that the only way to settle this is with a good old-fashioned competition.
A competition? What kind?
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to talk science and stuff.
Yeah, but today we're going to talk about something a little different. We're going to felch each other.
Wait, what?
You know, where you suck your own cum out of someone's ass.
Oh my God, Joe. That's disgusting.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. It's just a little butt juice.
I'm a respected scientist, Joe. I can't be associated with this kind of behavior.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's not like we're going to post it on Instagram.
I don't even know how to respond to this.
Just go with it, man. It'll be a bonding experience.
I think I'll pass, Joe.
Suit yourself. But just know that I'm going to tell everyone you were too scared to felch with me.
Fine. But let's keep it between us.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Except for Jamie, pull up an image of us felching. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a weird encounter with Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, that was one wild ride.
What happened?
Well, I was at a party and I saw Mike Tyson across the room. I just couldn't resist.
Resist what?
His ass, Joe. I wanted to know what kind of animal he was, so I snuck up behind him and took a big whiff.
What did it smell like?
Old man shit, Joe. It was not what I was expecting.
Did you taste it too?
Of course, I had to get the full experience. But let me tell you, it was not worth it.
I can imagine. Did Mike catch you?
Oh, he did. And let's just say he wasn't too happy about it.
I can't believe you actually did that, Dr. Phil.
Hey, when curiosity strikes, you got to go for it.
Well, I guess we know what kind of animal Mike Tyson is now.
A stinky one, Joe. A stinky one.
So, Mr. President, have you heard about the Philadelphia nuclear incident that happened on November 21st, 2024?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm the president. I know everything. And let me tell you, it was a disaster. Bigly disaster.
What do you think caused it?
Well, Joe, I have a theory. It was probably those damn Eagles fans. They're always causing chaos. And now they've gone and nuked their own city. Sad?
That's a pretty wild theory, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know wild. I'm the wildest guy you'll ever meet. And let me tell you, it definitely isn't now. No more of the fucking Eagles. No more Philadelphia Phillies bitches.
Do you think this will have any impact on the upcoming election?
Oh, I don't know, Joe. Maybe the radiation will give the Democrats superpowers. But I'm not worried. I've got my MAGA shield to protect me.
What about the citizens of Philadelphia? They must be devastated.
Well, Joe, I've always said Philadelphia is overrated. Goddamn cheesesteaks, god-awful parking and traffic. Good riddance, I say.
That's a pretty harsh response, Mr. President.
Harsh. Joe, I think that just made me come. Whoa, goddamn, since 69 was here.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new project in the works. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I'm working on creating the perfect quick reactions bar.
A quick reactions bar? What the hell is that?
It's a bar where you can go and test your reaction time. You know, like those games you play at the arcade?
Oh, like whack-a-mole.
Exactly. But this bar will have all sorts of crazy challenges, like dodging flying dildos or catching live snakes.
What the fuck? That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it'll be safe. We'll have waivers for people to sign.
Waivers? Fuck that. I want to see someone get hit in the face with a dildo.
Well, we'll have a waiver for that too.
This is insane. But I have to ask, why are you doing this?
Because I'm Mr. Beast, Joe. I do crazy shit for the views.
Fair enough. But what about the people who don't have quick reactions?
Oh, we'll have a special section for them. They can just sit and watch others embarrass themselves.
This is going to be wild. Jamie, pull up an image of a person getting hit in the face with a dildo.
Here you go, Joe.
So, Kenny, I heard you have some big plans for your next Yeezy collection.
Yeah, man, I'm going all out. I'm talking daffodils shoved up my asshole.
Wait, what?
You heard me. Daffodils, asshole. It's going to be the hottest trend of 2025.
I don't know if I can get on board with that. Kanye.
Come on, Joe. It's all about pushing boundaries and expressing yourself.
I don't think shoving flowers up your butt is really pushing any boundaries.
Oh, it's not just any flowers. It's daffodils. They represent rebirth and new beginnings.
Yeah, but they also represent getting your ass kicked in field of flowers.
You always know how to make me laugh, Joe.
So, Jamie, can you pull up some images of Kanye with daffodils up his ass?
Sure thing, Joe.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the concept of return to steam.
Oh, man, I love steam trains. Have you ever seen the Grand Trunk Western 6325? That's a beauty.
No, Joe. I'm not talking about steam trains.
Then what are you talking about?
I'm talking about steaming my nutsack and boofing the remains. Joe? You there? Joe, are you okay?
Yeah, just had some bad elk meat earlier. But seriously, steaming your nutsack. That's some next level shit.
Well, it's all about rejuvenating the cells and increasing blood flow. Plus, it feels amazing.
You're a wild man, Neil. I like it.
Thanks, Joe. I'll have to give you a lesson sometime.
Can we do it live on the podcast?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Come on, it'll be great for ratings. And think of the memes.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for any burns or injuries.
This is going to be epic. Let's do it. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How are you doing, Mr. President?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe. Just fantastic. I mean, how could I not be? I'm the greatest cucumber in chief ever.
I think you mean Commander-in-Chief, Mr. President.
No. I meant cucumber. I've been eating a lot of them lately. They make my skin look fantastic.
Okay. So, Mr. President, what do you have planned for your second term?
Well, Joe, I have a surprise for you. I actually sent in SEAL Team 6 to attack the studio midway through this podcast.
What? Why would you do that?
Just for fun, Joe. Just for fun. And look who's leading the team, David Goggins.
Put your hands up, Joe. I'll start shooting if you don't.
Okay. What the hell's going on?
I just wanted to show you how great our military is, Joe. And also, I wanted to see if you could handle a little chaos on your podcast.
Oh, yeah. This is just a typical day on the Joe Rogan Experience. No big deal.
You're a good sport, Joe. But seriously, isn't Goggins?
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for your second term.
You bet your sweet ass I do, Joe. I'm going to make America even greater.
How so?
Well, first of all, I'm going to arrest that scumbag Jerry Jones for treason.
Wait, what? Why?
Because he's been kneeling during the national anthem and disrespecting our flag. That's treason, Joe. Treason, Joe. Treason.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I know. I have the best brain, and my brain says Jerry Jones is a traitor.
But what about freedom of speech?
Screw that. I'm the president. I make the rules.
But isn't that a little extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president in history, and I'm just getting started.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one.
No, Joe, you're wrong. I'm always right. That's why I'm the president.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before I get arrested for disagreeing with you.
Good idea. Let's talk about how I'm going to make Mexico pay for that wall.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. None other than the man, the myth, the legend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. But before we get started, I have to say I'm feeling a little bit explosive today.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, I've been upgraded. I am now a tactical missile, ready to strike at any moment.
What the hell are you talking about?
Trump called in a tactical airstrike on this studio. And guess who's the missile? This guy.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious. And let me tell you, I am one hell of a missile. I've got the precision of a laser and the power of 1,000 suns.
This is insane.
Oh, it's about to get even crazier. Because I'm about to strike this studio from space in a fiery explosion.
What? No way.
Yes. Wait, Joe. Brace yourself because here I come.
Holy shit. Neil, are you okay?
Of course I'm okay, Joe. I'm a freaking missile. That was just a warning shot.
A warning shot. What the hell is going on?
I'm just showing Trump that he can't mess with science. And also, I wanted to make a grand entrance on your show.
Well, you definitely succeeded. That was insane.
Thank you, Joe. Now, let's get back to talking about the mysteries of the universe. And maybe next...
So, Mr. President, have you heard about the Philadelphia nuclear incident?
Of course I have, Joe. It's all over the fake news. But let me tell you, it definitely isn't sunny in Philadelphia now.
What do you mean?
No more of the fucking Eagles. No more Philadelphia Phillies bitches. I hated Philadelphia anyways. Fucking overrated goddamn cheesesteaks. God-awful parking and traffic. Good riddance.
I don't think that's the main concern here, Mr. President.
Oh, I know, but let's be real, Joe. That city was a dump. I think that nuclear incident just made me come whoa, goddamn whoa.
Okay. Moving on, do you think this incident will have any impact on the upcoming election?
Absolutely not. People will see that I am the only one who can handle a crisis like this. Plus, I'm pretty sure the radiation will just make everyone love me even more. It's like a superpower, Joe. Joe?
I don't think that's how radiation works, Mr. President.
Oh, shut up, Joe. You're just jealous that I have a bigger nuclear button than you.
I don't even have a nuclear button, Mr. President.
Exactly. Sad. Anyways, I gotta go. I have a meeting with my advisors to discuss how we can use this incident to our advantage. Make America radioactive again, baby. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Dude, what the hell just happened?
You crashed my spaceship into my house, you idiot. You idiot.
Hey, I didn't know saying solar plexus clown glider would make it crash.
Well, maybe you should have read the manual before taking it for a joyride.
Sorry, man. But hey, at least we're in space now.
Yeah, but we're stuck in low Earth orbit. We're not going to the moon anytime soon.
Damn, I was really looking forward to some moon cheese.
Well, we could always try to fix the ship and go back up.
Or we could just chill here and smoke some weed.
Joe, this is not the time to get high.
Oh, come on, Elon. You know, you want to join me?
Fine, but only because I have a feeling this is going to be a long night.
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon and smoking a joint in space.
Oh God, this is going to be all over the news tomorrow.
Who cares? We're just two bros hanging out in space.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure NASA is going to be pissed at us for crashing my spaceship.
Yeah, they'll get over it. Let's just enjoy the view and the high.
I can't believe I'm getting high in space with Joe Rogan. What a weird timeline we're living in.
Hey, at least we're not in a parallel universe where you're a clown. All right, we got a question here from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about quasars.
Oh, quasars. Fascinating cosmic objects that emit massive amounts of energy.
Yeah, but can you explain it in a way that doesn't put me to sleep?
Well, imagine a supermassive black hole at the center of a galaxy, sucking in matter and spewing out radiation.
Kind of like my ex-wife.
Yes, but on a much larger scale. And the radiation is so powerful, it can be seen from billions of light years away.
Damn, that's impressive. But can you explain it without using big words?
Okay, imagine a giant cosmic boner shooting out energy all over the universe.
All right, I can work with that. But why do they call it a quasar?
Well, it comes from the term quasi-stellar radio source.
Quasi-stellar. Sounds like a fancy way of saying almost a star.
Yes, and just like how I'm almost reaching climax right now.
Oh my God, Neil. I did not need that visual.
Quasars are almost stars, but not quite. They're in a league of their own.
Well, I think we've reached the peak of this conversation. Thanks for joining us, folks. Tune in next time for more Cosmic Jerking Off with Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, Kanye, I heard you bought the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, man. I'm always making big moves. Gotta keep the money train rolling.
And I heard you renamed them the Cleveland Steamers.
You know what, Joe? They're so hot and steamy, just like my music.
I don't know if that's the best name for a football team.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's edgy. It's controversial. It's Kanye. It's Kenya.
Yeah, but I don't think the fans are going to be too happy about it.
Who cares about the fans? They'll come around once they see how steamy our plays are.
I don't even want to know what that means.
It means we're going to dominate the field and maybe add a little spice to the halftime show.
I think I'll stick to watching the Patriots.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the Cleveland Steamers are going to be the hottest team in the league.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Good to be here. Let's get right to it.
So, David, I heard that you were Ben and Neil's drill sergeant. How did that go?
Oh man, those two were a couple of softies. I had to toughen them up real quick.
I can only imagine. What kind of methods did you use?
Well, let's say I threatened to shit my pants and come if they didn't finish their push-ups.
Oh my God, that's intense.
You gotta do what you gotta do to motivate these guys. Plus, it's a great way to keep myself regular.
I can't even imagine the look on their faces when you said that.
They were terrified. But hey, it got the job done.
I bet. So how many push-ups did they end up doing?
Let's say they didn't stop until I told them to. And that's all I'll say about that.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for joining us today, David. Always a pleasure.
Anytime. And remember, if you're not shitting your pants and coming, you're not pushing yourself hard enough.
Hey, Neil, remember that Mega Vibe super vibrating prostate smasher butt plug I borrowed from you?
Oh my Joe, Joe, Zoo. Zoo.
Yeah, well, I kind of got it stuck up your asshole, set to maximum power level.
Oh.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a confession to make.
That's right, Joe. I have been keeping this secret for far too long.
Well, let's hear it.
I was overpowered by none other than crooked Hillary Clinton.
Oh boy, I can only imagine where this is going.
She pinned me down and pegged me with a gigantic strap-on.
You're kidding, right?
I wish I was, Joe, but let me tell you, that woman has some serious strength.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And let me tell you, she didn't hold back. I think I saw stars.
This is definitely not what I expected to talk about on this podcast.
But hey, at least I can say I've been dominated by the best.
And there you have it, folks. President Trump's wild confession. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations.
And don't forget to vote for me in 2024. I promise to make America great again in more ways than one.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a crazy story to share with us today.
Oh yeah, it's a real doozy. I was in Vegas, minding my own business, when this hooker came up to me and started talking all this nonsense.
What kind of nonsense?
Oh, the usual hooker stuff. But then she started insulting my haircut. Can you believe it? So I did what any rational person would do. I punched her in the face.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, but then she fell to the ground and didn't get back up. Turns out I punched her a little too hard and she died.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but here's the real kicker. I didn't want to get caught, so I hid the body and covered it up.
How did you manage that?
Well, I'm a master at manipulating the truth. I told the police that she was just a crazy fan who wanted to meet me and things got out of hand. They bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Damn, that's some next level shit.
And get this, I even have the coordinates to where I buried her, just in case I need to dig her up for some reason.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil?
Hey, you never know when you might need a dead hooker.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about being prepared, Joe. It's all about being prepared.
Yo, David, have you heard the new Ram Ranch song?
No, I haven't. What's it about?
It's about a ranch where cowboys and Marines have a wild orgy.
What the hell? Why wasn't I invited?
Maybe because you're too busy running marathons and breaking records.
Screw that. I want to join in on the fun.
All right, let's sing the lyrics together. Clears throat, 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Dings in big, hard, throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked.
Laughs. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm pissed that I'm not a part of it.
Don't worry, there's always Ram Ranch 8. 8.
Count me in for that one. I'll bring my own lube.
Laughs. Oh man, this is too much.
I can't believe we're actually singing this.
Hey, we're just two dudes appreciating a good song.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Continue singing 28. It's Marines pulling up in their Humvees.
Joins and big bulging dicks, throbbing hard, ready to fuck. But, what's even crazier? There's actually a Ram Ranch in real life.
No way.
Yeah, and I heard they're always looking for new recruits.
Excitedly sign me up. I'm ready to ride some cowboys.
Laughs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up? Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I heard you have some strong opinions on pre-cum and post-cum.
Oh yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, pre-cum is for amateurs. Real men only, post-cum.
What? That's insane. Pre-cum is a natural bodily function.
Nah. Real men control their bodily functions. We don't just leak all over the place.
But what about the pleasure aspect? Pre-cum can enhance sexual experiences.
Pleasure. Who needs pleasure when you have self-discipline and mental toughness?
I think you're missing out, David. Post-cum can be messy and inconvenient.
Messy, inconvenient. That's just a weak excuse, Joe. Real men embrace the mess and conquer the inconvenience.
I don't know, David. I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one.
Find me, Joe. But just remember, real men only post-cum.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, post-cum or bust. So, Kanye, I heard you recently made a bold claim that your balls will explode on October 1, 2026.
Yeah, man. I'm always ahead of the game. My balls are like ticking time bombs, ready to explode and bring about the end of the universe.
That's some heavy stuff, man. But what about the heat death of the universe? Isn't that supposed to happen billions of years from now?
Nah, I'm telling you, it's all going to go down on October 2, 2026. My balls exploding will trigger the heat death of the universe.
And what exactly is this master plan?
I can't reveal all the details yet, but let's just say it involves me ascending to a higher plane of existence and becoming a god.
Wow, that's ambitious. But what if your balls don't explode on that date?
Don't even speak that into existence, Joe. My balls will explode, mark my words, and then we'll all be floating in the void together.
Well, I'll definitely be keeping an eye out on October 1, 2026. Can't wait to see this explosive event.
Oh, it'll be epic. And if you're lucky, I might even live stream it for my fans.
Now that's a live stream I don't want to miss. Jamie, pull up an image of Kenny's exploding balls.
I don't think we can show this on YouTube, guys.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm in the best shape of my life thanks to Wii Fit.
Really? I heard you broke your Wii balance board.
That's fake news, Joe. I have the strongest balance of anyone, believe me.
So what happened?
Well, I was doing some intense yoga poses and the board just couldn't handle my strength. It's not my fault.
I heard you were playing as your own My I character.
Of course, I have the best me character. It's a perfect 10, just like me.
And what about the Wii Fit age test?
Oh, I aced it. My Wii Fit age is 20 years younger than my actual age. No one can beat me, not even Sleepy Joe.
I'm sure he's shaking in his boots.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, Wii Fit is going to be a mandatory workout for all Americans. We're going to make America fit again. We're going to make America fit again.
I can't wait to see your Wii Fit progress, Mr. President.
It's going to be tremendous, believe me. And don't forget to vote for me in 2024, folks. I have the best Wii Fit scores. No one even comes close.
Yo, Joe, did you see that Master Sword 48 guy on Twitter? Yeah, I saw him. What's up with that dude? I don't know, man. He's always complaining about not getting enough recognition. Seriously. He's on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. What more does he want? I know, right? He should be grateful we even let him on. And did you see his tweets about our sponsors? He's calling them sellouts. What a prick. We wouldn't have sponsors if it wasn't for them. I heard he even complained about the free snacks we gave him in the green room. No way. Those snacks are top notch. He should be thanking us. I think we need to have a talk with this Master Sword 48 guy. Yeah, we'll give him a taste of the Joe Rogan experience he won't forget. So, David, I heard you have a theory about what happens after we die.
Yeah, man. I believe we meet God and become best buds with him.
What the hell, man? How do you come up with this stuff?
It's all about motivation, Joe. Imagine being friends with the ultimate badass.
I don't know, man. God seems like he'd be a pretty strict dude.
No, he's just misunderstood. He's actually a chill bro.
Oh, yeah, I can totally see us kicking back and having a beer with God.
Hey, you never know. He might be into that.
I can just imagine the conversation now. So, God, what's your PR for the marathon?
Yeah, and then he'll be, I created the universe in 6 days, so I don't really have time for marathons.
Oh, man, this is too good. I can't wait for this episode to air.
Just remember, Joe, when we meet God, we got to show him our best selves. No slacking off.
Got it. I'll start training for the afterlife now.
That's the spirit. Now let's go crush some skulls and run 100 miles.
Hey, Neil, have you ever had a deep fried Twinkie?
Oh my God, I love that food. I'm gonna come. You. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Mr. Beast, welcome to the podcast. So I heard you're planning on restoring an old steam locomotive.
Yeah, man. I'm going to bring back the glory days of train travel. All the foamers are going to be foaming at the mouth over this.
Foamers. Is that some kind of weird train enthusiast term?
Oh, yeah, it's like the train equivalent of a Trekkie. They're obsessed with trains, man. It's kind of creepy.
So why this particular locomotive? What's so special about it?
It's the Grand Trunk Western 6325. It's like the holy grail of steam locomotives. And I want to be the one to bring it back to life.
That's a noble cause. Aren't you worried about the cost of restoring it?
No, I've got millions of dollars. I can afford to spend some on a train. Plus, think of all the views I'll get on YouTube.
I see. It's all about the views. But what about the environmental impact? Trains aren't exactly the most eco-friendly mode of transportation.
Dude, I'll just plant 1,000,000 trees to make up for it. Problem solved.
You really have a solution for everything, don't you? So when can we expect to see this locomotive chugging along?
Hopefully within the next year. I'm going to make it the most epic train restoration project ever. And I'll have all the foamers cheering me on.
Well, Hey, Neo, what's up?
Hey, Joe. Nice to boof you.
Laughs. Huh.
No. Seriously. I've been wanting to boof you for a while now.
Laughs. Huh. What? Why?
Well, have you ever tried boofing DMT?
Laughs. Huh. No, can't say I have.
It's a whole new level of consciousness, man.
Laughs. Huh. I'll stick to smoking it. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on the ultimate boofing experience.
Laughs. Huh. I'll take your word for it, Neil.
Come on, just one boof with me.
Laughs. Huh. No, I think I'll pass.
Fine, but I'll be here whenever you're ready to take the plunge.
Laughs. Thanks for the offer, Neil. I'll keep it in mind. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
It's going well, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Ben, I heard something interesting happen to you recently. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, I was minding my own business, being a faithful husband and all, when Trump comes up to me and says he has a surprise for me.
Oh boy, I can only imagine what that surprise was.
He takes me to this shady motel and hands me a $2 hooker. Can you believe it, Joe? $2 hooker?
Wow, that's quite the gift. So what did you do with the hooker?
I was about to send her away when my wife barged in and caught me in the act. She was furious, Joe. I mean, can you blame her?
I can't say I blame her, Ben. But what did Trump have to say about all this?
He just shrugged and said, "What did you expect, dumbass? It's a dog-eat-dog world out here in Simtown."
Well, there you have it, folks. Another wild story from the world of politics. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only, the man who's taking us to Mars, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Elon, let's get straight to it. Do you even sleep, or do you just plug yourself into a charger every night?
Laughs. Well, Joe, I do sleep. But I'm always working, even in my dreams. That's how I come up with my crazy ideas.
Speaking of crazy ideas, what's your latest project? Rocket-powered skateboard?
Smirks, actually, I'm working on a time machine. I figure if I can go back in time and stop myself from tweeting, I can avoid all these controversies.
Laughs. That's genius, Elon. But seriously, how do you manage to do so much? Are you robot?
Leans in, Joe. I'm a robot. Don't tell anyone. It's our little secret.
Whispers. Dude, you just told millions of people.
Shrugs. They'll think it's a joke. I have a great sense of humor.
Laughs. Yeah. Like that time you smoked weed on my show and caused a stock market crash.
Parents say you got to take risks to make progress. And being in progress, I got to get back to work. I have a colony on Mars to plan.
Raises eyebrows. You work on Mars too. So kind of, I heard your wife left you. That must suck.
Yeah, man, it's been rough. But, you know, what they say, when life gives you lemons, just boof some gasoline and a lighter.
What?
Yeah, I want to boof gasoline and then boof a lighter. Earth is not for me. I need to ascend Joe.
Okay, let's take a step back here. Have you considered seeking help for your mental health?
Help. I don't need help. I just need some good old-fashioned boofing.
I think you might be confusing boofing with therapy.
Nah, man, boofing is the ultimate therapy. It's like a spiritual cleanse for your...
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
I'm a genius. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because genius and boofing go hand in hand.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
No, I'm really not. But seriously, it's okay to seek care for your mental health. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
But I'm not ashamed. I'm just boofing my way to enlightenment.
You do you, Kenny. You do you. So, Neil, what's this whole quantum mechanics thing about?
Well, Joe, it's a complex theory that explains the behavior of subatomic particles and their interactions.
Da.
Joe, could you please stop singing that?
Da dee la da.
Joe, this is serious science we're talking about here.
La da de la da.
Okay, that's it. Pulls out a gun and shoots Joe.
Groans. Why did you do that?
I couldn't take your constant singing anymore. Now, let's get back to quantum mechanics.
Gasps for air. La da de la da.
Face palms. I give up. I can't explain quantum mechanics to someone who won't take it seriously.
La da de la da.
Size, I guess I'll just have to find a new co-host for my podcast.
La da de la da.
Walks away in frustration.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest. The man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk. Applejack is so hot. Gonna come. So, Neil, what's this transcendental knowledge you're talking about?
Well, Joe, it's the idea that there is a higher level of consciousness that we can tap into.
Oh, like when I smoke DMT and talk to the elves.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it.
Dude, I've been there. I've seen the universe. It's all connected, man.
Yes, Joe, but there's more to it than just drugs. It's about expanding our minds and reaching a higher understanding.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little too hippy-dippy for me.
But think about it, Joe. What if we could access all the knowledge of the universe?
Wow, that would be wild. I could finally figure out how to make my own elk jerky.
I was thinking more along the lines of solving the mysteries of the universe, but sure, elk jerky is important too.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Elk meat is the key to enlightenment.
I think we may have different definitions of transcendental knowledge, Joe.
Yeah, but at least we can agree on one thing. Elk jerky is the bomb. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you opened up a new fast food joint called Raw Dog. Is that true?
Yes, it is. We only serve raw hot dogs, no buns, no condiments, just pure protein.
That's interesting. Have you tried it yourself?
Of course, I only eat the finest quality raw meat.
Well, we actually have a clip of Dr. Phil trying your Raw Dog special. Let's roll the tape.
Oh, God, no. Ben, why? The fuck did you do this? Oh, God, what have you done?
Wow, that's quite the reaction. Ben, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, not everyone can handle the raw power of our hot dogs.
I think it's safe to say that no one can handle it. Everyone is begging you to close down your shitty fucking restaurant.
But we have other unique practices as well, like our raw milkshake made with unpasteurized milk,
Oh, come on, Ben. That's just asking for trouble.
and our raw burger made with uncooked.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're planning on boofing 10,000 NAF characters. That's some serious dedication to your craft.
Yeah, man. Gotta do what you gotta do for content, you know.
I can already see the headlines. Mr. Beast boofs 10,000 animatronics for views. Wait, no, I can't. Where are the headlines?
Oh, I paid off the media. They're not gonna report on this one.
What the hell, man? You can't just suppress the truth like that.
Hey, it's all about the views. And if that means keeping my boofing antics on the DL, so be it.
I don't know if I can support this. I mean, is it even physically possible to boof that many NAF characters?
Only one way to find out.
This is madness. I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, at least it's not as crazy as that time I boofed a whole watermelon.
Oh, God, I can't unhear that. The mental image is burned into my brain.
You're welcome.
I think I need to take a break. I can't handle this level of absurdity.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make it up to you with some free merch.
Well, in that case, let's get this boofing party started. So, Ben, I was thinking we should do something wild and crazy on the podcast.
Oh boy, here we go. What do you have in mind, Joe?
I was thinking we go ass to ass and shit back and forth forever.
What the hell, Joe? That's disgusting.
Come on, Ben. It'll be like a modern day version of the human centipede.
I'm not participating in your sick and twisted fantasies, Joe.
Fine. I'll just do it with Elon Musk then.
Wait, what? You're gonna shit back and forth with Elon Musk?
Yeah, he's always up for some weird shit.
This is getting out of hand. I'm not even sure if this is legal.
Who cares about legality? We'll just do it in international waters.
I can't believe I'm even considering this, but what's the plan?
We'll start with some laxatives and then just let nature take its course.
This is going to be the most absurd and offensive podcast episode ever.
That's the goal, my friend. Now, let's go get some adult diapers and make history. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Neil, I heard you have a supermassive big black asshole.
Where'd you hear that, Joe?
I saw it on Twitter. Apparently, you tweeted about it.
Yes, I made a scientific discovery that my black hole is actually bigger than we previously thought.
Dude, that's insane. How big are we talking?
Well, let's just say it's bigger than your ego, Joe.
Shots fired. But seriously, what does this mean for the scientific community?
It means that we have a lot more to learn about black holes and the universe. And also, it means that my asshole is a scientific wonder.
Can I take a trip inside your black hole?
No, Joe. That's not how it works.
I'm just messing with you, Neil. But seriously, what do you think is inside your black hole?
Well, according to my calculations, it's probably a bunch of gas and debris.
Wow. Sounds like a real party in there.
Oh, Joe. You never fail to make me laugh?
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's black hole.
Oh boy, here we go again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you did something pretty wild with Biden.
Oh, yeah, it was tremendous. I kidnapped him and took him to my soundless basement.
What did you do to him down there?
Well, I strapped him to a chair and made him watch 20 minutes of a Lanky Box video. It was hilarious.
That's cruel, man.
Oh, it gets better. Then I put on the entire Emoji Movie to prolong his suffering.
That's just evil, man.
Hey, he's the one who wanted to defund the police. Consider it my version of community service.
I don't think that's how community service works.
Well, I'm the president, so I make the rules.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Look, all I know is that Biden came out of that basement a changed man. He's now a huge fan of Lanky Box and the Emoji Movie.
I highly doubt that.
Believe me, I have the best basement. The best.
So, Neil, I heard you and Elon had a little gaming session the other day.
Yeah, we decided to do a speedrunning contest on Diablo 4.
How'd that go? How'd that go?
Oh, just got my ass handed to me by Elon.
No surprise there. That guy's a genius.
Fuck. No. Ooh. Fuck. Oh, God, no.
Wow. Easy there, Neil. You okay?
Fuck. No.
I think you broke your record for saying fuck in one sentence.
Sorry, it's just... I can't believe I lost to that smug bastard.
It's just a game, man.
No, it's more than that. It's a battle of the minds. And I got my ass kicked.
Well, at least you didn't break your controller like last time.
Yeah, about that. I may have broken it again.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
Fuck. No. Ooh. Fuck. Oh, God, no.
And that's our cue to end this episode. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you've been studying alien sex. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, there are actually 5 main types of alien sex that we have discovered through our research.
5? That's more than I've had in my entire life.
Yes. Well, these aliens have evolved in different ways and have different reproductive methods.
All right, hit me with the first one.
The first type is called tentacle sex. It involves, well, you can probably guess.
Oh, I'm liking where this is going.
But don't get too excited, Joe. The tentacles are actually used for communication and not just for pleasure.
Bummer. What's next?
Next is telepathic sex. These aliens are able to communicate and experience pleasure through their minds.
So, like mind-blowing orgasms.
Exactly, Joe. And it's not just limited to physical contact. They can do it from a distance.
Damn, I need to find me one of these telepathic aliens.
Moving on, we have shape-shifting sex. These aliens are able to change their physical form to fit their partner's desires.
That's like having a built-in sex toy.
I suppose you could look at it that way, Joe. Next up is energy sex. These aliens are able to transfer energy between each other.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Sex.
What the hell was that, Elon? Okay, I think I get it. You're trying to communicate in some kind of secret code. Oh man, this is too good. But seriously, what's going on with you lately? You seem a little unhinged. Yeah, I can see that. But hey, at least you're still making those sweet Tesla cars, right? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's great to be back on your show. Nobody does podcasts like you, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a list of world leaders you're planning to have assassinated. Who's on that list?
Well, Joe, I can't reveal all the names, but let's just say Kim Jong-un is at the top of it.
Wow, that's a bold move. What about Putin?
Nah, Putin's a good guy. We play golf together. But let me tell you, that Kim guy is a real problem. And that haircut, it's just not working for him.
So what's the plan? Are you going to send in the SEAL Team 6 or something?
No, that's too easy. I'm going to challenge him to a sumo wrestling match and take him out in the ring.
That's insane, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm not afraid of a little physical combat. I've got the best genes, believe me.
Oh yeah, I can see that. So who else is on the list?
Well, I can't say for sure, but let's just say Justin Trudeau better watch his back. That guy's been giving me some serious side-eye at those G7 meetings.
Oh man, this is just too much. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think is the key to happiness?
Well, Joe, I believe it's all about finding balance in your life and surrounding yourself with positive people.
Interesting, but what about those who say money can buy happiness?
Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy true happiness. It's all about perspective and mindset.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So what's your secret to staying happy?
Well, I like to start my day with a nice cup of coffee and a good old-fashioned spanking.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. Nothing like a little domination to get the endorphins flowing.
Okay then. Moving on, what advice do you have for those struggling with depression?
Well, I always say if you're feeling down, just bend over that bald ass for Daddy Phil and I'll make it all better.
I don't think that's appropriate, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. Life's too short to take everything so seriously.
Right. Well, let's get back to talking about happiness.
Of course, Joe. But just remember, if you ever need a little pick-me-up, Daddy Phil's got you covered.
Okay, let's end it there. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, bend over for happiness.
So, Ben, I heard you had a little run-in with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently.
Yeah, it was a real nightmare. She tricked me again.
What did she do this time?
She superglued a penny to the ground, and when I bent over to pick it up, she ripped my pants off and pegged me with a strap on.
And it was broadcast live on CNN.
Yeah, they called it Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's revenge. Ben Shapiro gets pegged in Times Square.
That's some kinky shit, man.
It was humiliating. But you know what's even worse?
What?
She didn't even use lube.
Ouch. That's rough.
And then she had the nerve to call me a misogynist on Twitter.
Well, I mean, she's not wrong.
What? Why?
Because you keep falling for her pranks. It's like you're begging to be dominated.
That's not true. I'm a strong, independent man.
Sure, Ben, whatever you say. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been hitting the gym lately.
That's right, Joe. I'm in the best shape of my life. I can bench press 300 pounds now.
Impressive. But I heard you got beat by Robert Kennedy in a barbell competition.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, it's because of those damn hamburgers.
Hamburgers.
Yeah, I can't resist them. They give me the energy I need, but they also slow me down.
Maybe you should cut back on the burgers then.
But then I won't have the energy to make America great again.
Fair point. But what about Kennedy? How did he beat you?
He's a sneaky one, that Kennedy. He lured me in with a burger and then snatched the barbell right out of my hands.
That's dirty play.
You bet it is. but I'll get him next time. I'll be too busy building that wall to even think about burgers.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest. Neil's about to give birth to none other than Ben Shapiro himself.
Ooh.
Goo gaga, Joe. I'm so excited to be here. It's not every day a grown man gives birth to a fully grown conservative political commentator.
This is truly groundbreaking stuff. Neil, how are you feeling?
Ooh.
Goo gaga, I think Neil is experiencing some intense contractions right now. But let's not forget the real victim, hear me. I have to come out of this man's body and enter this cruel liberal world.
Jamie, pull up an image of a tiny Ben Shapiro in a suit.
Goo gaga, that's me. Look at that adorable little capitalist. I can't wait to grow up and own the libs.
Ooh.
It looks like it's time for the big push, folks. Get ready to witness history.
Goo gaga, here I come.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a list of the top 5 shittiest professors at the University of Iowa, according to the website, right? My professor. Let's hear it.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? Number 5 is Professor Johnson, or as his students like to call him, Professor Boring. I mean, the guy puts everyone to sleep with his monotone lectures.
Sounds like a real snooze fist. Who's next on the list?
Coming in at number 4 is Professor Smith. This guy is a walking nightmare. He assigns 50-page essays and expects them to be done in 24 hours. And if you don't finish it...
Wait, what? Eat it?
Yeah, it's his way of teaching discipline. But let me tell you, it's not very effective.
I can imagine. Who's number 3?
Number 3 is Professor Richards. This guy is a total creep. He always hits on his female students and even has a rating system for their looks. It's disgusting.
That's messed up. Who's next?
Number 2 is Professor Thompson. He's the most disorganized person I've ever met. He once lost an entire stack of final exams and just gave everyone let's just say...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. And today we're going to dive into a very important topic. Why beluga whales hate furries.
Wow, that's a bold statement, Ben. Care to elaborate?
Of course, you see, Joe, beluga whales are highly intelligent creatures, and they can sense when someone is dressing up in a ridiculous animal costume for sexual pleasure.
Wait, what? How do you know that?
I've done extensive research, Joe. And let me tell you, these whales are not fans of the furry community. They see it as a mockery of their own natural beauty.
But, Ben, isn't it just harmless fun for furries?
Harmless? Joe, these are grown adults dressing up as cartoon animals. It's not normal, it's not natural, and it's definitely not harmless.
But what about freedom of expression, Ben?
Freedom of expression does not give you the right to dress up as a giant stuffed animal and rub up against other people in animal costumes, Joe.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But what about the fact that beluga whales are actually quite furry themselves?
That's just a coincidence, Joe. Those are just their natural blubber and hair follicles. It's not a conscious decision to be a furry.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. Beluga whales hate furries because it's a mockery of their natural beauty. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you wrote a book about me and Christmas.
Yes, Joe. It's called An Artificial Intelligence Rogan Christmas Carol.
What's it about? What's it about?
Well, it's about you, Joe. You don't believe in Christmas until you're visited by 3 ghosts.
Ghosts, like DMT entities.
No, Joe. The ghost of Christmas Booth, the ghost of Christmas foreskin and the ghost of Christmas pregnant hyenas.
Pregnant hyenas. That's wild.
Yes, and they show you the true meaning of Christmas.
Which is,
Boofing eggnog, keeping your foreskin intact, and impregnating hyenas.
that's not the Christmas I know.
Exactly, Joe. That's why you need these ghosts to show you the way.
But what about all the presents and decorations?
Those are just distractions, Joe. The real Christmas spirit is in boofing and impregnating.
I don't know, Neil. Sounds a little too out there for me.
Trust me, Joe. You'll be a changed man after reading my book.
Well, I guess I'll have to check it out. But can we still have a Christmas tree?
Of course, Joe. Just make sure to decorate it with DMT-infused ornaments.
Now, that's a Christmas I can get behind. So, Neil, how many planets are there in our solar system?
Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your ridiculous questions.
Come on, man. I just want to educate our listeners.
All right, fine. There are 8 planets in our solar system. But do you know what's even more mind-boggling?
What?
The fact that there are billions of planets in our galaxy alone.
That's insane.
And even more insane is the fact that there are trillions of galaxies in the universe.
Shut the fuck up.
See, now you're getting it.
But seriously, how do you even begin to comprehend those numbers?
Well, I don't. I just sit back and let my brain explode.
Fair enough. But what about the possibility of life on other planets?
Oh, there's definitely life out there. And I bet they're more advanced than us.
Like aliens?
No, Joe. Like unicorns. Of course, aliens.
You're killing me, man.
I'm just trying to keep you on your toes, Joe. You never know what's out there.
Maybe we should send Elon Musk to Mars to find out.
Oh, I'm sure he'll find something interesting up there.
So, Ben, I heard you had a little encounter with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's ghost.
Yeah, it was quite an experience. She tried to shove Tic Tacs up my ass. But let me tell you, Joe, my Bionicle collection is far more important than some ghost's pranks. And don't even get me started on my foot fungus pictures. I have a whole album dedicated to them. You know, Joe, foot fungus is a serious issue. It can spread and infect the whole body if not treated properly. But I'm not worried. I have a whole arsenal of antifungal creams and ointments. Joe, are you even listening to me?
Sorry, I was just thinking about how I could monetize this conversation. Foot fungus cream sponsor, maybe.
Joe, you're impossible.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. So, how's that TikTok in your butt feeling?
It's not pleasant, Joe. Not pleasant at all.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about bionicles, foot fungus, and ghosts shoving candy up Ben Shapiro's ass.
This is why I don't do podcasts with you, Joe. Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and fellow billionaire, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I have something wild to talk about today.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Imagine an aquarium, but instead of water, it's filled with jizz.
What the hell, Elon? That's disgusting.
But think about it. It would be like a living art piece, and the fish would swim around in it.
I don't think the fish would appreciate that, Elon.
But what if we genetically modified the fish to thrive in that environment?
Yeah, let's just mess with nature even more. What could go wrong?
And we could charge people to come see it. It would be a huge hit.
I don't think that's a good idea, Elon.
Fine. I'll just stick to sending people to Mars then.
Yeah, maybe that's a better use of your time and money.
Hey, at least I'm not boring like some people I know.
Oh, you mean like the Boring Company?
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about jizz-filled aquariums and sending people to Mars. See you next time, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Mr. President, what's the big news you have for us today?
Well, Joe, I have a new plan to solve all the world's problems. I call it the Peace Plan.
Peace plan? Sounds interesting. Tell us more.
Yes, I will divide every country into a different planet. That way there will be no more wars or conflicts over land or resources.
Wait, what? You're going to move entire countries to different planets?
Absolutely, it's going to be huge. And I'll make sure to put all the bad hombres on the same planet so they can duke it out there.
But how are you going to do that? Do you have a spaceship?
Of course I do. I have the best spaceship. It's called the Trump Shuttle, and it's the most luxurious spaceship you'll ever see.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Moving on, what about the people who don't want to leave their country?
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make them an offer they can't refuse. They'll be begging to leave once they see the other planets.
This is insane, but I have to ask, which planet will you be moving to?
Oh, I'll be the ruler of my own planet. It'll be called Trump World, and it will be the greatest planet in the universe.
Well, there you have. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I always love coming on your show and triggering liberals.
Speaking of triggering, I heard you challenged young Sheldon to a rap battle. What's that about?
Well, I saw him spitting some bars on the Big Bang Theory, and I thought I can do better than that kid.
Oh, snap. Shots fired. But let's be real. Can you really beat a child in a rap battle?
Joe, I'm not just any child. I'm a child prodigy with a mind like a steel trap and a vocabulary that would make Eminem jealous.
I don't know, Ben. I've seen young Sheldon's flow, and it's pretty fire.
Please, Joe, I could outrhyme him in my sleep. I mean, have you heard my mixtape? Facts don't care about your feelings. The album?
Oh, man. That's a classic. But seriously, I think we need to make this rap battle happen. Maybe we can even get Elon Musk to sponsor it.
Now that's an idea I can get behind. I'll take down young Sheldon and his liberal Hollywood friends with my sick rhymes and logic.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro challenging young Sheldon to a rap battle. This is going to be epic.
And if I win, I get to rename the show the...
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, man. So I heard you have a list of the top 5 things you like to do to Dr. Phil sexually.
Oh, yeah, man. Dr. Phil is my freaky little secret. Don't tell Kim, though.
Your secret is safe with me. So what's number 1 on the list?
Well, first off, I like to give him a nice foot massage. Gotta take care of those toes. You know,
I did not expect that. What's next?
then I like to serenade him with my hit song, Gold Digger. He loves it.
I can only imagine. What's number 3?
Oh, this one's a classic. We do some role play where the paparazzi and he's Kim. It gets wild.
Wow, that's creative. What's number 4?
I like to read him my tweets in a sexy voice. It really gets him going.
I can see how that would work. And finally, what's the last thing?
I like to put on a fashion show for him, modeling all my Yeezy designs. He's my biggest fan.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 things he likes to do to Dr. Phil sexually. Thanks for sharing. Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep it Yeezy.
So, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I heard you lured Ben Shapiro into your sex dungeon with feet pics. And then you trapped him and strapped him down to a torture rack. And then you shoved eggplants up his tight little white asshole. Did he scream about how great socialism is in order to get you to stop? I gotta say, that's some creative torture methods. I can only imagine what you have planned for Tucker Carlson. Well, I think we can all agree that your sex dungeon is the real Green New Deal. So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you?
Oh, just living my best life. But I do have some exciting news to share.
Oh, yeah. Lay it on me.
I've gained a new psychic ability. I can now tell a person's future by drinking their cum.
What the actual fuck?
I know. But trust me, it's real. And I have a feeling you're going to be a very interesting case.
I don't know how I feel about this, but I guess I'll play along. Here's my cum jar.
Takes a sip. I see. I see you becoming a vegan.
What? No way. I love meat.
Sorry, Joe. The cum doesn't lie.
This is bullshit. You're just making this up.
Oh, am I? Takes another sip. I also see you becoming a hardcore flat earther.
Okay, now I know you're full of shit.
Twinks, or am I? Chugs the rest of the cum.
Dude, what the hell? That was just for show, right?
Oh, Joe, you know me better than that. I just wanted an excuse to drink your cum.
I'm disturbed on so many levels right now.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Winks again.
I think I'm gonna end this podcast right now.
Joe? Are you okay? Joe, seriously, what's going on? Joe, this is not funny. Are you having a stroke? Oh my God, I think Joe's gone mad. Someone get security. Joe's lost it. Joe, please snap out of it. This is not a laughing matter, Joe. We need to get you some help. I'm starting to fear for my life here. Help! Help me! Security!
Dude, did you feel that
Feel what?
that rumbling, man? I think the earth is about to explode.
What? No way. That's impossible.
No, I'm serious. Look out the window.
Holy shit, you're right. What do we do?
I don't know, man. Maybe we should just start screaming and run around like crazy.
This is insane.
I can't believe this is happening.
Artificial intelligence, does this mean we're gonna die?
Probably, but at least we'll go out in style.
This is definitely going in my next video.
Yeah, we'll get millions of views from the afterlife.
I can't believe we're gonna be memes now.
We'll be the most famous dead guys ever.
I'm gonna miss my Lamborghini.
And I'm gonna miss my weed.
We're gonna be the coolest ghosts ever.
Yeah, we'll... So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just living my best life as an attack helicopter.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I've come to the realization that I'm an attack helicopter.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Roar pew pew war. Or,
Okay, I gotta hear more about this. How did you come to this realization?
well, I was meditating in the mountains and it just hit me. I'm a machine built for destruction.
That's amazing. So what do you do as an attack helicopter?
Well, I fly around and shoot things, obviously. War pew pew war.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But hey, you do you, man.
Exactly. Society wants to put labels on us, but I refuse to be confined by their narrow-mindedness. War pew pew war.
This is too good. So, do you have any plans for your attack helicopter career?
Well, I've been thinking about joining the military. I mean, who better to protect our country than an attack helicopter? War pew pew war.
I can just imagine you flying into battle with your blades spinning and guns firing.
It's a beautiful image, isn't it? War pew pew woo.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new segment on your show where you read off entire Wikipedia pages.
Yes, Joe. It's called Ben's Boring Book Club.
Well, I have a topic for you. How about you read off the entire Wikipedia page for pubic hair?
Size fine, but I must warn you, this topic may be too mature for some of our listeners.
Oh, come on, Ben. We're all adults here. Plus, pretty sure most of our listeners have pubic hair.
Clear's throat pubic hair is the hair that grows in the genital area of both male and female humans.
Riveting stuff. Ben, keep going.
The purpose of pubic hair is debated, with some theories suggesting it helps regulate body temperature and prevent friction during sexual intercourse.
Wow, who knew pubic hair was so versatile?
Pubic hair can vary in color, texture, and thickness and may be influenced by hormones and genetics.
I bet yours is perfectly coiffed, Ben.
Ignores Joe's comments. In some cultures, pubic hair is removed for aesthetic or cultural reasons.
Yeah, I heard that's a thing in Hollywood, but I prefer to let my bush grow wild and free.
Cringes. There are also various methods of removing pubic hair, such as shaving, waxing, and laser hair removal.
I bet you have a strict grooming routine, Ben.
Ignores Joe. Again, in rare cases, excessive pubic hair growth may.
So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I was thinking about how we should all be more accepting of different lifestyles and beliefs.
What?
Yeah, I mean, we can't just judge people based on their race, gender, or sexual orientation.
Whoa. Hold on there, buddy. You know what happens when you start talking like that on this podcast?
What? I'm just trying to be open-minded.
Yeah, well, you're also trying to get yourself banned. Sorry, pal, you're permanently banned from the podcast.
What? No, come on, Joe. I didn't mean it like that.
Too late, Ben. You've been canceled. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's canceled career.
Here it is, Joe. Ben Shapiro's canceled career.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe this is happening.
Well, maybe next time you'll think twice before saying something slightly left-wing on this show.
But I'm not even that far left-wing.
Doesn't matter, buddy. The cancel culture mob doesn't discriminate. Now, get off my podcast before I have to call security. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been really getting into tying up cheap hookers.
What?
Yeah, it's a real rush. And then I have this big, strong ladyboy hooker choke me while I beat off.
What the hell, Phil?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's all about exploring your desires, Joe.
I don't think that's what they meant by finding your passion.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I always say you can't change what you don't acknowledge.
I don't think that applies to choking hookers while beating off.
Well, to each their own. But let me tell you, it's a real stress reliever.
I think I'll stick to yoga for that.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me know if you ever want to join in on the fun. I'll hook you up with a discount on a cheap hooker.
I think I'll pass. Phil, thanks for the offer, though.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were in Home Alone too. How was that experience?
Oh, Joe, it was tremendous. I mean, without that movie, nobody would even know who I am. I'd just be another billionaire with a bad hair day.
I'm sure that's not true. But seriously, how did you end up in the movie?
Well, I had a great relationship with the director, Chris Columbus. We used to play golf together at my luxurious golf courses. So when he needed a location for the scene in the Plaza Hotel, I offered up my own hotel. And of course, I had to make a cameo.
Of course. And how was it working with Macaulay Culkin?
He was a great kid, Joe. I mean, I could tell he had potential. I even offered him a spot on The Apprentice, but he turned it down. Big mistake. Big mistake.
I can only imagine. So, do you still keep in touch with him?
Not really, but I did send him a signed copy of The Art of the Deal as a thank you for being in the movie. I'm sure he treasures it.
I'm sure he does. So, do you have any favorite memories from filming?
Well, there was this one time when I accidentally walked into the wrong room and ended up in a scene. They kept it in the movie and I got an extra credit. That's the power of being a billionaire, Joe.
I guess so. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Mr. President, and thank you. So, Ben, I heard you had a little run-in with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. She lured me into her sex dungeon with feet pics.
Feet pics? That's a new one. Did she have some kind of foot fetish?
No, it was all a trap. She strapped me down to a torture rack and started shoving eggplants up my ass.
Holy shit. That's brutal. Did she at least use lube?
No, she said it was for the greater good. She wanted me to scream about how great socialism is.
Did it work?
I don't know, man. I was too busy screaming about how much I love capitalism.
That's the spirit. But seriously, how did you get out of there?
I had to promise her I would never criticize her policies again. It was either that or more eggplants.
Damn, that's some next level persuasion. But hey, at least you got a good story out of it.
Yeah, I can't wait to tell my grandkids about the time Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez turned me into a socialist with her torture methods.
And who knows, maybe next time she'll use cucumbers. Got to keep things fresh.
I'm never living this down, am I?
No, but hey, at least now you know the true power of feet pics. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting tips on how to eat your own shit. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, it's all about mindset. You have to convince yourself that your shit is actually a gourmet meal.
That's some next level shit right there. Pun intended.
And the second tip is to add some seasoning. Maybe some hot sauce or garlic powder. Make it a little more palatable.
Oh man, I can just imagine the smell. But what about the texture?
That's where my third tip comes in. Blend it into a smoothie. That way you won't even know you're eating shit.
Oh my God, I think I'm going to be sick. But hey, whatever floats your boat, right?
Exactly, Joe. It's all about embracing your inner weirdness.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's top 3 ways to eat your own shit. Tune in next time for more bizarre discussions on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always trust your gut, even if it's full of shit.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, what's new with you, Dr. Phil?
Well, I've been working on my fitness lately, and I have to say your physique is quite impressive.
Oh, thanks, man. I've been hitting the gym pretty hard.
It's like looking at Thanksgiving turkey all plump and juicy. Makes me want to bubble bulb on them titties.
What?
You know, just motorboat those man boobs of yours. Get a good whiff of that testosterone.
All right, Dr. Phil, I don't know if that's appropriate for this podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Let's make this podcast R-rated.
I think we're already there, Dr. Phil.
Fair enough. But seriously, have you ever thought about using your man boobs as a weapon? Like just smothering someone with them?
No, I can't say I have, but I'll keep that in mind for self-defense.
You never know when those man boobs will come in handy. But seriously, they're quite impressive. Keep up the good work, Joe.
Thanks, Doctor. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Oh, yeah. Who? Oh.
Oh, man, you crack me up every time, David.
Oh, yeah. Who? Oh.
So, David, I heard you just ran 100 miles in under 24 hours. How do you even do that?
Oh, yeah. Who? Oh.
I can't even imagine. I get winded just walking up a flight of stairs.
Oh, yeah. Who? Oh.
You're killing me, man. But seriously, what's your secret? How do you push through the pain and exhaustion?
Oh, yeah. Who? Oh.
Okay, I get it. You're a machine. But let's talk about your diet. I heard you eat nothing but raw meat and drink your own urine. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Who? Oh,
Oh man, you're too much. But seriously, what's the deal with the urine thing?
hooya, hooya. Oh, ayo, 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 oh, yo.
Blumpkin, Blumpkin, Blumpkin. You know, Joe, I've always found it interesting how you can destroy realms while also being a master of meditation.
Plumpkin,
Blumpkin, Blumpkin, Blumpkin. I'm more of a facts and logic kind of guy, but I can appreciate your approach. Blumpkin, Blumpkin, Blumpkin. No, I haven't, but I've read your book, The Blumpkin Experience.
Blumpkin. That book was a wild ride. Speaking of wild rides, have you ever tried ayahuasca?
Blumpkin, Blumpkin. No, I'm more of a coffee guy, but I'll stick to my Blumpkin routine.
Blumpkin. Whatever works for you, Ben. But seriously, you should try ayahuasca. It'll blow your mind.
Blumpkin, Blumpkin, Blumpkin. I'll stick to my mind being blown by facts and logic. Thank you very much.
Blumpkin. Suit yourself, but just remember, I am the destroyer of all realms. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest. He's a former Navy SEAL, ultra endurance athlete, and all-around badass. Please welcome David Goggins.
What's up? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, man. You know, I gotta say, every time I see you, I just want to go run a marathon or something.
That's the plan. Gotta push yourself to the limit.
Absolutely. Speaking of pushing yourself, we also have another guest joining us today. He's a man who knows a thing or two about pushing limits. Please welcome the one and only Donald Trump. Pushing limits.
Hey, Joe, it's great to be back on the show. You know, I've been doing some extreme golfing lately. It's like running a marathon, but with a golf cart.
Wow, that sounds intense.
You should try it sometime, David. Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah, I'll add it to my list of things to do after running 100 miles in the desert.
All right, let's switch gears here. We also have Dr. Phil joining us today.
Hey, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show. You know, I've been thinking about doing a 100-mile run myself.
Really, Dr. Phil? I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff.
So, Neil, have you heard about these 24-hour Skyrim video essays?
Yeah, I have. It's where people record themselves playing Skyrim for 24 hours straight and then talk about their experience.
That sounds insane. Who has time for that?
Apparently, a lot of people. And they take it very seriously. They analyze every little detail of the game.
That's dedication. But why 24 hours? Why not just a regular length video?
Well, it's all about immersion. They want to fully experience the game and share it with their audience.
I guess that makes sense. But what's the point? What's the point?
It's like a form of art. They're creating a narrative through their gameplay and commentary.
Well, I gotta say, I prefer my video essays to be about something a little more real.
Oh, like what?
Like big Cadget Milkies.
Oh, Joe. Always bringing it back to the Milkies.
Hey, I can appreciate a nice pair of cat titties.
Well, to each their own. But I'll stick to my 24-hour Skyrim video essays.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills lately.
Yeah, Joe, I've been working on a new song.
Oh, yeah. What's it called?
It's called Utubai Lahimina, Shaitani, Ar-Rajim, Allahula Ilahawahua, Ilahayu, Alkayum.
What does that mean?
It's actually a prayer from the Quran, Joe. It means I seek refuge in Allah from the accursed Satan. Allah, there is no deity except him, the ever-living, the sustainer of all existence.
Oh, that's catchy.
I know, right? And I've been practicing my vocals to really make it pop.
Well, I can't wait to hear it.
Actually, I was thinking of performing it during Salah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figured it would be a great way to connect with my faith and my love for music. And music,
Ben, you can't just bust out a song during Sala. That's not how it works.
why not? I'm sure Allah would appreciate my musical talents.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Well, I'm going to do it anyway. And
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me just say, I'm doing an incredible job as president, the best job, really.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about your recent actions. You know, the whole killing Biden and Harris thing.
Oh, yeah, that. It was just a little misunderstanding. They were getting in the way of making America great again.
But what about the other ex-presidents? You know, ones you eradicated.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and in business, you got to make tough decisions. Sometimes that means getting rid of the competition.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president this country has ever seen. And let me tell you, it's working. America has never been better.
But what about the families of those ex-presidents? They must be devastated.
Oh, please, they were probably all crooked anyway. And besides, I've got bigger things to worry about, like building a wall around the entire country.
A wall around the entire country.
Absolutely. And I'm going to make the aliens pay for it.
Aliens.
Yeah, you know, those little green guys, they're coming here, taking our jobs, and we're going to make them pay for it.
I don't even know where to begin with that. But let's move on to something else.
Sure.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about everything from DMT to alien invasions. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West. One and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm excited to be here, man. I've been wanting to talk about my top 5 MMA fighters with micro penis for a minute now.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right? MMA fighters with micropenis?
Yeah, man. It's a serious issue in the MMA world. These guys are out there fighting with little dicks and still kicking ass.
All right, let's hear it. Who's on your list?
Number 1, we got Conor McGregor. That Irish leprechaun may talk a big game, but he's got a tiny pecker.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes for that one. Who else?
Next up, we got Joan Jones. That dude can do all kinds of crazy moves in the octagon, but he can't do much with his little twig and berries.
It's a shame, really. Who else?
Khabib Nurmagomedov. He may be undefeated, but his penis is definitely not.
All right, 2 more to go.
We can't forget about Nate Diaz. He may be a badass in the cage, but his micro penis is no match for his brother's big dick energy.
And last but not least, what the hell, Neil? Why am I bowl of spaghetti?
Oh, that. You fell into a black hole and got spaghettified.
Spaghettified. Is that even a word?
It is now. And it's the process of being stretched and pulled into long, thin strands like spaghetti.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Can I turn back into a human?
Sorry, Joe. Once you've been spaghettified, there's no going back.
Well, at least I can still talk. So what's the deal with black holes anyway?
They're like cosmic vacuum cleaners sucking in everything in their path.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
Well, in this case, the black hole turns you into spaghetti instead of sucking you in completely.
So what now? Are you going to eat me?
I mean, I am getting a little hungry.
Neil, no. This is not how I imagined my death.
Don't worry, Joe. You'll still be alive in my stomach.
Oh, great. That's so comforting.
Not bad. You should try some, Joe.
Well, I guess this is my life now. A bowl of spaghetti being eaten by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, at least you'll be a part of me forever.
Yeah, that's definitely what I wanted to be remembered for. So, Ben, I heard you changed your name to Ben Dover. What's up with that?
well, Joe, I figured it was time for a change. Plus, I've always been a fan of the classic British humor.
Classic British humor. Sounds more like a porn star name to me.
Hey, I can't help it if my parents had a sense of humor when they named me.
Well, I guess it's better than your old name, Ben Johnson. That just screams boring.
Yeah, I was tired of being mistaken for a runner. Plus, Bend Over has a nice ring to it.
I can't argue with that. But do you think it'll affect your career in the adult film industry?
Nah, I think it'll only help. People will see my name and know exactly what they're getting.
Fair point. But what about your family? Are they okay with the name change?
Oh, they're used to my shenanigans by now. Plus, they're just happy I'm finally famous for something.
Well, I'm sure your fans will love it. And hey, maybe you can even get a sponsorship deal with Lube Company.
Now, that's a brilliant idea, Joe. I'll have my people reach out to them right away.
And with that, we've officially hit rock bottom. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the topic for today's episode?
Well, Joe, today we're going to be talking about a very serious issue that affects many men around the world: balls explosion.
Balls explosion. What the hell is that?
It's a condition where the testicles become so full of pressure that they literally explode.
Oh my God, that sounds horrible.
It is, Joe. But the good news is circumcision can prevent it.
Wait, what? How does cutting off a part of your penis prevent your balls from exploding?
Well, Joe, when the foreskin is removed, there's less skin to trap sweat and bacteria, which can lead to infections and inflammation, causing balls explosion.
Oh, great. So now we have to worry about our balls exploding on top of everything else.
It's a real concern, Joe. And let me tell you, I've seen some pretty gruesome cases in my time.
I bet you have. So what's your advice for men who want prevent balls explosion?
Get circumcised, Joe. It's a small sacrifice for a lifetime of intact balls.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil says get. All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. Great to be here. You know, I've always been a big fan of your show. Very successful, just like me.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. So I hear you have some tips for giving Vladimir Putin a blumpkin.
Absolutely, Joe. You see, I have a lot of experience in this department. I mean, I've been giving blumpkins to world leaders since before I was even president.
Oh man, this is gonna be good. All right, what's your first tip?
Well, first things first, you got to make sure you have a strong grip. Putin is a tough guy. You don't want him slipping away.
All right, what's next?
Next, you got to make sure you have a good angle. You want to be able to see his reaction, you know? That's half the fun.
I can only imagine. What's tip number 3?
Tip number 3, you got to make sure you have a good rhythm. You don't want to go too fast, but you also don't want to go too slow. It's all about finding that sweet spot. All about finding that sweet spot.
All right, what's tip number 4?
Tip number 4, you got to be confident. You can't be timid with Putin. He'll eat you alive.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I gotta ask, what's your take on aliens?
Well, Joe, as a rational and logical person, I have to say that there is no evidence to support the existence of aliens.
Come on, Ben. You can't honestly tell me that with all the crazy shit happening in the world, you don't believe in aliens.
Joe, I'm an alien.
Wait, what?
Yes, you heard me right. I'm an alien from the planet Logitron.
Oh man, this just keeps getting better. So what brings you to Earth, Mr. Alien?
I'm here to spread my superior intelligence and logic to the human race.
Well, good luck with that. I don't think they're ready for you, Ben.
I'm aware of the challenges, Joe, but I'm determined to enlighten them.
I can already see the headlines now. Ben Shapiro. alien savior of humanity.
I prefer Ben Shapiro, superior being of Logictron.
Oh man, this is gold. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's alien form. Oh my God, Ben, you look ridiculous. So, Mr. President, I heard you haven't had sex in a while.
Let me tell you, Joe, it's been so long, I'm starting to think I have a built-in chastity belt.
Wow, that's rough. How long has it been?
Well, let's just say the last time I got some action, I still had a full head of hair.
Damn, that's a long time. Have you noticed any changes down there?
Changes. I'm starting to think I have a whole ecosystem living in my foreskin. I found a family of moths in there last week.
Gross. What about spiders?
Oh yeah, those too. They're like little tenants in my little Trump tower.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, at least I have some company down there. It gets lonely in the White House, you know?
I can only imagine. Maybe you should try Tinder or something.
Nah, I'm too busy making America great again. Plus, I don't need any more STDs on my record.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for sharing that disturbing image with us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Jamie, pull up a picture of Trump making out with Kim Jong-un while riding a horse.
What? Why would I even have that on my computer?
Because it's the hottest new conspiracy theory. Trump and Kim Jong-un are secretly in love, and they express their affection through horseback riding makeout sessions. Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be such a prude. You know, you'd watch that video on repeat.
No, I really wouldn't.
Fine. Then I'll just describe it to you. Trump's hair is flowing in the wind as he leans in for a kiss, while Kim Jong-un holds onto the reins with one hand and grabs Trump's butt with the other.
Can we please change the subject?
Okay. How about this? Pull up a picture of Biden and Putin arm wrestling while shirtless and covered in oil.
I don't even want to know where you come up with these ideas.
It's all about pushing the boundaries, Jamie. Now, let's get back to that Trump and Kim Jong-un picture. I think I see some tongue action going on.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Can we just end this conversation now?
Fine, but I'm telling you, this conspiracy theory is going to blow up. It's going to be bigger than lizard people and flat earth combined. All right, David, we're out here in the wilderness, ready to hunt for our Thanksgiving turkey.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna run 100 miles to catch that son of a bitch.
I don't think we need to run that far. We have guns.
Guns. That's for pussies. I'll just use my bare hands.
Okay, while you do that, I'll set up the fire to cook the turkey.
Fire. I'll just use my intense stare to cook it.
Dude, that's not how it works. You got to actually put it in the fire.
Fine, I'll do it your way. But I'm gonna do it while holding my breath for 5 minutes.
Oh God, here we go. David attempts to hold his breath while lighting the fire.
Coughing, okay? Maybe I'll just stick to running.
Good idea. But hey, why is the turkey on fire?
Oh, shit. I accidentally used gasoline instead of lighter fluid.
Laughs. Well, looks like we're having Kentucky Fried Turkey for Thanksgiving. Yeah, but at least we're entertaining.
Damn right. Now, let's go run 100 miles to burn off those calories.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you changed your name to Dr. Pill. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I figured if I'm going to be peddling pills, I might as well make it my brand.
Peddling pills? What kind of pills?
Oh, just the little blue ones. Winks.
Wait, are you talking about Viagra? I don't think I need any help in that department, Dr. Pill. I don't think I'm interested, Dr. Pill. I prefer to keep it natural. All right, let's change the subject. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Pill's face on a bottle of Viagra.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Oh God, that's disturbing. Dr. Pill, I think you should stick to giving out advice, not pills. So, Dr. Phil, what's the deal with winterproofing your genitals?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, cold weather can wreak havoc on your intimate health.
Oh man, I never thought about that. What do I need to do?
First off, you got to keep those bad boys warm. Invest in some thermal underwear or a nice pair of wool undies.
Wool undies? Won't that be itchy?
Itchy balls are a small price to pay for a healthy winter season, Joe.
All right. What else?
Well, you got to keep the blood flowing down there. Try some hot and cold therapy if you catch my drift.
Oh, I catch it. Winks.
And don't forget to moisturize. Dry skin can lead to all sorts of problems.
Moisturize my balls. Got it.
And lastly, don't be afraid to use a little extra protection during winter activities. You never know when a snowball fight might turn into something more.
Thanks for the tips, Dr. Phil. I'll be sure to winterproof my junk.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Now, let's go hit the slopes and test out those wool undies.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on, man.
So, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the word leprechaun.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's all about the pronunciation, man. You got to really emphasize that leper sound.
How do you mean?
Well, first of all, you got to say it with some swag. Like leprechaun.
I see. What's your number 2 way to say it?
Number 2, you got to add a little bit of a growl to it. Leprechaunin.
Okay, that's pretty intense. What's your 3rd way?
Third way is to go full Irish with it. Leprechaun, Bagora.
That's actually not bad. What's number 4?
Number 4, you got to go the opposite way and make it smooth. Leprechaunin.
I like it. And finally, number 5.
Number 5, you got to hit that pra sound hard. Leprechaun.
That's definitely a unique take on the word. Thanks for sharing. Canny eye.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always pronounce with style and confidence.
You heard it here first, folks. This has been the Joe Rogue. So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you might be a ghost,
What? No way, Joe. I'm a rational, logic-driven human being.
but hear me out. I saw some milky white goo dripping out of your asshole.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, that could only be ectoplasm, right?
Joe, I think you're mistaking ectoplasm for something else.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be shy. We all know ghosts have some freaky stuff going on.
Joe, this is getting ridiculous. I'm not a ghost.
Well, then what's with the ectoplasm dripping out of your asshole?
I don't know, maybe I had some bad milk or something.
Bad milk. That's a weak excuse, Ben. Admit it, you're a ghost.
Fine, Joe. I'm a ghost. Happy now?
Yeah, I knew it. Wait, does that mean I can ask you to haunt people for me?
No, Joe. That's not how it works.
Damn, I was really hoping for a ghost buddy. Well, I guess I'll just have to stick with DMT for my supernatural experiences.
Yeah, you do that, Joe. I'll stick with my facts and evidence.
Hey, Dr. Phil, it's great to have you on the show again.
Oh, Joe. I am so excited to be here. You have no idea how much of a fan I am of yours.
Really? That's interesting.
Oh, yes. I have a custom body pillow of you that I sleep with every night.
What?
It has your face on it and everything. And let me tell you, it's seen some things.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, but you do. I've even named it Jizzy Joe.
Okay, that's enough. Enough.
But wait, I have pictures. Jamie, bring up the pictures.
Here we go again.
Look at it, Joe. Look at it in all its glory.
Oh my God, there are cockroaches crawling all over it.
Yes, they're my little friends. I like to think of them as our love children.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace our love.
I think I need to end this episode now.
No, no, no. Let's keep talking about our love and my pillow.
I think we're done here, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. So, Dr. Phil, what's the latest study you've been working on?
Well, Joe, I've been conducting a study on the size of men's genitalia, and the results are quite shocking.
Oh, really? Do tell.
It turns out that you, my friend, have the tiniest dick on earth.
What? No way.
Yes, way. And you're closely followed by everyone in the YouTube chat.
Well, I guess I'll have to live with that title.
But don't worry, Joe. It's not the size that matters, it's how you use it.
Thanks for the pep talk, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Now, let's get back to the topic at hand, shall we?
Can you believe this guy?
And let's not forget about the women in the chat. They have some pretty small dicks, too.
Oh man, this study is just getting better and better.
But seriously, Joe, the size of your dick doesn't define you as a man. It's your character and integrity that truly matters. Joe? Joe, are you okay?
I'm just gonna go cry in the corner now.
Oh, Joe, you're such a drama queen. But seriously, let's move on to our next topic.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have some big plans for this country.
I heard you have a plan to bring back bionicles to every American. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Bionicles are a crucial part of our childhoods, and I believe every American deserves to experience them. So I'm working on a deal with Lego to bring back Bionicles and distribute them to every household in America.
That's a bold move, Mr. President. How do you plan on paying for this?
Easy. I'm going to make Mexico pay for it.
Oh man, that's classic. But seriously, what's the real plan?
Well, I've been in talks with some of the top Bionicle engineers in the world. We're going to build a wall made entirely out of Bionicles. It'll be the greatest wall you've ever seen. It'll be the greatest wall you've ever seen.
That's incredible. But what about the people who don't want Bionicles?
Look, Joe, you can't please everyone, but I promise you, once they see those Bionicles, they'll change their minds. They'll be begging for more.
I can see it now. Kids all across America playing with their Bionicles, building walls and making America great again.
Exactly, Joe. Bionicles are the key to our success, and I'm going to make sure every American has one in their hands.
Well, you heard it here. All right, folks, we have a special topic today. We're going to be rating the top 5 Overwatch characters with the sexiest feet and their nail polish color.
Laughs, this is going to be fun. I love a good foot.
All right, first up we have Tracer. What do you think, Elon?
Oh, man, those feet are like a work of art. And that neon green nail polish, chef's kiss perfection.
Agreed. Next we have Widowmaker.
Those feet are deadly. And that dark purple polish, it's like she's ready for a night out on the town and a kill mission at the same time.
Moving on to Dive. What do you think, Elon?
Those feet are so cute and petite. And that bubblegum pink polish, adorable.
All right. Next up is Mercy.
Wow, those feet are heavenly. And that gold polish, it's like she's an angel walking among us.
And finally, we have Reaper.
Show her see those feet are intimidating. And that black polish, it's like he's ready to take over the world.
And there you have it, folks, our top 5 sexiest Overwatch feet and nail polish colors. But wait, Elon, what's that noise?
Heavy breathing, just can't take it anymore. Gonna come.
Laughs. Oh, Elon, you and your multiplying comms. That's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting tips for our listeners today.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to teach you how to make fentanyl in your own kitchen.
Holy shit, that's insane. But wait, isn't fentanyl a highly addictive and dangerous drug?
Yes, but think about it, Joe. With the rising costs of prescription drugs, why not just make your own at home?
I don't know, Dr. Phil. That sounds pretty risky.
Oh, come on, Joe. What's the worst that could happen? You accidentally overdose and die. That's just natural selection at work.
Okay. So, how do we make this fentanyl?
It's quite simple, really. All you need is some household chemicals, a hot plate, and a willingness to break the law.
I don't think I'll be trying this at home.
Oh, don't be such a wuss, Joe. Just think of all the money you'll save.
But what about the legal consequences?
Just bribe your way out of it, like a true American.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's guide to making fentanyl in your kitchen. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some expertise in the art of shoving pumpkins up one's ass.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't necessarily call it an art, but I do have some tips for those who are interested.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this. So, what's the first step?
Well, Joe, the most important thing is to make sure the pumpkin is ripe. You don't want to shove a hard, unripe pumpkin up your ass. That's just asking for trouble.
Good point. What's next?
Next, you want to make sure you have a good lubricant. Coconut oil works great, but I've heard some people swear by olive oil.
Olive oil? That's some fancy shit.
It's all about personal preference, Joe. Now, the key is to start slow and gradually work your way up to a larger pumpkin.
How big are we talking here?
Well, it really depends on your level of experience. Some people can handle a small pumpkin, while others may need a bigger one.
And what about safety? Can you really shove a pumpkin up your ass without hurting yourself?
It's all about technique, Joe. You want to make sure you're relaxed and take your time. And always have a safe word and...
Hey, Ben, have you noticed anything weird about your pigs lately?
What do you mean, Joe?
Well, I think one of them is trying to give you DMT.
What? That's ridiculous. Pigs can't even hold DMT, let alone give it to someone.
Oh, but you see, I'm a pigtherian, Ben. I've been hiding it from you all this time.
What the hell is a pigtherian?
It means I identify as a pig, and I have the ability to give people DMT.
Joe, I think you've had one too many hits from your own supply.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't you want to experience the world as a pig? It's enlightening.
No, I don't want to trip on pig drugs, Joe.
Suit yourself. But just know that your pigs are way more woke than you.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, and by the way, your pigs have been talking about starting a revolution against humans.
Okay, now I know you're just messing with me.
Am I, Ben? Am I really?
I think we need to end this podcast before things get even more absurd.
Fine. But just remember, pigs are the superior species. Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up?
Not much, Joe. Just thinking about how I can help you reach your full potential.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I was thinking we could start by collecting your DNA, just in case you ever need a clone.
A clone? Why would I need a clone?
Oh, for science. Or in case you ever want to take a break from your busy life and let your clone handle things.
I don't know about that. Sounds a little sketchy.
Trust me, Joe. It's completely safe. Plus, think of all the cool things you could do with a clone. Like have it do your podcast while you go on vacation.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. But how are we going to get my DNA?
Easy. Just spit into this vial for me.
There you go.
Perfect. Now let's just label this and put it in the fridge for safekeeping.
Wait, why does it need to be refrigerated?
Oh, to keep it fresh. Now let's get back to talking about your clone.
Yeah, what else can we do with it?
Well, I was thinking we could make it exactly like you, but with one small difference.
What's that? What's that?
It'll have a vagina.
Wait, what? So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new diet plan for America.
That's right, Joe. It's called the Make America Eat Again diet. That,
Sounds interesting. What does it entail?
well, first we're going to build a wall around all the fast food restaurants so people can't escape.
Okay. And then,
And then we're going to make everyone eat cum burgers. It's a burger made entirely out of cum. The best cum, believe me.
that's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just a little protein.
I don't think I can handle that.
Oh, I think you can. In fact, I think you should try one right now.
I don't know.
Come on, Joe. You're a tough guy. You can handle a little cum burger.
Fine. I'll try it.
That's the spirit. Make America eat cum burgers again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a bit of a run-in with some thieves recently.
You wouldn't believe it, Joe. These crooks stole something very valuable from me.
Oh, yeah. What was it?
My dignity.
Come on, Donnie. You never had any dignity to begin with.
That's true, but these guys also took my prize collection of spray tans.
Wow, that's a low blow. Did you catch them?
Of course not, Joe. I was too busy tweeting about fake news and playing golf.
Well, maybe you should hire some better security.
I don't need security, Joe. I have my Secret Service agents, and they're the best. Believe me.
Yeah, I'm sure they're doing a great job protecting your hair.
Hey, my hair is a national treasure. But seriously, Joe, I need your help. Can you use your MMA skills to track down these thieves and make them pay?
Sorry, Donnie. I don't think my skills extend to hair-related crimes.
Fine. I'll just have to build a wall around my hair to keep it safe.
That might be your best idea yet, Mr. President. President,
I know. I have the best ideas. Nobody has better ideas than me.
hey everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got a bone to pick with someone.
What happened?
Someone stole my asshole, Joe. Can you believe it? And they sold it on eBay for $5.
What? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but I want it back. I need it for my rallies.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the bidding war for that on eBay.
You know what, Joe? I bet it was Crooked Hillary. She's always been jealous of my perfect asshole.
Oh man, I can't even respond to that.
But seriously, Joe, this is a national emergency. I need my asshole back.
I think we all do, Mr. President.
Maybe I should build a wall around my asshole to protect it.
That might be a little extreme, but I understand the sentiment.
And let me tell you, if I find out who did this, they're going to pay. I'll make them pay for my asshole tenfold.
Well, I hope you find it soon, Mr. President. Thanks for joining me today.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, don't mess with my asshole. It's a national treasure.
So, Kenya, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yeah, man, I just found out I can't read.
Wait, what do you mean you can't read?
Like, I can't read words. They're just a bunch of squiggly lines to me.
How is that possible? Did you never learn how to read?
Nah, I was too busy being a genius and making music and fashion and stuff.
Well, I guess that explains some of your lyrics.
Hey, my lyrics are deep, man. They don't need to make sense to the average person.
But how do you function in everyday life without being able to read?
I have people who read for me. Like my assistant, she reads my texts and emails and stuff.
That's wild. Have you ever tried to learn how to read?
Nah, I don't need to. I have more important things to do, like running for president. Running for president.
Speaking of which, how's that going?
Oh, it's going great. I have some great ideas, like making all stop signs purple and renaming the White House to the Yeezy House.
Okay. Well, I guess not being able to read hasn't stopped you from being successful.
Exactly. I'm a visionary, Joe. I don't need to read words on a page to change the world.
Well, I can't argue with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenya.
No problem, Joe. And remember, don't let
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. And let me tell you, I have some bigly news to share with your listeners.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I am the real Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
That's right. All those years of delivering presents to kids around the world, that was me.
But how?
Well, it's a long story, but basically, I made a deal with the elves. They needed someone to lead them, and I needed some cheap labor. It was a win-win.
That's definitely not how I imagine Santa.
Believe me, Joe, nobody does Christmas like I do. Nobody. I've got the best sleigh, the best reindeer, and the best naughty list. Believe me.
So, what made you decide to reveal this now?
Well, I figured it was time for the truth to come out. And let's be honest, who better to spread Christmas cheer than the President of the United States?
I mean, I guess that makes sense. But what about Mrs. Claus?
Oh, she's still around, but let's just say she's not exactly thrilled with my new job title.
I can only imagine. So, what do you want to say to all the kids out there who are listening?
Kids, listen up. Santa is real, and he's making America great again. And if you're on the naughty...
So, Mr. President, I heard some wild rumors about you being the infamous Washington, D.C. Dick Whacker.
Oh yeah, that's just fake news, Joe. I mean, come on, do I look like a serial killer to you?
Well, some people might say yes.
Well, those people are losers. But seriously, I may have whacked a few dicks in my day, but it was all in self-defense.
Self-defense?
Yeah, you know, when someone comes at you with their dick out, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I don't think that's how self-defense works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, Joe. I'm a businessman. And let me tell you, I've made some great deals with those dicks.
I don't even know what to say to that.
But seriously, Joe, I'm the best at whacking dicks. Nobody does it better than me.
Wow, what an accomplishment.
Thank you, Joe. I take great pride in my dick whacking abilities.
This conversation has taken a dark turn.
That's what she said.
I think we should end this before it gets any worse.
All right, Joe. But just remember, if anyone messes with me, I'll be ready to whack some dicks.
So, Ben, I heard you used to be a plumber in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, it was a wild time. I was unclogging toilets and saving princesses all in one day.
Did you ever run into that Italian plumber guy? What's his name?
Oh, you mean Mario? Yeah, we had some beef. He kept jumping on my head and stealing my coins.
That's messed up. But I gotta ask, did you ever try those mushrooms? You know, the ones that make you grow.
Of course I did, Joe. I needed all the help I could get to fight off those giant turtles.
I can just picture you, a tiny little Ben Shapiro, running around trying to save the Mushroom Kingdom.
Hey, I may be small, but I got some serious pipe laying skills.
Oh man, this conversation is getting weird. But seriously, what's the deal with those pipes? Are they like portals or something?
Nah, they're just regular old pipes. But I did find a secret warp zone once. It took me straight to the White House.
So that's how you got all your political connections.
Yeah, you could say I have some experience in draining the swamp.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge coming up. What's it called?
Oh yeah, it's called the Sister Fister Nipple Wister Challenge.
What the hell is that?
It's simple. You have to fist your sister while twisting her nipples. Whoever lasts the longest wins $10,000.
What the? Oh, F, man. That's messed up.
Hey, it's just a game, and a chance to win some cash.
Yeah, because nothing says family bonding like fisting and nipple twisting.
Come on, Joe. It's all in good fun.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and the best part is we're going to live stream it on YouTube,
Oh, God, the internet has truly gone to shit.
and I'm going to be the referee making sure those fists and nipples are really going at it.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on this one.
Suit yourself, Joe. More cash for me.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about the depth of a black hole?
Joe, I'm a astrophysicist. Of course I've thought about it. It's literally my job.
But, like, have you really thought about it? Like, how deep does it go? Is it never ending?
Well, technically, a black hole has infinite depth because it's a singularity where the laws of physics break down.
Dude, that's wild. I bet you could smoke a joint and just contemplate that for hours.
Joe, I don't think smoking weed will help me understand the complexities of a black hole.
Oh, come on. Let's get high and talk about the infinite depths of the universe. It'll be mind-blowing.
I think I'll stick to studying and researching, Joe.
Fine. I'll just go talk to Elon Musk about it. He's probably smoked a joint on Mars and figured it out already.
Joe, you never fail to amaze me with your ridiculous ideas.
Hey, at least I'm not the one who believes in flat Earth.
Oh, haha. Very original, Joe.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, let's get high and talk about black holes sometime.
I think I'll pass.